Department, any updates? I don't think so. With that being said, we can get right back into the proposals. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 49, change the season start date for wolf trapping in Unit 2 to December 15 or January 1.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Good morning, board members. My name is Ross Dorndorf. I'm the acting management coordinator. Proposal 49 would change the season start date for game management unit 2 to November 15th to December 15th or January 1st. This is a Cloac AC proposal that the department is neutral on. Now, we've seen this figure before. This is a representation of our adaptive management plan that we use to manage wolves in Game Management Unit 2. Again, it's an adaptive strategy that we can change through time, given new data presented to us, new effort from Trapper. If that changes, we can adjust to it. Some of the pros and cons related to the proposal before us is that the deer rut peaks in mid-November, and what we expect is during the rut we see increased rates of movement, so deer moving around a lot more. And one of the big issues that the proponent of the proposal brought up is that there's folks that are catching deer in traps and snares. So when the season start date as it sits right now coincides with that, there's a higher potential for deer to run into these sets. So if the date was moved back, it could potentially reduce non-target captures. Also, we have duck season that currently ends December 31st, and there has been some overlap in the time of when folks are out duck hunting and they're using dogs, and a popular type of set to capture wolves in Southeast is a tide set. So you can imagine there's some overlap with that, and there's been a few conflicts related to dogs getting into traps. And then also another thing that was brought up was the Fish and Game's monitoring project for wolves. There's been a few instances where the trappers have brought it up during AC meetings and some other meetings that we've had on the island, and they were hopeful that the overlap could change a little bit in the seasons to try to parse out that space and in time where the folks that are out trapping would not have to, they'd like to set in some of the places where we have hair boards. And some of the cons would be that boat-based trappers are limited if the temperatures get low enough for bays to freeze. So a lot of these trappers will go into these smaller bays, and if it's cold enough, they can ice up. And I heard stories from trappers in the AC meetings that were busting through a lot of ice to get to some of their sets. And it's a problem everywhere with trapping, but if you have these freeze-thaw cycles, that can be really difficult to deal with as a trapper, where you have a set that just freezes over, and then, for instance, the wolf might step right on your trap, but it's frozen and you didn't get that opportunity to catch that animal. And also for road-based trappers, snow accumulates and it can prevent you from getting into areas where you might have had sets. I think we saw that this past season, where towards the end, we had our hair boards out, we were doing our wolf monitoring, and we had a huge snow event and we couldn't even get to our hair boards. And I imagine that trappers had to deal with a little bit of that too. So that's one of the hard parts of a later start date. So the management strategy that we have uses current harvest rates to adjust the season length to maintain sustainable harvest. And if the board were to adopt this different start date, that might play a role in changing the success rate of trappers. And, you know, if we did change to one of these later dates, we would likely use the management information that we have now to set the season. But we would basically learn as we do through management how that catch rate would change and how effort would change. And just for example, if, for instance, some of the potential issues that I just mentioned came up in terms of freezing and thawing, or access issues came up that slowed trappers down, and if it slowed down the catch rate, we could potentially have a longer season, for example. However, if it changes or if it doesn't, we don't believe that the current season or having a later start date to the season would cause biological concern, and that comes back to our adaptive management strategy that we have. We can adjust, and again, it's working quite well. So again, this is Proposal 49 to change the wolf trapping season start date in Game Management Unit 2 from November 15th to December 15th or January 1st. So it's submitted by the Cloaca AC, and the department is neutral. And also to meet the board's statutory responsibility to subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses of wolves if this proposal is adopted.
Thanks for that, Ross. I'm going to start off with a question. Any idea of how many deer get caught in snares and the mortality on them? Like, any rough idea?
To the chair, I would bug law enforcement about that if they have some information to share.
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, I don't have that information offhand. I'm not even sure if I could find it. It depends if it's reported to us or not.
And then, you know, the user conflict between duck hunters and some of these tide sets, is it like 1 or 2 times, or is this like regularly occurring, like 50, 60 occur, you know, is it common?
To the chair, just a little bit more information on your previous question first. I've just heard anecdotally through folks at AC meetings that they're concerned, and I don't have any numbers on the number that are caught. I do know that there was at least one instance of the troopers sharing a story with me about them finding a snare later in the season with a deer in it, but that's about it. But and then to answer your question that you just posed, I'm trying to think of how many instances that I heard about, and there was a couple years where it kind of sparked up, and there was multiple instances within one season where this occurred. But I think the folks that had the issue talked with one another, and I haven't heard in recent years about additional instances related to this. Theoretically, they kind of work things out.
Thanks. Other board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Kendra. What is the current federal season for wolves in Unit 2?
So, through the chair to Member Barrett, the current season for wolves in Unit 2 is, for trapping, is November 15 to March 31st, with no limit. The Federal Subsistence Board does have 2 proposals to adjust seasons that they will take up this April. And I can go into any information on those if you're interested.
I'm interested in the
But
start dates.
currently, it is the November 15 to March 31st.
That's what I read. What's the proposals? Are they wanting to align with state? Is the same AC or RAC working with the AC?
So through the chair, one of them would be to move the start date from November 15 to December 15, and the other one is to guarantee a 47-day trapping season.
Member Loring.
Thank you. You know, I worked a lot with incidental take in the interior with snares mostly, and with caribous, bears, and and moose and everything else, seems like they get caught in them. But I'm not that familiar with, with snaring down here and how deer movements, conflict with that. Is there mitigation measures that the trappers can take to place their snares in different spots or different ways that wouldn't catch deer as much? I mean, I know everybody's got their paths and trails, and that's how they move around, and that's how they set their snares. But what are trappers doing anything to try to? I'm sure they don't want to catch deer either.
Through the chair, Member Loring, yeah, that's a good question. And as far as my conversations go with trappers on island, there are ways to set in a way where you can reduce the possibility of that type of catch. And I think this also gets at a proposal we'll be talking about in a little bit, talking about requiring a quiz to provide information for those that are new to trapping to avoid these kind of conflicts.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. When is the end, generally, when is the end of the rut completed?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman. So the peak is kind of mid-November, and it drops off after that towards December. There is a slight uptick in December, as we see in other deer species where if there's unbred does, there'll be a small kick up in the rut a little bit after that, but the vast majority of the activity happens around mid-November.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ross, can you walk us through when the typical, when the start date has been the last several years in the combined state and federal season, the opening day?
Through the chair, Director Scott, the opening day for our trapping season has been November 15th, so kind of right in the peak of the rut.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ross, how much harvest is done with federally qualified prior to the start of the state season?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, it's minimal. Right now, our trapping seasons are aligned, which is nice because before, when it was not aligned, we had issues with folks trying to figure out land ownership and the level below the mean high tide is state land, and folks wanting to set on that tidelands, and then a common way to do that is to have a set out in those tidelands and then maybe have some snares up above on the uplands, which when you have a misaligned season, you're not looking at doing that. You don't have the opportunity to do that. So, yeah.
One more on the federal stuff. One of the wildlife proposals that the Federal Subsistence Board will be considering is still having regulations is a no limit. Does that affect your quota system?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, so no limit for trapping on the federal subsistence side, if I understand it?
Yes.
We have worked really hard with our federal partners at the Forest Service to manage together. So they have the authority to EO the season, much as we do. And we work hard to make that the same times. And we've been doing that since we started using this management strategy, and it's worked well.
Oh, thank you. Great.
Any other questions, Member Garner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Within the proposal, it says that 6 years ago, the wolf trapping season start date was moved from December 1st to the current November 15th. Just for clarification that we're not going from one problem to another if we were to adopt this, do we have any idea why that was moved 6 years ago?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Gardner, so gets at a little bit of what I was talking about a moment ago in terms of there was that misalignment. So you had different land ownerships with different seasons, and it was frustrating for trappers, certainly. And, you know, when the federal subsistence regulations came on, it was kind of a copy and paste of the state regulations, and then they changed things through time. So I think they were looking for somewhat of a priority for federal users. So they gave them that kind of 2-week bump. But we found that with that misalignment, there was issues, and folks on island really wanted that alignment to ease regulatory complexity, honestly. So that's where the state acted, the Board of Game, and aligned things. So it's been working well.
Other questions from, oh, go ahead, Member Garner.
What about pelt quality? Do trappers, from the November to basically mid-November to, if we took on the December 15th, would be a month difference. Do trappers prefer to target a later season anyway for the quality of the pelt?
Through the chair, Member Gardner, I guess a couple things going on with that. As far as my conversations go regarding pelt quality, the trappers kind of say December is when things get pretty prime in terms of the pelt quality. And then, we have a different management strategy for Game Management Unit 2 to be able to allow for sustainable harvest, and what folks are looking to do. And just for example, the last couple seasons have been 31 days. They're looking to get out when it opens and get their time in for the allowable season they have. So it changes things in comparison to other units where there's a little bit longer season, and trappers will trap a little bit differently according to what season they have available to them.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, I'm looking at that December 15th date because it gives us a choice in the proposal. And why I'm leading that way is because there's a wildlife proposal on the federal side that would align that season, and that would keep uniformity again within the unit.
Other board members? Vice Chair Hoffman. Oh, no.
No, not yet.
Member Batesville.
So I reached out to several of the trappers on the island and had discussions around this, and they, of course, with the experience that we had this year, they expressed the fact that they only would have had like half a season or maybe a week after putting gear out. And some of them expressed that given the weather patterns we're having now and the fact that our first snow has been coming in the middle of December, where it used to come much earlier and then kind of rain off, that there was some concerns or some discussion around whether they would even put gear out. And you and I both know that there's a couple of those trappers decide not to do trapping. That's going to make an enormous difference in what the wolf harvest is in Unit 2. We kicked around ideas of, setting in the snow, the fact that if we get big snows and you're doing more beach sets, that's going to push the deer down onto the beach, where if you've got snares hanging in the beach fringe and stuff up there, that you could have more incidental take. Anyhow, those were some of the discussions around that I had with the individuals that I reached out to.
Member Loring.
Thank you. Member Batesville, I didn't quite understand what those trappers' preference was as far as keeping it status quo or moving it. Did they give you an idea what they would like to see? I didn't kind of get that from your discussion.
I think I reached out to 4. A couple of them really kind of would like to see where it is. The other ones were like, well, we'd figure out how to work around the change and how to set with, because usually what we end up with is getting snow, then it gets wet, then it freezes, and dealing with setting and freezing conditions, and whether they could get out the roads or not. Like Ross brought that up, but just a little bit of snow in the interior part of Prince of Wales Island and the road systems are closed down, which then pushes people to do more beach trapping, more water-based trapping. So they were kind of split on leaving it to where it's at or or being in support of changing it. There was discussions around the fact that it would alleviate some of the conflict between the hairboard placement and where they like to place their traps, although they also recognized that you'd been able to work through a couple of those instances I think you moved your nodes just slightly to accommodate that.
Kendra?
So through the chair, just to add a little bit more to what Member Barrett's questions were. So the OSM proposal that we have to change the dates, currently OSM does actually oppose that proposal. We believe that because of the in-season delegation that we have to the manager, that the seasons can be managed in other directions, as well as our state and federal managers work extremely well together down here to help coincide and work and ensure things are best for the users down here. So I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. Of course, we don't know what the board is going to do, but just make sure that that information is out there for you.
Oh, Member Loring.
Thank you. To Kendra, if the state does change this, I mean, this proposal is adopted, say, for the 15th of December, do you have any insight on what the OSM would do then? I mean, not OSM, but the Federal Subsistence Board?
So through the chair, to Member Loring, no, we don't. Unfortunately, we won't know until April.
Because I would imagine they're looking at what the current state season is when they're making their decisions, and it might change possibly.
So through the chair, Member Loring, yes, they will consider that. We do have executive orders and things right now that we do have to put a little extra consideration into things like that, especially right now. But again, it'll still come down to all of the biological information, user information, and some things like that. But at this point, like I said, OSM does oppose it. We don't know what the board is going to do, though.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know, at this point, I'm inclined just to leave it alone. I think this is, from everything I've been reading and hearing, it's primarily a weather-driven event here that causes it, and I think moving around is just kind of make things more confusing.
Other board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of leaning with Member Hoffman myself. There's, 2 ACs in the support and 2 ACs opposed to it, and 3 public comments that support the change. I think there is probably some, overlap with the duck season and the hair board collecting, and I didn't hear a super lot of concern in public comments that, that the duck hunters or waterfowl hunters were coming in, complaining about wolf trappers. So I don't know how big of an issue that is, and I definitely haven't heard from the department saying that their hair board areas were being inundated with wolf trappers or keying in on those positions. I might take advantage of something like that if I knew where one was. So yeah, I'm leaning with Member Hoffman on this one and leave it alone for a little bit.
Member Loring.
Just one more question to Ross. If the board does adopt this proposal and puts this in the Federal Subsistence Board, keeps the federal season earlier, how would that affect your management? I mean, what do you see happening?
To the chair, Member Loring, I guess it would be similar somewhat to what we had done in the past where we had misaligned seasons. Obviously the state is responsible for state seasons, so we can make that change on our end. It would be a conversation with our federal partners on how to move forward, because now we're using a season length based method. This is different than in the past when we were misaligned and we had a quota based system. So we would have to kind of have a good conversation with them on how to move forward, how to determine that season length. My guess is we could still definitely manage sustainably, of course, but it would be a little bit more conversation with them.
And just quick follow-up, what it would do, you know, all that below mean high water trapping that's going on wouldn't be available for a month, basically, if this changed. So how many animals are trapped, or how many wolves are taken, you know, on that state land that we'd be managing in that month that we'd end up losing if this season was pushed down?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that's a tough one to answer. I know that there's a couple boat-based trappers that use a lot of that type of set, but also in combination with what I had just mentioned, where you'd have a beach set, then you have your snares up on the upland. So theoretically, you know, a wolf would come in, maybe you'd get one at that set in the water, and then others would be captured on the uplands. But it's hard to say exactly how many.
Other questions from board members? Intent from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
I'll build a little bit of record, Mr. Chairman. I don't intend to support this season date change. One, it would shorten the reasonable opportunity for subsistence. And two, I think it's been working. We're on a quota-based system. I think our federal partners are recognizing the same system and sustainability of the wolf population by not over-harvesting if it's either under federal or state regulations. So with those reasons, I won't be in support of this proposal, and I'll call the question.
Oh, one more. Member Loring.
Yeah, just a little bit more record building. Yeah, I agree with Member Barrett's comments, and also I'm hoping that the trapping community could take the lead on mitigating the take of bycatch, you know, by snares, by setting different ways or whatever they have to do it. And if we do have a trapping quiz or a education requirement coming down the line, I think that would help quite a bit. So I think we'd end up losing some opportunity by eliminating that shore-based or the tidal line trapping by losing that month, and I don't want to see that. So I won't be supporting it either.
Thanks for that. Any further comments from board members? Member Bechtel.
Yeah, kind of based on the conversations that I had and reading through the comments and stuff like that, I would not be supporting this change and hope that the conflicts that are out there and stuff like that can be resolved both with the agency and the trappers. And I think just with the weather patterns that we're having right now, it's important to keep this where it's at.
Other questions from board members, comments? If not, we might be ready for the question.
I'll call the question again, Mr. Chairman.
All right, the question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Art, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 49. Barrett.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Garner.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Bechtel.
No.
Muller.
No.
Loring.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 50 and 51 due to the action taken on Proposal 49.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent from board members for that. Looking up and down the line here, we'll take no action on those two proposals.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 52, add Unit 2 as an area for intensive management for wolves.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 52 would add Game Management Unit 2 as an area of intensive management for deer. The proponent originally titled the proposal for intensive management of wolves. Intensive management statutes and regulations govern prey animals. This is a public proposal, and the department is opposed. So Tessa kind of touched on some of the history in terms of logging throughout Game Management Unit 2 and that logging legacy that we are now posed with. And she had already mentioned some of these figures as well, but you know, from a study done and published in 2013 based on data since 2004, there's been a 94% reduction in contiguous high-volume forest in the North Prince of Wales area, and logging has reduced deer habitat capability by 46% in north and central POW and 18% in southern POW, and POW stands for Prince of Wales Island. And as of 2018, there's 360,000 acres of old growth habitat on, or 360,000 acres of old growth that has been harvested from Prince of Wales Island. Of that, 169,000 acres were in stem exclusion stage, and about 115,000 acres were close to that stage. And an important piece to note that I think Mr. Williamson had mentioned previously is that stands that are over 30 years old can support about 7 deer per square kilometer, compared to unmanaged old growth that can support about 12 deer per square kilometer. So roughly speaking, you can think of that stem exclusion stage that has very little forage on the forest floor to support about half the amount of deer that an old growth stand could. So in 2022, a deer summit was held on Prince of Wales Island, where federal, state, tribes, non-governmental organizations, and the public met to discuss deer and deer management and everything surrounding that, including habitat. Habitat surfaced as a major issue that was affecting the deer population. Alaska Department of Fish and Game, in tow with the Black-tailed Deer Foundation, started a project with the acronym of HERDS, which you can see on the screen there, which is Habitat Enhancement and Restoration for Deer Stewardship. This is an effort started that we kind of started out talking about Prince of Wales Island specifically because of the amount of timber harvest that had gone on historically, but we quickly expanded to all of Southeast Alaska for this effort. And we see this collaboration among all of our federal, state, Native corporation, and NGO partners as an opportunity to address the habitat issue that we have affecting deer right now across Southeast. And it's really simply boiled down, it's an effort to improve the habitat for deer and deer hunters. So those are kind of our two core things that we are after. And the way that we're trying to do that is by going into some of these stands and providing information to land managers, be it federal or private, on some tools that can help. And there's a 4-stage process that we have to this effort thus far, where we've taken leaps and bounds in the first phase, which is mapping out all the habitat across Southeast and trying to figure out where the best places could we focus in and do this habitat work. Where is it going to benefit the deer? Where is it going to benefit the deer hunters? And that is nearly complete. We are waiting on our final report from that. But it was just been a fantastic collaboration. People are from all these different agencies and non-agencies have really come together and shown up for these meetings. We'd meet about once a month or a little bit more, and it's been fantastic. The next stage is that we're going to go to communities across Southeast and talk with the people about prioritizing places that they would like to see some of this work done. So we're going to lay out big maps, show them the areas that we have found through data, so including things on the biology of deer, the weather patterns that we see in Southeast. All these different things came together to make these layers and maps and kind of get their 2 cents on what they'd like to see. And we're also going to monitor the before and after. So a big part of this is that through a lot of the work with the Forest Service, we've found the vegetative response to these wildlife treatments. However, there's a lot to learn about the deer response to these. So that is going to be a huge part of this that will let us learn how to do it better in the future as well. And I'll kind of go sort of quickly through these. We've seen these numbers, and we know the ANS, the Intensive Management Harvest Objective. Again, here's our deer figure that we've seen in relation to that intensive management objective. Harvest by residents and non-residents in relation to the amount necessary for subsistence of 1,500 to 1,600 animals. And then the average days hunted per deer harvested, which I have described previously. And this is wolf harvest and our estimates. We saw this one yesterday. And I want to pause here because we haven't seen this one yet. So this is our long-term data set on black bear harvest in Game Management Unit 2. We have a positive cultural and traditional finding for black bears in Game Management Unit 2 with an amount necessary for subsistence of 15 to 20 animals. So you can see from regulatory year 1973 onward, right about to 2005, there was just an increase and an increase and an increase in black bear harvest. And that coincided with an increase in hunters, certainly. And in talking with my predecessor about some of the reasonings for the increase in the number of hunters looking for black bears in Game Management Unit 2, you know, sometimes there's a popular article published in a magazine that hunters pick up and the word gets out. You know, it's almost like today we're doing the same thing with YouTube and videos, and people get ideas, and, you know, as soon as something is posted, all of a sudden there's a jump in the folks that are applying for these hunts or making their way up. And as we talked about previously, the road infrastructure on Prince of Wales Island certainly supports a great do-it-yourself opportunity for folks to get out and go after a black bear and have the opportunity at a Boone and Crockett bear. So people are very excited to do so. But right about in 2005, we peaked at a harvest of nearly 500 bears in a single season. And then you can see thereafter that the harvest dropped off fairly quickly. There was a reduced number of hunters, but we saw some of the metrics that we use in terms of females in the harvest and also the average skull sizes were not where we wanted them to be. And during the 2010 Board of Game meeting, there was a detailed discussion on how to address this issue. And what came of it was we created draw hunts for non-residents that were not guided. But we retained that if folks wanted to, from out of state, come in and harvest a black bear, they could get a guide and hunt with a harvest ticket. So we had two different ways of doing it, but it reduced the harvest. And you can see that it was implemented in 2013. And thereafter, we had two different hunts. We had DL027 and DL028. DL027 is the fall hunt, and then DL028 is the spring hunt. These are the number of tags that we allowed for each, and we know from harvest that that fall hunt is always going to have a higher proportion of females in it, so we allowed less tags for that and many more in the fall because the harvest of males is much more likely in that time frame. So we started out with about 110 in regulatory year 2013, and as Mark mentioned, we're up to 260 now. The success rates are fairly high. So the folks that actually go out and actively hunt, they're having pretty high success rates. And folks are being selective too, you know. Our skull size metrics for our objective, and then also our sex ratio, which is 3 males to 1 female, is being met. So things are going well. And this just kind of, I have a couple of graphs here that'll show in relation to what I just mentioned. So you have males in the black bars, females in the open bars. You have data from 2013 to 2024, and you can see that female portion of the harvest is a pretty small overall portion. So that's what we'd like to see for bear management. And this is related to the black bear skull size for regulatory year 2013 to 24. And what you see is there's a hashed line that goes across your screen at 18 inches. This is the average skull size for all males harvested. And you can see that's certainly been met through that whole time period. And then our other skull size objective is a spring male skull size objective of 19.1 inches. And largely, it's been met. There's only been a few years that it was not met during this time frame. So this proposal asks specifically to address wolves in an intensive management plan for deer. There have been 3 Endangered Species Act petitions to list Alexander archipelago wolf as an endangered or threatened species since 1993. The most recent of which was submitted in 2020. There was also a lawsuit in 2020 over the management of wolves in Game Management Unit 2. The department is currently allowing for sustainable wolf harvest in Game Management Unit 2 that is consistent with recommendations from the literature and our management history. The department is currently supporting multiple research projects to inform wolf management in Game Management Unit 2, which we heard from Dr. Roffler on all those. And finally, Game Management Unit 2 is 80% federally managed, so intensive management could potentially be ineffective if unable to operate on federal lands. Again, the effective proposal is to add Game Management Unit 2 as an area of intensive management for deer. This is a public proposal, and the department is opposed.
Thanks for that, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like to remind the board that you do have an intensive management proposal before you, and as with other intensive management plans we've discussed over the years, should the board adopt this proposal, this is only the first step. We would we would return to the board at some future date with a feasibility assessment to inform you of our findings, things like, what could we do? Federal lands would be a question. We don't know the answer to that right now. That'd be something we'd learn. If we believe it were feasible, we would prepare an operational plan, which again would come to you at a future date. Really, though, I just wanted to remind you that this is the beginning. There is not an impending intensive management program for Unit 2.
Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start it out. When I looked at the harvest of black bears and the deer populations over the same time frames, it's kind of unique that with the incredible high harvest of bears in 97 to 05, there was no correspondence of increase in deer population in those same years. And about the same thing in 2013 and 16, you had high numbers of bears harvested, but we still weren't able to meet any of our intensive management population goals. So, I mean, it would seem to me that, bears aren't keeping the deer population down. Would you concur with that?
Through the chair, Member Brett, I think that gets at the complexity of the issue. We have multiple things going on in terms of the habitat, which we talked about, and how that influences deer. Certainly, black bear and wolves are important predators of Sitka black-tailed deer, and we don't have information that really points at one thing or another to exactly what is in control or driving the deer population. And we're relying on our index, which is harvest, of course, and hunter effort. We're working on other methods too, to kind of take the place of our pellet surveys that we had in the past, and we've we're trying to work out some camera-based methods, which Ms. Hasbrook had mentioned in her presentation, her having kind of the gold standard, and the managers are, have cameras out that are working on how to get better information. And I always explain it to my hunters as, you know, it's a matter of getting a bunch of thermometers out in the ocean. If you only have one, you're going to kind of know about what's going on in one respect, but the more thermometers you can get out there, the better the picture you'll have of the what's going on.
I got a quick question for you, Ross. Looking at a couple of these graphs, why do you have a different skull size objective in the spring to the fall for black bear?
To the chair, yeah, that's a good question. So these skull size objectives were created in the past as kind of an average of data that had previously been collected. And Prince of Wales Island, as I had mentioned, is a place where non-residents really enjoy, and residents enjoy, the opportunity at a good-sized bear. So I think that's where that spring average male size came from in relation to kind of holding on to those larger bears for that opportunity. I know other units across 1 through 5 have just one, but I think this kind of got at that, if that makes sense.
Thanks. Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the department has very little or no information on mortality caused on deer in the area. Again, I look at the wolf harvest rate and I compare it to the deer population estimates, and we're harvesting more wolves, but the deer population is still in a decline in those same years. So I'm kind of curious on why is there a decline in the deer population? What's causing it? Is it just habitat related? Weather?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, yeah, that's the million-dollar question right there. You know, I've talked about this so much with fellow staff, members of the public, what they've seen, and trying to bring everything together. One thing we do know is that the biggest driver of deer populations in Southeast is those hard winters. So we explained those before, when you have a lot of snow that is persistent far into the spring. I think Member Bachel mentioned that we haven't had one for quite a while now. And just going off of my conversations with hunters and folks on island, you know, I'm cautiously optimistic at where the deer population is at, in terms of folks have expressed to me that they are starting to see more. So there's some positives there. And then in relation to your question about deer mortality, we have conducted a predation rates work across Southeast in some key locations where I think Dr. Rothler had mentioned a little bit about it, where we call our wolf and then we follow it very closely in certain times of the year. And we're able to go to those locations where we see a concentration of points on the landscape to see, A, if there's a kill, what's been killed, age, sex class, all these different things. So we're learning a lot right now, certainly.
Yeah, Member Brett.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, so if the board would pass this, this proposal, would that force you into a feasibility study and have to gather that information we've been kind of hinting around to?
Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, it would. Yep, essentially it would. And that would be, you know, again, staying consistent with other programs. The one thing it does not mean is that we would ever execute a program, even if it was adopted. I would encourage the board to think about the last couple board meetings. You have some new intensive management programs that are going on. We still have a very large one planned for the Mulchatna caribou herd area. I am aware that you will see proposals for additional areas in your upcoming board meetings as well. So it really comes down to, we'll prepare the feasibility assessment, we'll lay it all out for you. And then, between the department and the board, we can talk about where we're at then. It still never means we're going to do it. And I don't want to say that, I don't want to just, dig my heels in. But we have to think about priorities, and we have to think about things that we can really impact. And we also have to think about things that we need to be very sensitive of. And this wolf population tops that list.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ross, or maybe, did you have something? Or maybe Director Scott. You said 80% of the area is federal land. And I don't know, with other agencies, we have very little cooperation with being able to having intensive management operations on federal land. But I haven't ever been around any Forest Service. Are they the same way, or are they more acceptable to the state? Could you help with that?
Director.
Through the chair, Member Loring, we do have experience with that. Previously, we had intensive management plans for Unit 1A and Unit 3, which would have included Forest Service land, and that seemed to, it wasn't something we ever actually implemented. However, we did get cooperation from the Forest Service. We just haven't, until we understand where the board's going to, or until we know where the board's going to come out on the proposal, we haven't approached the Forest Service yet.
Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, exactly. I was just going to say that, Ryan. And just to add to that too, so in Unit 1A and Unit 3, we had those plans and we were ready, but we never implemented, as Director Scott had mentioned. And I do want to note now that we have the highest harvest of deer on record in Unit 1A, and also in Unit 3, things are much higher than they had been in the past.
Kimberly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to draw the board's attention to 1605-255E2. It's one of the determinations the board would need to make, and that is that a depletion of the big game prey population or reduction of the productivity of the big game prey population has occurred and may result in significant reduction in the allowable harvest of the population, given what you've heard from the department, as well as I would recommend that the board consider other action taken in this meeting when addressing deer harvest in Unit 2, just to be able to consider that for your record.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't intend to support this proposal. I think it's a little premature. I think there is some evidence that harvesting large amounts of black bears and upping the harvest of wolves, generally haven't showed an increase in deer population. I think the issue is more habitat and environment driven. It's my speculation only, and yeah, I think it's premature to force the department into a feasibility study.
Other board members, Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of seeing it the other way for myself on this one. I think it could be beneficial to be a little more proactive. I know things are good right now. I wouldn't mind, this would just, this wouldn't be a predator control program. This is just the beginning. There's several steps that need to happen. And given the dependence on deer in the region and all that, I think I'd like to see the department at least do a preliminary work on this and see what they come up with. I know they can't do, it's too much with the forestry, but we can talk to them and see and work together. And if it doesn't go anywhere, then I think we'll know better.
Other board members' thoughts. Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not intend to support this proposal. I believe the information that Ross has shared has been very valuable, and they've all taken extremely precautionary efforts or motivating efforts perhaps to help protect the deer with the trails and access for the deer and the hunters, you know, everybody's participating to help out in this area. And obviously we have some really good trappers in the area there too. So I believe that what you guys have developed or you continue to develop is working. And I also think that you guys will get more information from your wolf studies. So I will not be supporting this at this time.
Other board members, Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd be leaning towards not supporting the proposal, just seeing that, you know, predominantly the land is 80% federal. So an IM management system being on 20% of the land, I see as being a less effective use of resources, and really would look to steer towards, you know, your sustainable harvest management, your timber stand improvement projects. You listed a number of things that you're doing to help better the deer population and do that study. So I kind of look at it as a time and return on investment spent taking all of those efforts and resources and putting them towards an IM plan that would only hit 20% of the land anyway. So I would be not in favor of the proposal.
Well, I'm still on the fence on this, really. You know, the deer populations that I'm intimately familiar with are Kodiak, and the mortality on deer up there are 100% dictated by weather. That's just it. And down here, we have a predator interaction, we have weather, and then we also have, you guys did a great presentation anyway at the beginning of the meeting, the complexity of the transition between clear cut to old growth timber and how that affects, you know, the deer population. So, other board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, I tend not to support this, also in support of the opposition to that by the local ACs. My experience out there is when the black bear population collapsed in the mid-2000s, and knowing that black bears take 50% of the fawns in the first 2 weeks of their life, we didn't see a change in the deer population with the collapse of that black bear, which you thought that you would think that that would reflect. And with all the changes that's gone on with wolf management and stuff, you'd think that would be reflected in population fluctuations out there. And the bottom line is, I believe it's being habitat driven and being punctuated every few years by intense winters. And they're definitely predators play a role in that deer population on the landscape. But I think habitat trumps all of that right now.
Did you have anything to add, Ross? No. Other board members? Intent, comments? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Art, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 52. Fletcher.
Yes.
Garner.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Muller.
No.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Loring.
No.
Batesville.
No.
Motion fails, 2 in favor, 5 against, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 53, require an online trapping education course for trapping wolves in Unit 2.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I think we're switching seats here. Whenever you're ready, Mark.
Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Mark Williamson, Assistant Area Biologist from the Ketchikan Area Office. Before you is Proposal 53, which would require all wolf trappers in Unit 2 to take an online wolf trapping education course prior to trapping wolves in Unit 2. Proposal was submitted by the Craig AC, and the department is neutral on the proposal, but does support the effort to reduce incidental take. This would not be the first time the department would require education before harvesting a species. At their most recent statewide meeting, the board voted to implement a statewide mountain goat identification quiz to include sex ID prior to hunting. Also, a person must have successfully completed a department-approved hunter orientation course prior to hunting sheep under a general season harvest ticket where the bag limit is 1 full curl ram. Non-resident hunter must have attended a hunter orientation course to include trophy recognition and meat care prior to hunting moose statewide. And lastly, a person must have successfully completed a hunter orientation course to include antler recognition prior to hunting moose in Units 7 and 15. There's a positive customary and traditional use finding for fur bearers in Unit 2 with an amount necessary for subsistence of 90% of the harvestable portion of the population. The proponents of the proposal noted concerns about the incidental catch of non-target species, primarily deer and black bears, with the start of the wolf trapping season being November 15th and that remaining November 15th after action on previous proposals. Deer are in the peak of the rut and are more mobile on the landscape and therefore more susceptible to being caught in traps that were set for wolves. Additionally, there's overlap between the Unit 2 wolf trapping season and black bear activity in the fall as bears head into hibernation. Anecdotal reports of deer and bears being caught in traps have been communicated to the department at public meetings and in person and over the phone, but as Ross mentioned, few of these instances have been verified or documented. It's all mostly just people that report to us what they've been seeing, their experiences. The Department of Public Safety may have more information on verified incidents. The proponents of the proposal believe that education about appropriate trap placements with considerations for reducing the chances for incidental take of deer or bears may help to alleviate local concerns. And so again, this is Proposal 53, would require all wolf trappers in Unit 2 to take an online wolf trapping education course prior to trapping wolves in Unit 2. The proposal was submitted by Craig AC. The department is neutral, but supports the effort to reduce incidental take. And just to note, there's clear concern from the public regarding the number of deer and bears caught in traps, particularly during the wolf trapping season. And it's difficult to tell exactly how many incidents occur, as many go unreported and undocumented. And finally, to meet the board's statutory responsibility to the subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity to meet subsistence uses of wolves if the proposal were adopted.
I guess starting off, I have a question for Department of Law. Would it be fair in the cost statement section of this to say that there may be a cost to private persons, being as we're saying it won't be available in paper form, it has to be done online, and a person would have to have some sort of service for that? Or are there enough free facilities not to have to say that, state that?
Mr. Chair, I think saying that there may be costs would be appropriate depending on a private person's access to those free services, or if they do end up needing to pay for those online services to be able to access it. I think saying it may result in cost to private persons is fair and appropriate.
Thank you. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you back here this morning, Mark. The difference, is the difference with the educational classes that you had mentioned in this proposal on wolf trapping is all those other classes were due to identification, and this one is a how-to?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, yeah, I believe that is correct. And also something to note is that trapping education has not ever been required in the state before, and so this would be a new set of materials that the department would need to develop. And if adopted, we would need a little bit of time to put those materials together.
Thank you.
Member Loring.
Yeah, I have several questions for you, Mark, and I'll just start with the first one here. Obviously, the the concern from the proposer and a lot of the comments we had is incidental take. And so with the content of this trapping, what do you see the content to be? Is incidental take be a major part of it on how to avoid that? And what else would you see in this study?
Through the chair, Member Loring, this is something that the department would need to collaborate with other folks on. We'd need to discuss what trappers on the ground feel might be effective uses. We might consider coordinating with the Alaska Trappers Association to develop quiz materials. I don't think there's a clear way forward at the moment as to what to do, but we're certainly open to taking input from local trappers in the area as well as organizations that support sustainable trapping and education that way.
Yeah, go ahead, Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you. That answered my second question, who the partners would be, and I think ATA would be a main one. Also, local groups and some of the search dog groups are concerned about that, and I mean, there's quite a few other groups that you could probably reach out to get some content. And then, right now, maybe you can give me a clarification on what type of proof that this cost has been taken. Is there a certificate that's put out, and we kind of follow the lead that with other education requirements?
Through the chair, Member Loring, I believe that's something that the board would have to decide on, but maybe Director Scott might have some additional information for you.
Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Loring, Mark's correct. That would be a decision by the board whether to make it required or voluntary. Oftentimes when we go into these things, we do start at a voluntary level for people and they're very popular, generally speaking, when we do put them in.
Member Loring.
If I can continue, I know that we do have a lot of mandatory ones out there now and some voluntary ones, and that's a good point. So if it does become mandatory, what type of penalty? Maybe this should go towards Captain Johnson. Would this be a violation or a misdemeanor? How would that fit in, and what type of penalty would that trapper face if he didn't have that?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that's not a decision we make, obviously. I believe that's Supreme Court makes that decision. But I will say generally, like hunter education, for example, it most likely would end up in line with that.
And just one more, thank you. How many trappers down here in Unit 2, do you think would be required to do this? Are we talking about a handful, 20, 30, or more?
Through the chair, Member Loring, I believe the number of wolf trappers in Unit 2 has fluctuated through time, obviously, but that's been somewhere between, I want to say, 12 and 25 or so trappers. I'd have to reference my notes to get a more specific answer for you.
Thank you.
Other questions for Vice Chair Hoffman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question to the department on if we move forward with this proposal as written and it states here online, if for me, and again, you just stated maybe 12 to 25 people or trappers this might impact, but some people might have a fundamental, issue against owning a computer or whatever for a couple people that may fall in that category. Or do we have other options, or are we stuck to this online thing?
Director.
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, it's a challenge, and we recognize that, even with current quiz requirements or education type requirements, I feel like it's pretty safe to say that having access to a device, a computer, whether in our office or at a library or something like that, would address the majority of the needs. However, if we do find somebody, we do try to work it out. We understand that people don't have the means sometimes to have those. They may have a fundamental concern. However, I hesitate to commit to developing a paper copy per se or a paper test at this point until we dig into it more.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So with that being said, if we move forward with this and with the online thing kind of being the way we would have to go with this, and maybe this would require some of the other trappers coming into the office to take it on the computer, if they don't own a computer or not. But the time frame, to me, if we're going to stick to the online one, maybe it should be stretched out a little bit, maybe, to give them opportunity to come in and take the test, if that's something that hinders them.
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, first off, it's going to take us a while to put it together, right? And I agree with Mark and other comments that we would want to collaborate with local trappers. You know, this was submitted by a local advisory committee. They have good knowledge and able to help us out with that, as well as the Alaska Trappers Association if it's adopted. So, you know, we're going to, if the board moves to adopt this, we'll likely ask for delayed implementation for it. It gives us enough time to get it going, probably come back, talk to the board about it, things like that. So I think we're going to build in some time before it would become a significant issue for an individual.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Okay, so I realize that, but once we get to that point, would we then say you have a year to get your, to do that course? Or, because my point is that a lot of different circumstances could come into play, and maybe it could take several years for a couple of them to come in.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Hoffman, my apologies for misunderstanding the question. I don't know about a couple years, but I think we can certainly build in a significant amount of time from the finished product to when it would be required.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just don't think there's a cost benefit to this proposal. I think the department and the handful of trappers that we have down here would once a year potentially get together and communicate amongst each other, without having significant amount of dollars in building a online program for a dozen people to take and pass. And the money would be much more spent having an afternoon or 3/4 of a day discussing with new trappers and old trappers, how to avoid bycatch. I think, it's also included in our subsistence findings that, that the passing of traditional knowledge on to the next people in line for trapping, well fits into that. When we made a positive C&T finding on that, that was one of the criteria that we used. And I'm sure it's used today. I think this is just overkill, and it's very costly to the department. And there's much better way of skinning this cat, no pun intended.
Yeah, I guess I'll get my thoughts on out there too. I've always been against all of these online courses. I think they're, to be quite honest, most cases ridiculous. A young girl that's learning to trap from her grandpa needs to pass an online course, and then elders and old timers all the time remind me that actions we take here at this board affect them where they live out in the bush, and I think it's an undue burden. My thoughts. Member Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with you and Member Barrett. I do believe that education is great opportunities for the public, and I know that ATA as well as the department, they have lots of great resources out there, so I believe that we already have enough established. I don't believe that we need to establish a quiz presented for Unit 2. So if we need to look at more education opportunities, I think that's the best way to go.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of want to go in a different direction. I think that this is a good proposal. There may be an individual or two that may be inconvenienced, but I think that can be taken care of with a time frame. But I think this education and requiring trappers, and I just see this as a foot in the door to go even further, because we have considerable concern around the state with user conflicts with trapping, and those concerns we constantly see, like the very next proposal we're going to have, trap identification tags and setbacks and everything, and all those proposals keep coming in, and people are losing dogs, and we're getting incidental take of animals. And if we can mitigate some of those problems by requiring education, I think we can go a long ways to mitigate those problems by doing this. And I just think that we think we're going to be affecting some longtime trappers, but we're also going to be affecting new trappers. That's where the problem's at. And those are the ones that need to learn and understand all the things that would be involved in a training program. So I'm definitely in favor of it. Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I recognize Member Loring's points, but we have in at least the last 10 years, through voluntary education and two opposing groups, mission statement-wise or ideology-wise, have met together, and there's been great headway into, user conflicts being lessened without having government coming in and demanding something from everybody with this paper cutter, video or identifications or education classes. They're not always perfect. They're just cookie cutters. So it's much better to have voluntarism, have the trappers involved, locally to, like I mentioned, just one option, once a year, have a, potluck and educational day for, encouraging new trappers to come and listen to old trappers. And, that's all part of, what subsistence is about also, is sharing and passing on that traditional knowledge. So, I'm still opposed to that.
Member Loring.
Just one more comment. We've heard here today numerous times how the goat quizzes cut down the nanny goat take. And same thing with sublegal moose and brow tines and some of the other mandatory ones have really helped. There's been positive movement on solving the problems that the quizzes were designed to solve. And I think this is the same thing. I think we'll have positive movement in solving some of these problems by putting this in place. Thank you.
Other question, Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the department. Does the department have any existing publications on trapping, something, an introduction to trapping, information about trapping? I know ATA has a lot of information. We've talked about, generational knowledge being passed down and experience being passed down. That's all key. But I think for the public concern on this topic, maybe the new trapper, is there any, what are the resources from the department on any publications or introductions to trapping?
Go ahead, Russ.
Through the chair, Member Gardner, yeah, good question. We certainly do have educational materials, especially online, and we have pamphlets. We often in Southeast do presentations to the public about mitigating human user conflicts, folks that have pets, and we get folks from the ATA involved with those and other members of the community, and they're really successful, so we certainly do have those.
Any other, Member Brett?
Yeah, I almost forgot one of the most modern things out there is social media. There is countless sites and blogs that answer many young trapper or inexperienced trappers on how to and where to and what not to, all over the internet these days. I visit a few, every day, and yeah, if people want education, it's out there, and it wouldn't cost the department a thing.
Member Batesville.
Yeah, and reviewing the public comment from the ACs on the island and stuff, I really, really encourage some kind of program to be put together, but I don't know if I can support requiring online training. That hopefully this would happen in the community with the people that have proposed this.
Further questions, comments from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The comments given to the board indicate there may be an increased cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Art, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 53. Garner.
No.
Loring.
Yes.
Fletcher.
No.
Muller.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Pagel.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Motion fails, 1 in favor, 6 against, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 54, require identification tags to be attached to traps and snares in Unit 2.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you're ready, Mark.
Good morning, Board. Again, Mark Williamson, Assistant Area Biologist for Ketchikan. I have the privilege of providing a presentation on a subject that has a long and storied Board of Game history. So, Proposal 54 would require trappers in Game Management Unit 2 to affix identification materials to traps that identify the owner of the trap. These are colloquially termed trap tags. This is a public proposal that the department is neutral on. As a reminder, there's a positive, customary, and traditional use finding for fur bearers in Unit 2 with an amount necessary for subsistence of 90% of the harvestable portion of the population. Currently in the state of Alaska, there is no requirement for trappers to affix identification materials to their traps. However, there has been a long history of proposals to the Board of Game requiring trap identification, so I'll provide a brief history here. Proposals seeking to implement trap tag requirements were failed until the 2000 Interior Board of Game meeting, where the adoption of a proposal resulted in trap ID requirements in Units 12 and 20E, and then the Fairbanks Management Area was added to this list at the 2002 Interior Board of Game meeting. In Southeast, trap identification requirements were implemented after 2 proposals were adopted by the board at the 2002 Southeast meeting, and then were standardized across Units 1 through 5 at the 2006 Southeast meeting. 10 years later, a proposal adopted by the board at the 2016 statewide meeting repealed all trap ID requirements statewide, and all other proposals to establish trap ID requirements have since failed. Many other states in the U.S. also require trap identification tags, and just a note, I said 43 states here, but Alaska obviously does not require trap ID tags, so that's actually 42 states. Yeah, most other states in the U.S. do require trap ID tags. The only ones that don't are California, Florida, Hawaii, Indiana, Louisiana, South Dakota, and Texas. And just to note that fur trapping is not allowed in California and Hawaii, so there are no traps on the landscape to ID. An important consideration for this proposal is that trappers in Unit 2 who are federally qualified may trap under federal regulations on federal land, which makes up 80% of Unit 2, and there's no federal requirement to have trap ID tags affixed to your traps. So the proposal may have limited impact if the board, if adopted, unless a corresponding proposal were adopted by the Federal Subsistence Board. Just some pros and cons here. Trap ID tags can be helpful in certain circumstances. For instance, a trapper might be contacted if a trap has successfully caught an animal or incidentally trapped a pet. And requiring identification tags may increase compliance with trapping regulations and discourage setting traps in irresponsible or prohibited locations. However, concerns expressed by the public about the requirement of trap ID tags include the tampering of legal sets, theft of traps for use in illegal trapping activities, a financial cost to trappers to purchase tags, and a potentially reduced trapping success as a result of animals perhaps detecting the tag somehow between visual cues or smell. So again, this is Proposal 54, which would require trappers in Game Management Unit 2 to affix trap tags to their traps that identify the owner of the trap. This is a public proposal. Department is neutral on, as there's no biological concern, and issues related to traps being set out of season are an enforcement issue best handled by the wildlife troopers. However, just a note here, marking tools used to take fish and game resources is not without precedent. For example, shellfish traps and pots must be marked with an angler's first initial and last name, home address, and vessel registration number.
Thank you for that. George?
Yes, I should add to the record that you know, if this, you know, is the board's statutory responsibility of subsistence law, it should consider whether or not subsistence regulations continue to provide regional opportunity for subsistence uses as the proposal is adopted. I believe there's earlier discussions about a barrier and a burden that can be tags for subsistence users. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mark, I know a few of the failed trap tag areas or areas where they were required. Do you have a general idea why most areas that required trap tags at one time failed in the future?
Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Barrett. So Southeast Alaska was the only place that had them required. And at a statewide meeting with 0 Southeast representation, the board removed all marking requirements for trapping. And so, you know, it happened without us being there and to provide input. It was something that the Southeast region ultimately agreed on, but that's how that went away.
Other board members? I guess I might have a question for George or Dr. Weta or somebody back there. So in the earlier presentation, we were talking about grouse. One of the methods for taking grouse was a long-handled snare. And this proposal here talks about snares. Is there any history of using a long-handled snare to take like a fur bear?
Mr. Chair, let's continue on to consideration, and I'll work with staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Questions? Member Brett.
Yes, I use a long-handled snare when I got a lynx in my trap, in a leg hold trap.
So clarification, that would need to be tagged.
Not as of yet.
Other questions from board members? Comments from board members? I guess I should come right out and say probably there'll be a cost to public if we adopt this proposal. There'll be some additional cost in the cost statement section of this. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm opposed to this proposal. One, it's going to separate the people down here in Southeast because only 80% or only 20% of the land is state-owned, and this regulation would only apply to those on state land, and everybody else would still, the other 80% of land is federally owned, and they wouldn't be obliged to have traps on their tags. So I'd rather keep things uniform and simple. I think there's, you know, a reason why there was a lot of failure on trap tags. There was a lot of issue. We had them in Tok at one time, and some of the same concerns that were mentioned in public comments and testimony with trap theft and people tampering, you know, is one of the reasons they got rid of trap tags in Tok.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting, you know, there is a long history, and I appreciate the example from Tok, and obviously I had the example from Southeast Alaska. I agree with Mark. It largely does impact the enforcement of trapping regulations, but I think this is the appropriate time to recognize that, you know, the trappers on Prince of Wales came forward. I'm aware of the folks who talked to the Craig AC about the education aspect. I don't recall who the proposer is for this proposal. This is all about incidental take, and it's really about deer on Prince of Wales Island. And, you know, we've scratched our head about deer. I'm not saying that's going to fix it. However, it might identify the people who either need some help in learning how to trap or people who leave snares out, traps out in the field. I totally agree that, you know, trap tags will keep honest trappers honest, and I believe the 99.9999% of folks are on the up and up. But, you know, I would just want to say I appreciate the effort by the trappers, and some longtime wolf trappers worked on these two proposals, and I appreciate that.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've always been a proponent of trap tags, and enforcement was a major push on the Tok. And actually that proposal came from the Tok AC to put those tags, and it was for snares. And it was addressing a bycatch problem, a major bycatch problem up there that mostly with road trappers. And I don't know why that went away but The costs, they're minimal, they're cheap. I did some research on that, and a trapper can buy 100 tagged for like $15, metal tags, already engraved with whatever number you put on it, so I don't really see a cost issue, but I just think that the population in Alaska is changing, and we're dealing with more and more changing in values and other things across and I think the whole country is. You know, we're losing trappers, we're losing hunters, the number of participants going down, the number of non-consumptive users going up, and I think we just need to look at how we can mitigate and keep trapping a viable way of doing things, you know, if everybody's been doing it, and harvesting and all the benefits that trapping provides, and not end up with a constant battle with a changing demographic in Alaska. So I've always been a supporter of trap tags just because I really think that they would cut down on some of the issues that we're facing every day. Thank you.
George?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation to Member Brett's question, no, we did not find a reference to a long handle snares in the C&T worksheet, but that's not to say that no one used them. We just don't know of it at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Vice Chair Hoffman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I completely agree with Member Loring that it could be highly beneficial, but for me, the problems that would call into play once we did this, and I can think of lots of them, and you know, I don't think I could be in support of this.
Other board members, Member Batesville?
Yeah, I agree with Member Loring as well, and I know the folks that put this together and the situation on Prince of Wales, and I would support this proposal. If anybody needs any trap tags, I've got piles left over for the last bunch I bought.
Member Mueller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually agree with Member Loring as well. I have seen on social media or different, talking with different trappers, it might be an opportunity where you just have a number that was listed on the tag as opposed to a name. So that is one route that, you know, could be acceptable. Or, you know, trappers might just want to put tags on them themselves where it's not required. So that can also be, you know, something that trappers do. It's just a different way of, you know, looking at what these proposals are as we continue to see them around the state. But at this time today, I'm not going to support this proposal.
Did you have something, Captain Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess since enforcement was brought up, I figured I should at least weigh in, and I think the department brings up an excellent point that, you know, every other, we call it anonymous means of harvesting in the state, shellfish, you know, pots, stuff like that, there's identification requirements. This is the only method in the state of Alaska that doesn't require an identification. So when, you know, there was a lot of talk in other proposals about incidental take and illegal take, and I'll just note for the board that absent large amounts of investigation and trooper time, having traps and snares marked is the only viable means that enforcement has to determine who may have actually set that trap or snare. And I understand and agree there are concerns that somebody may take a trap or snare and move it. I've trapped. Most, I think, skilled trappers probably don't want to mess with somebody else's dirty, nasty trap or snare. To actually catch something. I suppose there could be a conflict where somebody would want to do that. But the same argument could be made with, you know, hey, I don't like that guy throwing a shrimp pot, I'm going to throw extra shrimp pots out and get him in trouble for an over limit. I'm not aware of anybody going to that much trouble. I'll just also mention personal experience. I was in Tok as the trooper for 5 years during the tagging. I'm not aware of any instance of trap theft that was reported to me during that time.
Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll kind of address Captain Johnson's issue with crab pots, shrimp pots, set nets, anything that requires somebody out fishing to have their credentials on a buoy, is when you pull those or check those, you haven't disturbed a set. Unlike traps, if somebody comes in, starts pulling up a trap, do it uncleanly, and don't put it back the right way, they've actually been, tampering with disenfranchising the trapper that put that trap there on a purpose in the way he did it. And, as far as bycatch, yeah, we absolutely hear about bycatch, but when we come to these meetings, we never really have any information on it. It's all anecdotal, so we don't actually know how much bycatch is actually going on by trappers. It's, an incident here or there. Nobody's actually coming to the table with some data and documentation to see how big of a problem it really is.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we move forward with this proposal 54 as written, not trying to be silly here, but would we be required to identify rat traps and mouse traps?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, just because you were looking my way, I assume that was for me. I think that would be a board determination. I don't believe so, but that would certainly depend on how broadly the board wanted to define trapping and whether it was an activity that required a trapping license, for an example, because obviously mouse, rats, that kind of stuff don't require a trapping license.
There are questions from Member Garner.
Yeah, I believe the tagging and identification is it's inexpensive, it's easily applicable. Once it's on, and it's an easy method to help law enforcement with their enforcement and identification. And I think as far as, the stealing of a trap and the unlawful of a trap, I know that's a very minimal, but if your trap is identified, normally you run a trap line. If somebody steals your trap, they're not going to stick it on your line. They're going to stick it somewhere else, and it's going to be knowingly that that's not your trap. So I would be in favor of this proposal.
I had a quick question for Director Scott, just to be clear. If we adopt this proposal, will people have their gear in the field right now? Could they be ticketed?
Mr. Chairman, we'd ask for a delayed implementation again, primarily because it would be a change, right? And we recognize that. The trapping seasons are open, so it's an excellent point. This won't go into effect till July 1st, though, so, maybe we won't ask for delayed implementation, but, yeah, it wouldn't be applicable right now.
And if we were to adopt this regulation, would it be, and we had enough discussion here on the record with the board to say, hey, listen, we would like a year grace period where people aren't going to be ticketed for this, would that suffice or would that not?
Mr. Chairman, that's a question for the Alaska Wildlife Troopers.
What do you think, Captain Johnson?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, when new regs like this come into effect, we always take that stuff into account and try to give a more than lengthy grace period. And as the director stated, it wouldn't even go into effect until July 1st, essentially, next trapping season. And, we try to do education the first year or so. If there's a new requirement, reach out to folks and let them know kind of what we're looking for. And then if I may, I wanted to address what Member Barrett stated and certainly acknowledge that very accurate point. And I won't deny we've had instances where troopers have done what they shouldn't have done, which was disturb sets. And in my mind, the way it would work with us is the only time we're going to be actually looking for stuff like that is when there's either a incidental take, so the set's already sprung, clearly illegal, so we're probably going to have to pull it anyways, or at a time where the trapper set's already been disturbed by either, again, an incidental catch of a non-target species or something like that. Now, can I sit here and say that what he stated would never happen? No, we have people that are maybe a little overly aggressive, and I'll acknowledge that's happened in the past. And I think, there's been enough comment about it that hopefully all of our people know that's not how we would do business. A good majority of our troopers are trappers. I've been a trapper. Nothing would upset me more, but certainly we end up with folks that just don't have that experience, and that's on us to educate them better.
Thank you for that. Member Brett.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The other thing that I'd like to put out here is when there's an incidental catch of a non-target species, or moose, caribou, deer, and catching one of those in your snare trap, you haven't broke the law technically. There's there's steps in regulation that tell you what to do, and having a trap tag or not, you know, there's no reason for somebody to come and check to see who caught this moose and it's dead laying there, because it happens. You know, the board and the state has recognized that it happens, and there's not a citation there. Now, there has been incidences where trappers have been, you know, maybe overdone it with catching moose in their area. But again, trappers are, you know, like the deer hunters down here. You put a boat in a bay and they're like, hey, you're in my spot. You know, trappers have trap lines. The road system's a little more difficult, but, you know, you go to the interior and ask a couple, 3 trappers who's trapping off this mile marker or in this area, you're gonna come up with a name or two real quick. And so the trap ID tag isn't, you know, any more information that they need. And not all incidental take or bycatch is prosecutable. Or, I'll just leave it at that.
Other board members? Questions? More questions, intent? Oh, Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just maybe for clarification, we should come up with a plan then. If this does pass, what information would be on the tag?
Captain Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, we've always offered to the board that the easiest and most secure solution, and secure as far as like a trapper not having to clearly identify themselves, is either a driver's license number or what we call an absent ID number, which for any of us that's over about 45 years of age, they're the same. Once you get younger than that, then they're 2 different numbers. But only law enforcement agencies would have access to that number, and of course the person themselves, so it's secure.
I guess my only comment for that would be if a person's young enough, they don't have a driver's license, but.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can address that. If there are plenty of newborns who have absent ID numbers, essentially whenever somebody has their first contact with law enforcement, for whatever reason, it could be as a backseat passenger in a car accident, they'll get a number assigned to them, and they can actually go in and request to have that done. So it doesn't require having a license or a permit.
Other questions from board members? And Member Mueller brings up a good point. And how do we address that? Do we have to have like a motion, or do we just ask for unanimous consent on accepting those if we were to adopt the proposal? Or an amendment? You want to maybe make an amendment, Member Mueller? You brought it up.
Okay, help me through it. Mr. Chair, proposal number 54, I move to amend that the trapper identification tag would register as not a name and phone number, but the, what is it? The absent ID number.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion from the board on that amendment. Member Loring?
Yeah, thank you. And one more thing, anybody gets a state ID card, that's also the same absent ID number. So not just a driver's license or a contact, but if somebody doesn't have a driver's license but has a state ID card, that's the same number, the same absent number. So that's a good way to do it. And the general public, if for some reason they wanted to harass a trapper, they could not tell who that trap belonged to, but just the 6-digit number that's on a tag. So I would support the amendment.
Any other further discussion on the amendment? If not,
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment.
On the amendment, Mueller,
Yes.
Hoffman,
Yes.
Garner,
Yes.
Batesville,
Yes.
Loring,
Yes.
Fletcher,
Yes.
Barrett.
No.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 against, Mr. Chair.
All right, we have amended proposal in front of us, and further discussion on the proposal. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still don't want to separate Alaskans. Some have to have ID tags down here, some don't. I think that's a real disenfranchisement, requiring one user group to have them and the other one not to.
Other discussion from board members, comments, intent? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The comments given to the board indicate there may be an increased cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you roll call the board, please? Art?
Final action on Proposal 54 as amended. Hoffman.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Loring.
Yes.
Fletcher.
No.
Garner.
Yes.
Bechtel.
Yes.
Mueller.
No.
Motion fails, 3 in favor, 4 against. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 55, prohibit the use of night vision and infrared devices for taking fur bears in Unit 2.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and, Director Scott. Earlier in the region-wide meeting, we took some action on this topic. How does this proposal differ from that?
To the chair, you took action on a region-wide proposal for prohibiting night vision during any open deer season in Region 1. These are very similar proposals to those two region-wide proposals, but would only impact Unit 2. So considering action taken on prior proposals, these may be moot.
I would probably say that we could take no action on these next proposals. Do other board members agree with that? I'm looking up and down the line here, and I'm getting a lot of head nodding, so we can take no action on those two.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 55 and Proposal 56 due to previous action of the board.
Second.
Moved and seconded, and we'll take no action on those. And we'll take a break. Come back here in 15 minutes, and we'll get into the Ketchikan area we'll get into the next group of proposals. ask all the board members to make their way back to the table, and we're getting ready to get into the Petersburg area update, the overview. So whenever you guys are ready, take it away. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Frank Robbins. I'm the Petersburg area biologist. Hillary Wood is our program tech, and Hillary is certainly integral to the success of the office. The Petersburg area office manages Unit 1B and Unit 3. Both units are about 3,000 square miles. With Unit 1B located on the central southeast Alaska mainland, and Unit 3 consisting of several islands within the central panhandle, the largest being Kupernoff, followed by Kuyu, Wrangell, Edelin, Midcoff, and Zarembo Islands. Petersburg on Midcoff Island has the largest population in the area with 3,000 residents, followed by the town of Wrangell with 2,000, and the village of Cake on Kupernoff Island with 550 residents. Big game species in the Petersburg area include deer, moose, mountain goat on the mainland in Unit 1B, elk on Edelin and Zarembo Islands in Unit 3, black bear, brown bear, and wolves. Fur bearers in the Petersburg area include marten, river otter, wolf, beaver, mink, ermine, and wolverine. The higher density of wolverines in the Petersburg area are on the mainland in Unit 1B. Marten are the most trapped fur bearer in both units. Small game species in the area include waterfowl, sooty grouse, and ptarmigan. Unit 1B includes the Stickeen River, and the Stickeen River Delta is a very popular waterfowl hunting destination. Hunting for sooty grouse or hooters is also a popular spring hunting activity. The Petersburg office administers what is currently the largest moose hunt in southeast Alaska, the RM038 Moose Registration Hunt. The RM038 hunt includes Unit 1B, Unit 3, and a very small portion of southern Unit 1C. Over 1,000 hunters registered for the RM038 hunt. Units 1B and Unit 3 combined have a positive C&T and an ANS of 40. This slide describes the RM038 harvest between 2015 and 2024. The moose harvest increased over this period, with the harvest exceeding 100 animals all of these years, with a high of 141 bulls harvested in 2023. The ANS was achieved each of these years, and the non-resident harvest averaged about 3 moose annually and ranged between less than 1% to about 3% of the total harvest. This slide depicts the RM038 moose harvest by unit between 2015 and 2024. The Unit 3 harvest is represented in white, the Unit 1B in yellow, and the Unit 1C in orange. Unit 3 harvest increased steadily over this period, while the Unit 1B harvest was relatively stable. During the 2024 season, 71% of the harvest, or 94 bulls, were harvested in Unit 3, 28%, or 37 bulls, in Unit 1B, and 1% in Unit 1C. This is a reversal from just 20 years ago when the preponderance of the harvest occurred on the mainland in Unit 1B. This reversal can be described by the westward expansion of the moose distribution across the islands within Unit 3. This westward shift in the moose harvest is most striking relative to Kuyu Island. A decade ago, the Kuyu harvest ranged from 1 to 4 bulls, compared to last season when 27 bulls were harvested on Kuyu, or about 20% of the total RM038 harvest. And the Kuyu moose harvest has averaged about 27 over the last 5 years. Every moose harvested during the RM038 hunt is required to be checked by an ADF&G representative. At check-in, department personnel collect harvest information, assess antler configuration, and collect a tooth for aging. In recent years, about 10% of the bull moose harvested annually have not met the RM038 antler restrictions and have been classified as illegal. This declined to 4.3% in 2020, but increased again to 10.3% in 2022. Our goal is to stay below 10%, and we have attempted to accomplish this through outreach and education. ADF&G staff, along with local troopers, attempt to hold in-person legal moose identification workshops annually, and we've offered education events online. Last season, the department partnered with Alaska Wildlife Troopers to hold an antler judging seminar in Cake and Wrangell. Deer occur in both Unit 1B and Unit 3. Both units have a positive CNT with the ANS in Unit 1B being 40 to 50, and the Unit 3 ANS being 150 to 175. The deer distribution in Unit 1B on the mainland is patchy, but deer are widespread on the islands in Unit 3. The graph on the left describes the Unit 1B deer harvest between 2015 and 2024. The average harvest over this time period was 96, with an average of 82 over the last 5 years. The 2021 deer harvest of 139 was the highest in 25 years, and likely a result of heavy December snow pushing deer down to the shoreline. Total mortality associated with the heavy December snow of 2021 has likely impacted the Unit 1B harvest in subsequent years. The graph on the upper right describes the Unit 3 deer harvest over the same time period. Between 2015 and 2024, an average of 806 deer were harvested in Unit 3, with an average of 897 deer harvested over the last 5 years. The Unit 3 estimated deer harvest has exceeded 700 over the last 6 seasons. And because the deer season concludes in November for all of Unit 3 outside of the archery-only Petersburg Management Area, there was no increase in harvest associated with the heavy snow in December 2021. The estimated 958 deer harvested in 2023 and 1,140 deer harvested in 2024 were the highest deer harvest seen in Unit 3 in decades. In 2021, we began a trail camera pilot project to estimate trends in Sitka black-tailed deer abundance on Mitkoff Island. The hope is that trail cameras will provide an economical method to collect more precise information on population trend, as well as deer demographic information. This image depicts 40 random locations within winter deer habitat on Mitkoff Island, where we have placed trail cameras. Once deployed, the cameras remain in place throughout the year, with batteries replaced and SD cards retrieved during the summer, and trail camera photos are reviewed the following winter. So between 2021 and 2022, we installed 40 cameras on Mitkoff Island. The trail cameras are designed to replace deer pellet counts to estimate annual deer population trends. We hope to be able to develop annual age and sex ratio estimates. We're also assessing the potential of using trail camera technology to monitor other species. Developing moose population information in the coastal rainforest habitat of southeast Alaska is a challenge. We've collected several moose photos in conjunction with the Deer Pilot Project. We hope to develop trail camera methodology that will help us to assess moose population trends as well. In addition to deer and moose, we've captured several images of bears and wolves that have helped to better describe the distribution of predators on Mitkoff Island. Black bears are widespread in Unit 3, and the unit has a positive CNT and an ANS of 15 to 20, and about 75% of the Unit 3 black bear hunters are non-residents. This slide describes the Unit 3 black bear harvest between 2015 and 2024. An average of 161 black bears were harvested over this period. Two drawing hunts were implemented in Unit 3 for non-guided non-residents in 2012. We are currently issuing 40 drawing permits for Kuyu Island and 70 for Kupernoff Island. Males make up about 80% of the Unit 3 harvest, and the average skull size was about 18 inches. This slide describes the Unit 1B and Unit 3 wolf harvest between 2015 and 2024, with Unit 1B in orange and Unit 3 in green. During this 10-year period, the Unit 1B wolf harvest averaged 15, with an average of 16 wolves over the last 5 years. The Unit 1B harvest can be variable due to weather conditions, with most trappers accessing the area via boat. Over this period, an average of 45 wolves were harvested and sealed from Unit 3, with an average of 37 wolves over the last 5 years. Like Unit 1B, the Unit 3 wolf harvest can be variable due to weather conditions. This slide represents the cumulative reported wolf harvest by month in Unit 1B between 2020 and 2024. Over this 5-year period, 81 wolves were reported harvested in Unit 1B. The hunting season in the unit runs from August 1st through May 31st for the area south of Bradfield Canal and the East Fork of the Bradfield River, and August 1st to April 30th for the remainder of the unit. The trapping season runs from November 1st to April 30th. The majority of wolves reported over this period were taken during the month of December, followed by March and January. Similar to the previous slide, this slide represents the cumulative reported wolf harvest by month in Unit 3 between 2020 and 2024. Over this 5-year period, 187 wolves were reported harvested in Unit 3. The hunting season in the unit runs from August 1st through May 31st, and the trapping season from November 1st to April 30th. The majority of wolves reported during this period were taken during the months of January through March. In spring of 1987, 33 Roosevelt elk were translocated from Oregon to Dewey Anchorage on southwest Edelin Island, and 17 Rocky Mountain elk were translocated also to Edelin Island. Elk transplanted on Edelin Island eventually made their way and established a small population on Zarembo Island. Currently, both Zarembo and Edelin Island are open to elk hunting. On Edelin Island, there is one September archery-only drawing hunt, two 2-week unrestricted weapon drawing hunts in October, and a 2-week registration hunt in November. Starting in 2024, a new unrestricted weapon drawing hunt was held on Zarembo with 1 permit issued. Between 2015 and 2021, an average of 6 bulls were harvested annually on Edelin Island, with most bulls being harvested during the unrestricted weapon drawing hunts. 1 bull was reported harvested on Zarembo Island in 2024, and Unit 3 has a negative C&T finding for elk. So after the last board meeting in 2023, we started a new elk project on Zarembo Island. The goal of this project was to develop a minimum estimate of bull elk on Zarembo Island using trail cameras and unique antler characteristics to help inform permit numbers. The Alaska Board of Game established the new Zarembo Island elk drawing hunt in 2023 with permit numbers determined by the department. No data are available to make meaningful population composition estimates, and to date, the greatest number of elk observed on Zarembo was 36 in 2004. 2021, a total of 34 elk were observed near Point St. John. We deployed cameras on Zarembo Island using habitat use information collected from a cow that was collared between 2008 and 2010, combined with aerial survey data and ground observations, along with anecdotal information on elk movements. We identified about 20 bulls in 2023 and close to 20 bulls in 2024 using unique antler characteristics alone. Plan to serve, excuse me. I plan to service the cameras again in April 2026 after all the antlers have dropped. We will relocate and or increase the total number of cameras if needed, and investigate if the current camera density is sufficient to develop a population estimate. And I intend to install cameras on Edelin Island to monitor elk as well. The Petersburg area has one registration mountain goat hunt on the mainland in Unit 1B, the RG004. This slide represents the RG004 harvest between 2015 and 2024. Unit 1B has a positive C&T finding with an ANS of 5 to 10 mountain goats. Over this period, an average of 22 goats were harvested, with an average of 21 harvested during the first 5 years of the period, increasing to an average of 24 over the last 5 years. The nanny harvest increased between 2019 and 2021, mostly harvested by local residents. As a result, we've been actively encouraging RG004 recipients to target billies, and I believe the mandatory goat quiz has helped as well. Unfortunately, weather has prohibited us from completing some annual goat surveys in recent years. However, we were recently able to survey the four goat survey areas in Unit 1B last October, and the results were comparable to previous survey results. For both spring and fall brown bear seasons in Unit 1B and Unit 3, though most of the brown bears harvested in the Petersburg area are harvested in Unit 1B, typically in the Bradfield Canal area. The brown bear harvest in 1B averages around 3 bears annually. Between 2015 and 2024, a total of 7 brown bears were harvested in Unit 3 by hunters. 6 brown bears were harvested during the spring registration hunt, and 1 brown bear harvested during the fall hunt. There's a positive C&T finding for brown bears in Unit 1B and Unit 3 combined, with an ANS of 1. I won't go over the mountain lion stuff. I think we've already covered that previously. I think that concludes my presentation.
Hey, thank you for that. Questions from board members? I guess I'll start off with a few. Frank, this general area that we're talking about here, is there large evidence like clear cuts of, I mean, has logging been done in the past, or we still have areas of this country that's in that transition between, returning to old growth?
To the chair, yes. Rainbow Island was extensively logged. North end of QU Island, parts of Mikoff, some of those cuts are at this point 30 to 40 years old and reaching stem exclusion stage.
I know we had a great deer presentation on how a deer, likes those different stages. Would you assume that elk and moose would do the same, or do you think that you could exclude either one of those species?
Certainly moose, the clear cuts would provide forage for moose for, a 20-year period until it reached stem exclusion stage. And I would expect the same for elk.
Thanks for that. Other board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Frank, for that presentation. I got a question for you about the moose in this Unit 1B, Unit 3. Seems like they're more susceptible to horn breakage. Has the department ever done any studies on like the bone density or seeing if there's a mineral deficiency causing this?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, great question. The answer is no. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. Our moose hunt is a month long, and it fully encompasses the rut. And what we see oftentimes is, as the season progresses, more antler breakage. And so I think some of that is associated with the fact that our season fully encompasses the rut. Relative to nutrient deficiencies, I don't have any information on that.
Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On one of your slides, the sublegal moose harvest, I'm seeing roughly a 7% to 10% sublegal take. Do we know, how does that compare in average, higher or lower to the overall state for sublegal take?
Through the chair, Member Garner, let's see, there may be 3 hunts in the state that require hunters to report their moose. So I don't know that in much of the state there's an opportunity to gain numbers. We have the numbers that we have because hunters are required to check their moose in.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. One more quick question about the elk on Zermbro Island. What is the driving factor for keeping that population down? Is the habitat?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, that's a good question. I don't know. What I do know is there was some research done in the past. It was a cow collared. What they saw relative to movements was that cow would stay in May it would go to higher elevations, then October go to lower elevations, and would winter along the north and western shoreline of the island. When I go out and hike around on the island, what I see is evidence of elk on the north end of the island, on the west end of the island, down to Point Nesbitt. But if I go to the east end of the island and Meter Bight, there's no evidence of elk at all. So for some reason, they've largely stay on that north and west end of the island, very localized. And then I think that's why my camera project was, it helped the success of my camera projects because there's no doubt where the elk are. The evidence is really obvious. But why they don't use most of the island, I don't know.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've always wondered this, Frank, and maybe you have the answer to it, is what was the thought process when they were relocating elk in this areas? Why they use 2 different species in the same area?
Through the chair, Member Brett, it's a great answer, and I mean, great question, and I don't have the answer for it. Yeah.
Other questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, back to the sublegal moose, and you said that 8 to 10% were illegal based on antler restrictions. Was that pretty much just the normal, not enough brow tines or not enough, not big enough on the top end, or you have the broken antler issue involved in that? Is that part of that mix?
Through the chair, Member Loring, it is part of the mix, but the majority of the sublegal moose are insufficient number of brow tines.
Thank you.
Other questions for board members? Looking up and down the line here. We don't, thank you very much for that overview, and we'll get into the proposals. And we're rejoined here by the commissioner and Captain Johnson. You got a new face there at the table as well.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Sergeant Cody Lister is joining me at the table. He's the Petersburg Sergeant and Supervisor for this region.
Welcome, Sergeant Lister. We're ready.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 57, change the season bag limit and permit requirement for elk on the Zermbro Island in Unit 3.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you guys are loaded up there, you can take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 57 would create an unlimited antler-restricted registration hunt for elk on Zermbro Island in Unit 3. It's a Wrangell Advisory Committee proposal. The department recommendation is to oppose. The slide describes the current hunt structure for elk on Zermbro Island. The drawing hunt DE 324 open to residents and non-residents with a season of October 1st to October 31st with a bag limit of 1 bull. There's a negative customary traditional finding for Unit 3 elk. This slide represents the proposed hunt structure. The proposal asks for a registration permit hunt open to residents and non-residents with a season of the first Saturday of November to the third Sunday of November with a bag limit of 1 bull with at least 3 points on one side. This map represents Unit 3 shaded in light orange and Zarembo Island, bushy, shrubby, and the Cachevero Islands highlighted in pink, and Edelin Island shaded in blue. Again, in 1987, 50 elk were translocated from Oregon to Edelin Island. Over time, some elk swam to and colonized Zarembo Island. When elk hunting first opened in 1997, the Unit 3 drawing elk hunt area included both Zarembo and Edelin Islands. Currently, Zarembo and Edelin Islands have separate hunts. Hunting elk on Zarembo Island was closed between 2006 and 2023 due to population concerns. It is difficult to effectively survey the area, but based on limited survey data and public reports, the Zarembo elk population is estimated to be about 50 animals. In 2023, the board adopted a new drawing hunt for elk on Zarembo Island. One permit was issued, resulting in the harvest of one bull, and DE 324 permits have increased to 2 for the 2026 season. This slide describes the Unit 3 Zarembo Island elk harvest between 1997 and 2005, with a gap of 18 years, and the reported elk harvest in 2024. During the 5 years prior to the Zarembo being closed to hunting because of population concerns, the reported elk harvest averaged 4.6 bulls. In 2023, I placed trail cameras on Zarembo Island in an attempt to develop a minimum estimate of bull numbers. These photos represent what we expect in the development and structure of elk antlers by age. Typically, yearling or 18-month-old bulls will have spike antlers. 2.5 to 4.5-year-old bulls will have a minimum of 3 points per side. And by the age of 5 years old, we see bulls with 5 or more points per side. For all the Unit 3 elk hunts, we request that successful hunters provide us with a photo of their bull, and they are required to provide the front teeth on a 5-inch section of lower jaw. We then pull the teeth and send them to a laboratory for aging. I reviewed the photos of every harvested bull for which we have age data and counted points on both antlers. This graph represents the average number of antler points per side by age of 94 bulls harvested in Unit 3. As expected, 1.5-year-old bulls or yearlings averaged 1 point per side. 2.5-year-old bulls averaged 4 points per side, and 3.5 and 4.5-year-old bulls averaged between 4 and 5 points, and 5.5-year-old and older bulls averaged 5 points per side. We anticipate harvest success would be higher on Zarembo Island than Edelin Island because of greater access via widespread logging roads. There's between 80 to 100 miles of logging roads on Zarembo Island. Trail cameras images show that bulls other than 1.5-year-old spikes have at least 3 points on each antler. The hunt structures proposed would likely not be sustainable. If adopted, this would be the first elk hunt with antler restrictions in the state. Concern exists that elk are being illegally harvested on Zarembo Island during Edelin Island drawing and registration permit hunts. This additional unreported harvest from a relatively small population of elk compromises the long-term stability of the Zarembo Island elk herd. In 2020, the Federal Subsistence Board determined that rural residents of Units 1 through 5 have customary traditional use of elk on federal lands in Unit 3. Proposals have been submitted to establish federal subsistence elk hunts in Unit 3, and in 2022, the Federal Subsistence Board established registration elk hunt in Unit 3 outside of Edelin, Zarembo, bushy shrubby, and the Cachevero Islands, open to residents of Units 1 through 5. Again, this proposal would create an unlimited antler-restricted registration hunt for elk on Zarembo Island in Unit 3. Wrangell Advisory Committee proposal and the department recommendation is opposed. The department is opposed to this proposal based on remote game camera data, most bulls older than 1.5-year-old have at least 3 points on each antler. The hunt structure as proposed would likely not be sustainable and lead to a conservation concern if adopted. This will be the first elk hunt, if adopted, this will be the first elk hunt with antler restrictions in the state.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Member Batesville.
Thank you for that presentation. So do you feel that it's unsustainable? So you identified 26 bulls or something like that. So the percentage of those that would have 3 tines or better in their antlers is a limiting factor in the herd dynamics?
So, through the chair, Member Batesville, last 2 years, we estimated through the trail camera data about 20 bulls each year. About 15 of them being branch antler bulls and roughly 5 being spikes. As proposed, all 15 of those bulls would be eligible, or every bull that's greater than 1.5 years old would be eligible for harvest.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for law enforcement. I read in AC Peterburg's minutes that, Sergeant Lister believed that there was significant poaching still going on in the islands. Could you explain what significant is?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Brett, I think the term significant would be related to the population as a whole. I know we made one successful case, I believe, just this last year that involved 3 people. 3 people and 1 elk, and without getting into details, there are others that are currently ongoing for the same reason. So in such a compressed sort of amount of time, that to us would be significant.
Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Frank, on Zarembo, going over some of the notes and public testimony, there's some belief that there's competition between the elk and the deer, probably especially in the winter for forage. Can you confirm that, or is that actually going on?
So there has been studies done on Edelin Island on food habits, and we don't have a diverse number of browse species, so there's some overlap between deer and elk. Of course, the elk are able to use higher portions of a shrubby plant. The deer are able to take advantage of maybe lower growing forbs. But it doesn't seem like food is limiting. You know, there seems to be a lot of forage available. The concern might be during a really deep snow year when both elk and deer will be pushed to the shorelines. As I mentioned, the elk on Zarembo, they really use that shoreline habitat in the winter extensively. They move up and down the shoreline. They're highly visible along the shoreline. It's obvious where elk have wintered, and what I would compare it to is, which I'm sure you've seen before, is a drainage where moose have wintered, and all the felt leaf willow has been broomed back. That's what that shoreline corridor looks like, where the elk have moved. But you get off the shoreline just a little bit, and there's an abundance of forage.
Yeah, thank you for that. And so backing up a little bit on some statement you made a little earlier about the elk only inhabiting part of that island, is that the same with the deer as well?
Through Chair Member Hoffman, no, deer are widespread across Zarembo Island.
Thanks for that. As far as road activity goes with these elk, I mean, do they act like other elk? Does a big mature bull collect a harem of cows? What are your observations in the field?
To the chair, yes, that's typical elk behavior, and what I've seen from the cameras, and it's interesting, about the middle of September, third week of September, you'll see cows running by the camera with large bulls trailing behind. So, yeah, I would expect typical elk behavior.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. thank you for being down here again, Frank, and meeting with you. I recognize the federal side had carved out the main 4 islands, and so there was the remainder of Unit 3 that allows an elk harvest by federally qualified users on federal land. Has there been any harvest?
Through the chair, Member Brett, none that I've been told of.
Camera.
Oh, sorry, Kendra.
Through the chair, Member Brett, I was actually just looking at that. We've issued approximately 65 permits over that time frame. Not a single animal has been reported as harvested under those.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Do you ever catch people on your cameras?
Through the chair, Member Brett, yes.
Other questions from board members? Comments? We want to get on the record what the ACs weighed in on this.
This one was supported by the Wrangell AC, which of course proposed it, and opposed by the Ketchikan and Petersburg AC.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to support this proposal. I think if we went down this road, it wouldn't be a sustainable harvest.
Thanks for those comments. Further board member comments? Intent? None being seen here. I'd be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Art, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 57. Loring.
No.
Bechtel.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Muller.
No.
Garner.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 58 due to the action taken on Proposal 57.
Second.
So we got a motion to take no action. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on that. I'm looking up and down the line here. No objections to that. We'll take no action on that proposal.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 59, limit the non-resident permit allocation for elk in Unit 3, or allocation for the Unit 3 elk drawing hunt DE 318 to up to 10% of the available permits.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you guys are ready.
Proposal 59 would limit the non-resident allocation of elk drawing hunt DE 318 to up to 10% of available permits. It's a public proposal. The department recommendation is neutral. You've seen this map before. Represents GM3 and Zerbo Island in pink and Ellen Island in blue. This slide describes the current Ellen Island DE 318 hunt structure. The hunt is open to residents and non-residents, and 25 permits are issued annually. The season runs from September 1st to September 30th, with a bag limit of 1 bull. There's a negative customary traditional finding for elk in Unit 3. As proposed, the DE 318 hunt structure would limit non-resident permits to up to 10% of the total allocated tags, and no DE 318 permits would be available to non-residents if less than 10 total permits are issued. This table describes DE 318 permits by residency between 2015 and 2024. The number of permits awarded to non-residents range from 0 to 4 or 0 to 16% of the permits awarded annually. Over the last 5 years, an average of 338 applications were received for the DE 318 hunt. Of those, an average of 30 were from non-residents, or about 9% of the total applications. This table describes the DE 318 harvest by residency between 2015 and 2024. Over this period, non-residents harvested 2 bull elk, and residents harvested 6. Both residents and non-residents are eligible to obtain all drawing permits in Unit 3 and registration permits for Unit 3 elk. Of the 86 total permits issued to non-resident hunters between 2015 and 2024, only 26 reported hunting and only 3 were successful. Since the creation of the DE 318 drawing hunt in 2003, non-residents have been awarded 30 or 6% of the 531 permits issued and have harvested 2 elk, or 9% of the total DE 318 harvest. Over the last 10 seasons, non-residents have been awarded 19 or 8% of the 250 DE 318 permits issued, and during the same period, the reported non-resident harvest was 2 bull elk. Again, the Federal Subsistence Board has determined that rural residents of Unit 1 through 5 have customary traditional use of elk on federal lands, and proposals have been submitted. The department, again, the effect of this proposal would limit non-resident allocation of elk drawing hunt DE 318 to up to 10% available permits. It's a public proposal. Department's neutral. Department is neutral on this proposal because it is allocated between resident and non-resident user groups. If the board adopts this proposal, the hunts will be assigned individual hunt numbers for residents and non-residents, which will result in non-residents receiving 10% of the total permits available, if more than 10% are advertised.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Does the department use discretionary authority to split this one area into the 3 hunts the next couple proposals address?
Mr. Chairman, we're going to have Natalie join us at the table, keep us all straight.
Thanks. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so similar to what we heard the other day with the goat hunts in this particular area, we do use our discretionary authority to carve the larger piece that the board has adopted into these smaller hunt areas. So again, just like we discussed yesterday, if the board is interested in doing this, it'll be a slightly different way of allocating permits than they've done before.
Thanks for that. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is an incredibly low harvest. Is it just a really hard hunt, or, I mean, there's a couple of years the non-residents, you know, got an elk here and there, and the residents didn't, and then there was a couple successful years of residents getting harvest and non-residents not. So maybe a little more background on how, you know, what's going on out there.
Through the chair, Member Brett, yes, unlike Wrangell, which has, 100 miles of drivable road, the elk on Edlin Island are in a designated wilderness area. It's a extremely tough hunt. Less than 40% of the people that draw the permit go, and then a lot of people that do go are shocked at how difficult it is once they arrive. Yeah.
Thank you, Frank.
Other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. So is it more due to access or just the less effectiveness of the bow hunting methods? I know they always take fewer animals, compared to rifle hunters. And is that what we're seeing here, or do you think it's both?
Through the chair, Member Loring, both. Yeah. The archery hunt may be a little bit easier in the sense that during that hunt period of time in September, the elk can be up high and more visible, but it's getting up there is still a challenge.
There are questions from board members. Member Batesville.
Yeah, Frank, do you see, based on my memory and stuff, like the population is kind of leveled off and is relatively stable right now, and increasing opportunity in the future, at least foreseeable future, is not something that's on the books, or?
Through the chair, Member Basil, super hard to get really good population data. Actually, some of the best information I get is from a contract pilot that I've worked with a lot who has done a lot of wildlife work and happens to be an elk aficionado who calls me regularly. He's concerned that elk numbers have declined and the number of calves have declined. We look at the harvest, the 10-year average is 6, but the last 5 years, the average has been 4. And I should say, I have some concern about some of the elk reported harvest being elk not harvested on Edlin.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. To keep us moving along, I'm not going to be in support of this proposal. I think as we built the record and heard from the area biologist that, it's really tough conditions for hunters to access and to find elk. I think if we potentially wanted to see some more harvest there, that the department could issue more permits for drawing. Thank you.
Thanks for those comments. Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I see the proposal as a, not necessarily the overall harvest, but as a percentage. The proposal is written as limiting non-residents, and based off the data that's provided, that's really not a factor. Most of the time, they're not taking more than 10% of those permits. And I think there's ample local opportunity through this process, plus the federally qualified, which are residents, are receiving those permits. I heard the number 65 with no elk taken, so I would not be in support of this proposal.
I think that Member Loring.
Just to build on Member Gardner's comments, since inception for the DE 318, 6% of the permits went to non-residents, and in the last 10 years, 8% did. And the harvest rate was 9% of the total harvest, so we're definitely within that 10% range without even going to a mandatory allocation number. And we have been ever since the beginning of the hunt. So I'm pretty comfortable with where we're at on this and keeping it status quo.
Thank you for those comments. Member Bastel.
Yeah, I really support additional opportunities for resident hunters, but I don't think they're being limited in any way by the current draw status. And I've hunted this hunt a couple times by archery, and it is tough terrain, and you earn those elk out there. I was not successful.
Thanks for that. With that being said, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding costs to private person if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Art, will you pull the board?
Final action on Proposal 59. Garner.
No.
Loring.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Mueller.
No.
Moore, sorry. Barrett.
No.
Pagel.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposals 60 and 61 due to the action taken on 59.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll ask for unanimous consent on that. We discussed a little bit the discretion that the department has in splitting up those hunt areas. I'm looking up and down the board here. We're all affirming that, so we'll take no action on those two proposals.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 62, limit non-resident permit allocation for Unit 3 elk drawing hunt DE 324 to up to 10% of the available permits.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded whenever you guys are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This Proposal 62 would limit non-resident allocation of elk drawing hunt DE 324 to up to 10% of available permits. It's a public proposal. The department recommendation is neutral. Seen this slide before representing GMU 3s, Rainbow Island and Ellen Island. The slide describes the current Zermbo Island unrestricted weapon DE 324 hunt structure. Hunt is open to residents and non-residents, and one permit was issued in 2024 and 2025. Permit number increased to 2 permits for 2026. The season runs from October 1st to October 31st with a bag limit of 1 bull. And there's a negative customary traditional finding for elk in Unit 3. This proposal would limit up to the 10% of the tags allocated for the DE 324 elk permit hunt would be available to non-residents, and no DE 324 permits would be available to non-residents if less than 10 total permits are issued. Again, this describes the Zermbo Island elk harvest between 1997 and 2005, and then 2024. Both residents and non-residents are eligible to obtain all drawing hunts and registration permits for Unit 3 elk. Again, of the 86 total elk permits issued to non-resident hunters between 2015 and 2024, only 26 reported hunting, and only 3 were successful. Over the 2 years since the creation of the DE 324, an average of 1,813 applications have been received, with an average of 188 non-resident applications, or 10% of the total applications. And again, in 2023, the Southeast Region Board of Game meeting, the board adopted the DE 324 hunt, and 1 permit was issued the inaugural season. The permit was issued to Alaska resident who successfully harvested a bull. After 2 years of trail camera data, the number of DE 324 permits was increased to 2. There has been no reported non-resident harvest of elk on Zermbo Island since the hunting season was established in 1997. And again, there is a positive federal subsistence board determination for elk in Unit 3, and proposals have been submitted. Again, Proposal 62 would limit the non-resident allocation of elk drawing hunt DE 324 to up to 10% of available permits. Public proposal, department's neutral. The department's neutral on this proposal because it is allocated due to the small elk population. The number of permits is not likely to change significantly. If this proposal were adopted, it would ensure that no non-residents could draw an elk permit for DE 224 for the foreseeable future. If the board adopts this proposal, the hunts will be assigned an individual hunt number for residents and non-residents, which will result in non-residents receiving 10% of the total permits available if more than 10 permits are advertised.
Thank you for that. Question, Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Frank. So if we look at the other way, if a non-resident was to draw, there would be, or 2, and when we're successful, there'd be no resident opportunity. Is that correct? When you have 2 permits out there?
To the chair, Member Loring, I'm not sure I follow.
You're issuing 2 permits for 2026, and if those are drawn by non-residents, there'd be no resident opportunity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must have missed it, Frank. How many out of those 2 permits for the last couple of years, since it's been kind of new, how many times did a non-resident draw it?
To the chair, Member Barrett, no non-residents have drawn. The 2 permits, the 2024 permit was awarded to an Alaska resident who harvested elk, and last year was awarded to an Alaska resident who also harvested elk.
Member Loring.
So the way I understand it, in 2024, there's 1 permit, 2025, there's 1 permit, and then 2026, 2 permits. And so in one of those first 2 years, if a non-resident was to draw one of those permits, there'd be no resident opportunity at all. And then this year, could either be 50% or none, depending if one or two drew. So it would eliminate any resident opportunity on that particular drawing hunt. Is that correct?
To the chair, Member Loring, that's correct.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it page 56 or slide 56? It's a Unit 3 Zirembo elk harvest. I see some, really large harvests, and then the very next year, some very, very low harvests. What accounts for that?
To the chair, Member Brett, I wasn't present at the time, but I suspect it was a result of not many bulls available to harvest. And harvest success was high. The bulls, as I've mentioned, the bulls can be highly visible along the shorelines, and there's 100 miles of roads, to hunt from.
Okay, thank you.
Board members? Member Loring?
Thank you. For staff, either Natalie or Director Scott, in other hunts where we have limited numbers that we assign resident-only opportunity to, can you discuss that and how that would affect this? It seems like that we have such a small number of permits, one or two, and very little opportunity for residents that there should be some way to make that a resident-only hunt other than go to a 10% allocation. How would that work?
Through the chair, Member Loring, it's largely up to the board. If the board tells us to make the hunt open to non-residents or residents only, we can do that. And when it comes to a percentage allocation, we look to the board for findings on that, for exactly what you want it to look like. That way the public is clear what they're applying for.
Go ahead.
Just to follow up to Frank, what do you see in the future as far as number of permits? I mean, you have a kind of a special circumstance here and with kind of developing herd or growing numbers, or you see this herd growing enough to where we're going to have, 5, 10, 15 permits available to take one or two animals? Or what's your thoughts on that in the future?
To the chair, Member Loring, my intent is to continue to monitor the cameras and count the number of bulls and adjust permits accordingly. Based on what I've seen in the history of the herd, as I mentioned, the season was closed for 18 years after the harvest reached, 4 to 5 bulls. But should we see an increase in the number of bulls, and should that herd expand, we'll adjust permits accordingly. So, but I don't ever think that we'll issue a lot of permits, if that helps.
Other questions from board members? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't intend to support this one either. I think there's been no issue with non-residents, receiving permits over residents, though potentially it could happen at some time in the future. And I guess that's the whole uniqueness of having a drawing is, it's whatever comes out in the wash.
Member Mueller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Frank, for your presentation and information, and everyone for their discussion. From what I review of the presentation, even if we were to adopt this proposal, we would have to have a limit of 10 permits out there if it was at up to 10%, if I'm reading that correctly. But with how many permits we're issuing, I really don't want there to be multiple non-residents in the future. So I believe that we should potentially make a change for this to be resident only.
Do you want discussion on that, Member Mueller, or are you going to suggest an amendment?
If we can have a discussion.
Board members' thoughts on that? Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, as I said earlier, I hate to see the resident opportunity completely gone for 1 year, 2 years, just because of the luck of the draw, the way it washes out. It could very well happen, Somebody wins the lottery every now and again, and it might not ever be me, but it might be me. And I just don't want to see that resident opportunity gone. So I'm in support of changing this to a resident only. And it can be looked at in a future board meeting if we do have a large population increase. And, there are more permits issued by the biologist, based on his research. We can go back at another in-cycle meeting and change it to a drawing permit that's open to both. But I'm in favor of going to a resident only with the current allocation of permits right now. I don't want to see non-resident or resident opportunity completely taken away.
Any other board members? Member Brett.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll help him out. I move to adopt an amendment to Proposal 62 to limit the draw hunt to residents only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, guys. We have an amended proposal in front of us now. Oh, no, we don't. We got to have a roll call vote on it. Yeah. So we got an amendment in front of us now. Any questions on the amendment?
Could Member Barrett just repeat that for me, please?
The amendment would read that Proposal 62, the draw permits would only be for residents only.
Thank you.
Got that? All right.
Yep, got it.
Discussion on that amendment or questions on that amendment? Looking up and down the line. Member Gardner.
Maybe just one clarification on the amendment that it is DE 324, drawing for residents only.
All right, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to bring it to the board's attention that we do have a governor's permit that's issued out of this as well, and if it's limited to residents only, it can still be awarded, but that may impact that.
Member Brett.
Yeah, Director Scott, could you explain that a little better? It may impact it? How does that?
Currently, that permit, the governor's permit, can be awarded to either a resident or non-resident. If you limit it, it can still be awarded, but it would be awarded to a resident.
It couldn't be awarded to a non-resident?
No.
It's the governor's choice.
It's an auctioned permit, so it's actually, sorry, I'm about to talk myself into a corner. That's right. Sorry. Thank you.
Member Loring.
I would think that this is just for DB 324, and the governor's permit would be outside of that, so I think we're probably safe.
Any other discussion on the amendment?
Call the question.
The question's been called on the amendment. Art, will you pull the board?
Will do. On the amendment. Hoffman.
Yes.
Barrett.
Yes.
Loring.
Yes.
Fletcher.
No.
Garner.
Yes.
Bechtel.
Yes.
Muller.
Yes.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 against, Mr. Chair.
So we got an amended proposal in front of us here. More discussion, questions from the board? I know you didn't have the answer for this whenever Al asked you, and I know this is kind of before our time about the mixture between the Rocky Mountain and the Roosevelt. Was this herd introduced for food security or trophy value?
To the chair, for food security, yeah, and I don't know what the heritage of the Zermbo elk are, but I can say they have heavy antlers and they look like Roosevelt elk.
Would you say the addition of the Rocky Mountain elk genetics have made them a better trophy value?
Wow, that's a great question, Chair, Mr. Chair. I would say that the antlers that we see from Zermbo Island are very heavy, but they don't have a lot of inches. So in terms of Boone and Crockett score, they probably don't score as well as the more pure elk. Yeah.
And where did these different animals come from, the two different, do we know that? What part of the world, what part of the country?
To the chair, I only know that they originally came from Oregon.
Other board members, discussion on that? Member Batesville.
Yeah, I've actually measured a couple of them, and the biggest one I've measured is like 322. But they're really, really massive, and they do look like Roosevelt and not like Rockies. But the Boone and Crockett Society requires that you measure them as a Rocky because of the cross.
Member Loring.
I think just some intent. I'll be supporting the proposal with the amendment. And especially after I just heard from the department saying that they were introduced for food security versus trophy value. And just the fact that I just don't want to see a resident opportunity completely taken away with this small number of permits being issued. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Other board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, a little bit on intent. I agree with Member Loring that I really support the fact that this is a great resident opportunity in the backyard of these communities.
Thanks for that. Other board members, thoughts, intent? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call a question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Art, will you pull the board?
Final action on Proposal 63 as amended. Barrett. Yes. Hoffman.
Yes.
Garner.
You said 63, this is 62?
62.
You are correct. I just had the wrong number there, 62. Final action on Proposal 62.
I think we
is
should
amended.
strike all those votes. Yeah. Strike everything.
Okay. All right.
Cancel that.
We'll start over on that one. My apologies. Final action on Proposal 62 as amended. Loring.
Yes.
Batesville.
Yes.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Barrett.
Yes.
Muller.
Yes.
Garner.
Yes.
Fletcher.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 63, adjust the season dates for the DE 318 elk hunt in Unit 3 and open a new drawing hunt in September.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you guys are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 63 would adjust the season dates for the DE 318 elk hunt and open a new drawing hunt in September. It's a Ketchikan County Advisory Committee proposal. Department recommendation is neutral. You've seen this map before showing GMU 3 and Rimbaud Island and Edelin Island. The proposed hunt structure would shift the Edelin Islands DE 318 archery hunt season dates from September 1st to September 30th to August 16th to September 15th, and create a new unrestricted weapons hunt with the season dates of September 16th to September 30th. The season dates of the unrestricted weapon drawing hunts DE 321, DE 323, and registration hunt RE 325 would remain the same. This slide describes the Edelin Island permits and harvest between 2015 and 2024. Over this period, the average number of permits issued was 177, 125 drawing permits annually, combined with an average of about 50 RE 225 registration permits. The average reported harvest was 6 bulls over this period, decreasing to 4 bulls over the last 5 years, and hunter success averaging 8%, ranging from 5 to 12%. Again, this slide describes the Unit 3 Edelin Island elk harvest since elk hunting began in 1997 through 2024. The harvest over the first 10 years of elk hunting averaged 8 bulls. Again, over the last 10 years, the reported harvest has averaged 6 bulls, declining to 4 over the last 5 years. The number of elk drawing permits increased from 25 permits in 1997 to a high of 175 permits in 2005 and 2006, before being reduced in 2007 to 125 total drawing permit. This slide represents the DE 318 archery elk harvest over the last 10 seasons. 8 bull elk were harvested by archery hunters over this period. This slide describes the chronology of Edlin Island elk harvest between 2015 and 2024. The bulk of the harvest occurred during the first 2 weeks of October, corresponding with the unrestricted weapon DE 321 hunt, followed by the last 2 weeks in October, corresponding with the unrestricted weapon DE 323 hunt period, and their unrestricted weapon RE 325 hunt the last 2 weeks in November. Elk have a negative CNT finding in Unit 3. Abundance and composition of elk population cannot be reliably monitored in the dense coastal rainforests of Unit 3. However, recent aerial surveys combined with anecdotal reports suggest low productivity and recruitment in the Edlin Island elk herd. Changing the last 2 weeks of September from archery season to a non-restricted weapon season could result in an increase in harvest that is unsustainable. Bull elk are more susceptible to harvest during the rut, which runs from mid-September through mid-October. Harvest and hunter success have declined in recent years, and concern exists that a portion of the reported harvest from Edlin Island have been bulls illegally taken on Zarembo Island. Again, the federal subsistence boards had determined that rural residents of 1 through 5 have a customary and traditional use of elk on federal lands, and proposals have been submitted. Again, Proposal 63 would adjust the season dates for the DE 318 elk hunt and open a new drawing hunt in September. It's a Ketchikan Advisory Committee proposal. Department recommendation is neutral on this proposal because it is allocated between archery hunters and rifle hunters. If the board adopts this proposal, the department has the ability to issue fewer permits to offset greater success rates associated with rifle hunters. Edlin Island can be sustainable managed under the current or the proposed regulations. If hunter success is high with any weapon draw hunt, the number of draw permits provided will need to be limited to prevent overharvest leading to conservation concern.
Thanks for that. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Frank, do we have any kind of collars out there on the females?
Through the chair, Member Brett, no active collars, so I have heard that one of the cows that was collared years ago is still around.
Would it be advantageous to have some collars on some reproductive females to see what kind of productivity we may be having out there or may not be having out there?
Through the chair, Member Brett, certainly, it would be.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the department, do we have any proof or knowledge about the elk transversing back from Zarembo to Elton?
To Chair Member Hoffman, that's a great question. It's because obviously when they were first released, some swam to Zarembo Island. During the collar efforts in the late 2000s, all those none of those collared animals swam back and forth from Edlin to Zarembo or Zarembo to Edlin. It didn't occur.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, Member Brett. We've made multiple efforts, and we've managed to get a few animals marked. It's as tough for us to mark them as it is for people to find them in a hunting situation. There is some opportunity at times in the Alpine on the south end of Edlin. However, we have to work through a wilderness process, and we're working through that. So hopefully that'll be something we can continue to do, in the future. But we've made lots of efforts.
Other questions from board members? Member Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just kind of clarifying, summarizing what I heard. If we were to introduce a non-archery season to this, there was a concern with sustaining the population and therefore would reduce the opportunity?
To the chair, Member Gardner, introducing an unrestricted weapons hunt during the period when bull elk are most susceptible to harvest we would expect an increase in harvest. that might not be sustainable over time.
Remind me of the rut timing for elk. I know moose.
So we say from mid-September to mid-October, but from the cameras I've got on Zarembo, it looks like the peak is the third week of September to the end of September.
So this new hunt would encompass that, the peak of the rut. Other questions from board members? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, would the department be able to close by emergency order if this hunt was available?
Through the chair, Member Mueller, we could, yes.
Other board members? Member Bechtel.
I'm familiar with the the anecdotal evidence you've got from the gentleman that's been talking with you about that, and I put a lot of faith and credence in his observations and years of observations over there, and I'm greatly concerned with the calf survival and what his observations are, and I'm really worried about putting this hunt in that hunt period with an unrestricted weapon opportunity.
Other board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, I concur with the member that just spoke. I forgot his name. Bechtel. I'm sorry about that. No, I completely agree with him on that.
Other board members on this? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Mino. I just thought about, lengthening the archery season, but that's not going to help as far as with the success rate on what he's looking for. So I kind of put that aside. And I agree with Member Basto and Barrett's comments also. Thank you.
Yeah, with some of the rationale from the previous proposal, this herd was introduced for food security. It doesn't have a very much of a trophy value, and this new hunt would encompass the rut, so I'm not going to support it. Other board members? If not, I think we might be ready for the question.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Art, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 63. Fletcher.
No.
Garner.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Mueller.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Loring.
No.
Bechtel.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Great, and I think at this time we'll break for an hour. We'll meet back at 1:05 and get back into the proposals. Thank you, everyone. On the record.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 64, eliminate the regulation that excludes broken, damaged, or altered antlers from the definition of a spike fork antlers for units 1B Bravo, 1C Charlie, and 3.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Whenever you guys are ready, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 64 would eliminate the regulations specific to the RM038 moose hunt. The damaged, broken, or altered antlers are not considered spike fork moose as defined by 5 AAC 92-990, subsection 46B. It's a Wrangell Advisory Committee proposal. Department recommendation is opposed. This same proposal was submitted to the 2023 Board of Game meeting. It was not adopted. This is the current antler restrictions, 5 AAC 92-150C. In Unit 1B, that portion of Unit 1C South of Port Hobart, including all of Port Houghton ranges. In Unit 3, a damaged, broken, or altered antler is not considered a spike fork antler as defined in 5 AAC 92-990. During the early 2000s, managers noticed that sublegal bulls were being harvested during antler-restricted hunts that were subsequently altered to meet the antler point requirements. The two methods of alteration included intentional breaks or points filed or ground down. The intentional alteration of antlers was most prevalent in the RM038 hunt area, and it compromised a selective harvest strategy. Most of the broken antlered moose fell within a protected middle-aged class. This could impact the desired bull-cow ratio. The regulations at the time failed to address broken antlers, and it was extremely difficult to prove that antlers had been intentionally altered. This was frustrating for the Alaska Wildlife Troopers, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and conscientious moose hunters. About 9% of the annual harvest included bulls with broken antlers that affected legality. In 2006, 25% of the Stickeen River harvest included bulls with broken or suspiciously altered antlers, and the season was closed by emergency order. That same year, a joint Alaska Wildlife Trooper and Alaska Department of Fish and Game proposal was submitted to address the issue. This slide represents 3 bulls harvested during the RM038 hunt. The bull at the top is harvested in 2023 and is a legal spike. The photo on the lower left appeared in the department presentation in 2006 when the joint proposal to establish the damaged, broken, and altered regulation was brought to the Board of Game, and this bull was submitted at check-in as a spike. Similarly, the photo on the lower right is of a bull harvested during the 2023 season and was submitted as a spike bull. This slide also represents 3 bulls harvested during the RM038 hunt. The bull at the top is harvested in 2025 and is a legal fork. Photo on the lower left appeared in the department presentation in 2006, and this broken antlered bull was submitted as a fork. The photo on the lower right is of a bull harvested during the 2024 season with a broken main palm and was harvested as a fork. This slide follows the previous pattern with a legal fork harvested in 2025 on top, followed by a broken antler moose presented to the Board of Game in 2006, and a moose harvested in 2024 with broken antlers harvested as a fork. This slide represents the RM038 sublegal antler harvest between 2015 and 2024. This period is after the broken, damaged, or altered regulation was adopted. During this period, an average of 9.8 bulls were found to have sublegal antlers. 30% of those had broken, damaged, or altered antlers that were submitted as spikes or forks, with 70% of the legal harvest made up of unbroken sublegal antler configurations, such as insufficient number of brow tines. This slide describes RM 038 harvest between 2015 and 2024. Moose harvest increased over this period, the harvest exceeding 100 bulls over each of these 10 seasons, with a high of 141 bulls harvested in 2023. This slide represents hunter success during the RM 038 moose hunt between 2015 and 2024. Hunter success increased over this period, going from about 14% in 2016 to 19% in 2023. Prior to the adoption of the broken, damaged, or altered regulation, 9%, ranging from 7 to 11%, of the annual harvest included bulls with broken antlers that impacted legality. Over the last 10 seasons and subsequent to the establishment of the regulation, the harvest of spiked fork bulls with broken, damaged, or altered antlers declined to an average of 2%, ranging from less than 1% to 4%. The RM 038 hunt has the most liberal antler restrictions in the state. The moose season fully encompasses the rut and is open for a full month under the current regulations. An adoption of this proposal would likely result in a future decrease in bull moose harvested as the number of bull moose in the population declines over time. Again, this proposal would eliminate the regulations specific to the RM 038 moose hunt that damaged, broken, or altered antlers are not considered spiked fork moose, as defined as 5 AAC 92-990-46B. The Department, it's the Wrangell Advisory Committee. The Department is opposed to this proposal. This proposal may represent a liberalization of harvest opportunity in the short term with declining opportunity over time. Change would likely increase harvest for a few years for both residents and non-residents, and then harvest could decline as the number of legal bull moose in the population declines. Declining bull population will result in more conservative management and reduced hunting opportunity in the future. To meet the board's statutory responsibility to the subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if this proposal is adopted.
Thank you for that, Department. And just to remind board members, we had a RC 20 in front of us that the state troopers submitted, have some more of those examples of broken horns. Questions from board members? Looking up and down the line here. Member Loring.
Thank you. Frank, can you, on slide number 86, would you delve more into the last bullet point there? Adoption's proposed would likely result in a decrease in bull moose harvest as number of the population declines over time. Kind of go a little bit more into that, a little more depth than just that quick overview, if you would, what that means.
Through the chair, Member Loring, yeah, so the way we maximize hunter participation in moose hunts is through antler restrictions. And antler restrictions are designed to protect the middle-aged bulls. So we have the younger bulls and older are in the harvest, and the middle-aged bulls are protected. A lot of the bulls prior to the adoption of this regulation that were harvested were middle-aged bulls. And as those bulls in the population decline, it not only decreases the number of overall bulls in the population, but it potentially threatens the cows being bred. So over time, and principally when I think about this, I think about areas where there's intensive hunting pressure, a lot of hunters. For example, the Stickeen River, that harvest on Stickeen River averages 20 bulls year in, year out. It's a super stable harvest. But if a lot of broken antler bulls start getting shot and a lot of middle-aged bulls get shot, it could seriously impact the future harvest on the Stickeen River. Places like Mickoff Island, you know, where there's a lot of pressure. Those would be my principal concerns.
Other questions from board members? On slide, let me see here, 85, you said, prior to the adoption of this regulation, there's an average of 9% of the annual harvest included, bulls with broken horns. So are there more broken horn bulls on the landscape than there were then? I mean, I know we haven't identified, because member Vice Chair Hoffman asked if you've done any studies on, antler density and stuff like that. Is there a depletion in the environment out there that's creating more, these bull, like a less stable antler configuration, the bulls where they're more prevalent?
To the chair, not that I'm aware of. I think I mentioned that, this hunt season fully encompasses the rod, and there will be more broken antlers as a result of the rod. I think, as I've read, the language they used when they adopted this proposal, broken, damaged, or altered, is because there was no way to really tell if antlers had been intentionally altered or not, or it was very difficult, or people had become very good at altering antlers. But yes, because our season fully encompasses the rut, we can expect some broken antlers. If that helps.
Yeah. Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Frank. Yeah, the thing I see that in this regulation that's a little concerning is, we use the word damaged. And then reviewing what the troopers have in RC 20 and what you had provided for us, Frank, when I think of damage, I think of all those ones that were damaged at some time before the moose hunt started and were actually rounding or healing, or, it was obvious that it wasn't any kind of a fresh break. It had nothing to do with the rut. There's really a difference between what is broken and what was damaged in the field. So, that might be one thing we could look at, because, and that might be some of the complaints that we heard from the public where, something happened in the velvet that made that deformity, and that is natural, and it appears natural, and it's pretty easy and obvious when it is natural.
Would the department agree with that statement whenever you're assessing these? Would you be able to tell pretty clearly?
To the chair, I would say with some moose, you can tell, but many you can't. And even with broken antlers, sometimes they can smooth that break off to where people might assume that it occurred during in velvet, but maybe it didn't. And it's difficult to tell, and it's also difficult to tell if somebody intentionally altered it.
Captain Johnson, sorry, did I cut you off? Captain Johnson, would you agree with that? I mean, could a trooper be able to delineate between an old and a new break really easily, or no? Damage, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm going to echo what Frank said. It's impossible to give a straight across yes or no answer. There's certainly some that it would appear pretty apparent that it's old and there's growth over it. There's others where you can't tell. Same thing with breaks. There's some breaks that are sharp and jagged, and it's fairly obvious it's a fresh break. But I have personally seen, I'm not going to speak necessarily to this hunt, but throughout the state of Alaska, I have seen people do some pretty amazing handiwork on antlers to try to pass them off as legal with tooling and stuff that short of microscopes would be pretty darn hard to tell.
Member Brett.
Yeah, just to clarify my comments, they were based on the photos provided for us at this, RC 20 and what the department had shown us on the screen here.
Maybe Captain Johnson, could you walk us through the process of what happens when, you see moose that you didn't think is legal? What are the steps that get taken?
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, we're talking specifically to here because this is a little different
Yes,
setup.
sir. Yeah, yes,
Okay.
sir, thanks.
Okay, and I'm going to defer to Sergeant Lister a little bit here to bump me if I say something incorrect, but I believe what happens here is kind of unique in that all the antlers are checked in. So all the antlers are checked in. Either I know there's photographs that are required, and sometimes other employees beyond state employees do that. I was told that like Forest Service and stuff might help with that. And I believe Fish and Game gets those photos. And again, I'll look to Frank to nod. Yep, that's the case. So there's, we heard about a review panel. From what I've heard, it kind of already happens because the Fish and Game biologist is already looking at every one of these sets of antlers. And then if there's some that are in question, they come to us. I would suspect that certainly like other areas in the state, if a hunter realizes that an animal they've taken is clearly not legal, that they may call us directly. And so we may have that direct contact with them prior to Fish and Game. But I would suspect even then that there's a consultation with Fish and Game before a final determination is made.
Thank you for that. Other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the captain just keyed on something I forgot to ask. Frank, on the people that have to submit a photo, what's the percentage of them that are potentially sublegal moose or don't fit this definition?
Through the chair, Member Brett, I don't know. I think most of the moose that get harvested in RM038 come to us physically. We review them physically. Occasionally, we get pictures from Prince of Wales Island, Ketchikan, but I don't know what percentage of those.
Do you ever get any that somebody sends a photo in and you go, ooh, there's a question here, and have to give it to the troopers?
Through the chair, Member Brett, yes.
Okay.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, to the department, do you ever get someone who turns in a broken horn that says it broke after they shot it?
To Chair Member Hoffman, often. Yeah, it happens often, and typically they bring the broken piece in with them, and it happens fairly often. Folks around here are very ingenious on how they get their moose from the field, and oftentimes the antler breaks when they're dragging the moose out. Yeah.
And to the chair, so in that scenario, it's a little easier to know that that was the case.
To the chair, Member Hoffman, yes.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Walk me through the process again. I didn't realize they can just send a photo when these animals don't have to be brought in to the department physically and reviewed like say a sheep for sealing. This is just it's not a mandatory sample that has to be brought in.
To the chair, Member Loring, the vast majority, we have people that check in moose for us in Ketchikan, Douglas, Petersburg, Cake, Prince of Wales. And the vast majority of the moose that we physically see the animals. But in some cases, there's a photo sent to us, and we review just the photo.
Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Frank, for providing the information. I do have a thought to share with everyone. This might, just because of the concerns with points and legalities, this might be an opportunity through the registration hunt that we ask for everyone to go through the moose study quiz. So just like we have with number 7 and 15, or for non-residents, but this might be a good opportunity to incorporate that. You have any thoughts on that, Frank?
The chair, Member Mueller, they already require, it's already RM038 requirement.
Oh, my apologies. So even through the hunter taking these tests, we're still seeing this many concerns?
To the chair, Member Mueller, yes.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Other, Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe to enforcement, it's already illegal to alter horns throughout Alaska, right? If you come across I guess what I'm trying to find is the extent of this concern within this region being so concentrated that it requires a specific regulation to manage it. Can you speak to that as well as just, have you come across this as, I tried to ask a question earlier, is how often do you come across these types of issues in other areas?
Through the chair, Member Garner. It is illegal to tamper with physical evidence. So if, you know, it's not going to be a black and white with an antler. I mean, if somebody shoots a 65-inch moose and they decide to cut one or two of the points off the palm, but it's not evidence of anything. So therefore, they can do what they want. By the same token, if somebody was to say, same example, in a brow tine area where a moose didn't meet the width requirement and tried to alter it in some way to make it legal, then that's where there would be a crime there. But again, we would have to actually prove that the person did that through tooling or something else like that. I think the situation we saw down here, and this is from just historical knowledge, I wasn't personally here, a part of that regulation, but you know, if a moose is fighting with another moose and breaks a palm off, let's say, or somebody whacks it with an axe, there is absolutely no way to tell the difference on how that break happened. None at all, short of seeing it happen.
Other questions from board members? Intent from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just looking at AWT's comments, and they're opposed to the change. And could you just give us a quick overview of why that opposition is that you have here in front of us? Thank you, Captain Johnson.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring. Yes, this was a Fish and Game and AWT requested change back in 2015. I guess I would point to the statistics on the screen right there that kind of show that the data seems to back up what was hoped for. You know, the numbers were about 9% of the moose harvested fell into this prior to the regulation, and now it's a range of 1 to 4 with an average of 2. And just looking at the numbers, I don't know if maybe Frank can go back a couple slides, but there's far more sublegal moose in this area that are sublegal due to brow tines than due to the broken antler issue. So I heard somebody use the term "so many." I would push back that there's so many. It's very few. It's a micro percentage of an already small percentage. When you look at a range of harvested moose, I think they showed 100 to 140, and we're talking 2 to 5 a year. That's a pretty small percentage.
Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Ross Dorndorf, Acting Management Coordinator. Just going off of what we heard, I just want to point out that over 90% of folks are doing it right, and they're getting a legal bull, so.
Thanks for that. Member Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that, Captain Johnson. You actually indirectly answered exactly my question. There's a specific regulation here that is creating kind of an interpretation issue for what I see as being a very small percentage of the problem. So.
Yeah, Captain Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to follow up, Member Gardner, to your previous question, because I realized I didn't answer part of it, or I may have indirectly, but the reason this was brought up in this specific area was because there was a specific and noticeable problem in this area. And that's not to speak to the hunters or anything like that. It was just a noticeable uptick. I mean, I've been a part of moose enforcement across the state, and you know, the number of broken antlers we see is very low. The number of broken antlers that would make a moose legal under spike fork restrictions is infinitesimally smaller. And this area, again, it is a small number, but I'll flip it around and say, 8 to 9% versus 0.25% for the rest of the state is a drastic difference. And so that was why the push was made in this area. And we recognize that, and again, by putting in our C20 some of the photos we did, that was kind of intentional to show that we recognize that some of these are extremely difficult for people to be able to tell. That's we all hunt too. We recognize that, the more time you look, the better chance you have to see, but there may be circumstances where it darn well may be impossible to be able to tell prior to somebody pulling trigger. That's why we have self-turn-in. That's why we treat those pretty gently across the board when people make mistakes, because, you know, hunters are human, troopers are human, and all of us humans make mistakes, and we try to recognize that and realize that. Same with brow tines, you know, in other areas of the state. I've seen moose where, boy, it sure looked like there was a fourth brow tine there. You absolutely were sure it was until you walked right up to it. And really, I compare this to that. And people sometimes will argue it. We'll have a disagreement. That's what the court process is for. But we recognize that, you know, when they come to us with that situation, that there was not an intent necessarily to do something wrong, and so it's handled at a lower level, like a violation. I heard people mention misdemeanors, and just, I guess, for the record, you know, we're not lawyers, and I would say most of us are probably proud to state that. No offense. And so when we go to court on issues like this, we're restricted on how we can argue before a court. The only way that we can normally bring the Department of Law in is if it is actually at a criminal level, at a misdemeanor level. That's the only way that it kind of checks the box to where they will participate in the court arguments. Doesn't mean the intent is to proceed with it as a misdemeanor or to convict the person of a misdemeanor. It's just a means to get the legal help in, because we're just not allowed to argue certain things before a court. So sometimes people see that and they think, oh, you're trying to hit them with a big fine. That may not be the intent. It may simply be that's the means to get the district attorney's office to actually represent us, so the trooper's not in there trying to argue. Because again, we recognize on some of these that it's really hard for somebody to tell. And to be able to prove a misdemeanor, we have to prove a culpable mental state of at least negligently. And I can tell you, some of these moose antlers I've seen being down here, there's no way we could prove that. And we recognize that. So that's why those are handled as violations.
Thank you for that. Other board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this was a really hard one. Usually, after a couple days of thinking, I can usually figure something out, but this is definitely one that I'm stumped on, and I don't think it can be fixed. I think education is going to fix this. I think the department has started doing that, and I think we've seen some results of that. And even though the department or the law enforcement doesn't practice law, but they sure interpret a lot of regulations and statutes.
Any other board members? Gonna definitely, Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to agree with Member Barrett, although I don't know if it would fix it, but I think it would slow it down a lot. So.
Any other board members? Looking at Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you guys help me understand where it states that residents have to take a test in this area?
You take it, Ross.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Mueller. If you take a look at the handy dandy, it should be in the GMU 3 hunt conditions that are right in
Page 49.
Let me see. I don't see it there. The other place that I imagine it probably is in the hunt conditions on the permit. I'm pretty sure that's where it would be. So when you get that physical permit, come into Fish and Game for it. We'll ask you if you've watched the video or not, and then it is on that.
Okay, because that's where I was referring to was page 49 as well as page 31. So that's where my question came from.
Member Brett.
I think if
Ross is looking there.
I think if it helps Member Mueller, I think it's in the 050 section, the 92.
Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the department uses its discretionary authority to require residents who pick up the permit to watch that video. And the video is also a component of the non-resident moose hunter orientation. So everybody who picks up the permit is covered, one through the board's regulation, one through the department's discretionary authority.
Thank you so much.
92050.
Any other comments from board members? Questions from Member Loring?
Yeah, thank you. This is kind of a hard one for me too. I guess I'm gonna have to defer to both enforcement and the department in their opposition to it. I know it's hard when, even though they treat it with kid gloves, you know, kind of a gentle touch, the meat still gets taken away in most cases. And, you know, that's really tough for the hunter to lose that, especially after the cost and the effort to get something back out of the field, which I really feel for them for that. But, you know, just guess in this case, just have to defer to the opposition by ADF&G and Public Safety. Thank you.
Other board members, Member Garner.
Yeah, I think, again, everybody's said this is a very hard proposal, but a little bit of intent, I guess, results-driven. And so the discussion on slide 85 really shows the results of the implementation of this. As Captain Johnson had mentioned, throughout the state, it's 0.25%, I believe you said. And so to have an issue that ranges from 7 to 11%, then have this regulation implemented and that issue go down to a range of less than 1 to 4%, average of 2, shows that the regulation it's results driven and it met its intended purpose. So I guess I'm leaning towards opposition of removing it.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, and I definitely agree with that rationale. And any other board members? If not, Member Batesville.
Yeah, I guess I would mirror what Member Garner said. This is really a hard decision. I'd like to be able to support this, but I don't believe I can.
That being said, I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Art, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on proposal 64. Garner.
No.
Loring.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Muller.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Batesville.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 65, remove the antler restriction for moose hunt in Units 1B Bravo and 3, and replace with a shorter any bull hunt in October.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 65 would replace the RM 038 antler restricted moose hunt with a shorter October any bull hunt. It's a public proposal. Department recommendation is to oppose. The current RM 038 hunt area includes Unit 1B, 3, and a very small portion of southern 1C. The hunt structure is a bag limit of 1 bull with spike fork antlers or 50-inch antlers, or antlers with 3 or more brow tines on at least one side, or antlers with 2 or more brow tines on both sides. With the season of September 15th to October 15th, the current antler restrictions have been placed since 2009. The proposed hunt structure is a bag limit of 1 bull with the season dates of October 1st to October 15th. Units 1B and 3 combined have a positive customary traditional finding with an ANS of 40. Excuse me. This slide represents the RM 038 harvest by unit since the hunt began in 1995. The Unit 1B harvest is represented in red, Unit 3 in blue, and Unit 1C in green. Unit 3 harvest has increased steadily over this period, while the Unit 1B harvest was relatively stable. Over the last 10 seasons, the Unit 3 harvest averaged close to 90 bulls, Unit 1B about 30 bulls, and Unit 1C 2 bulls. This slide describes RM 038 harvest between 1995 and 2004. The moose harvest increased over this period, with the harvest exceeding 100 over the last 11 seasons, with a high of 141 bulls harvested in 2023. This slide describes RM 038 hunter success between 1995 and 2004. Hunter success has steadily increased over this period, ranging from about 6% when the hunt first began in 1995 to 19% in 2023. Because estimating abundance or composition of moose population in the densely forested habitats of RM038 hunt area is difficult, managers rely on antler restrictions to ensure the annual harvest remains sustainable. The current antler restrictions for moose in the RM038 hunt are the most liberal in the state. The liberal antler restrictions combined with a month-long season that encompasses the rut affords hunters considerable opportunity to harvest the moose. Antler restrictions protect a portion of the bull population by allowing hunters to select younger and older bulls. This strategy allows for maximum hunt participation while at the same time protects a sufficient number of bulls for breeding. Adoption of this proposal would remove protection for middle-aged breeding bulls, which could lead to a decrease in harvest over time. The shorter moose season could result in increased hunter concentration and competition in the more intensely hunted areas like the Stickeen River, which could result in local overharvest and reduced future moose harvest. Under the current management strategy, moose harvest can continue through the full moose season, but under the proposed season, an emergency order would likely need to be implemented at some predetermined harvest level, resulting in less harvest compared to the current system. With the current antler restrictions, moose harvest has increased and hunters are enjoying the greatest success since the RM038 hunt was established in 1995. The Federal Subsistence Board has determined that rural residents of Units 1 through 5 have customary and traditional use of moose on federal lands in Unit 1 and Unit 3. In April 2022, the Federal Subsistence Board considered a proposal that would have established a federal drawing permit for up to 20 bull moose with any antler configuration on federally managed lands on Kupanoff and Key Islands. This proposal was not adopted. However, future proposals could establish federal subsistence hunts that result in moose harvest outside of state regulations. Again, this proposal would replace the RM038 antler restricted moose hunt with a shorter October any bull hunt. It's a public proposal. The department opposes this proposal. Adoption of a shorter hunt with no antler restrictions would likely attract more hunters, increase competition overall. This could result in higher hunter concentrations in areas that are already intensely hunted during the current 4-week season. For example, the Stickeen River makes up less than 3% of the Unit 1B land area, where over the last 5 seasons has attracted almost 70% of the unit's reported hunters and accounted for almost 70% of the Unit 1B harvest. To meet the board's statutory responsibility of the subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses of moose in Units 1B and 3 if the proposal is adopted.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Division of Subsistence. Is there another moose hunt that's by registration that has antler restrictions that all the subsistence take has to come under that registration permit and antler restriction? I just find it unique that it's a Spike Fork 50-inch registration throughout the unit with no other opportunity to harvest moose.
Through the chair, Mr. Brett. Staff will be working on that right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Comments from board members? Member Garner.
Yeah, sorry, I appreciate the presentation. You know, looking at the graphics that's been shown here in the discussion had, seeing the upward trend of hunter success, stability, shows me that overwhelmingly the management is working under this. It's a pretty liberal antler restriction. And also, there are 3 ACs opposed with overwhelming public opposition to it, with 0 ACs in support of.
Thanks for that. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad Division of Subsistence is here, because I can't answer Member Barrett's question right away, but I will, for the board, I argue we provide maximum opportunity in this hunt with the antler restriction. If we look at the sheer number of animals that are being taken today versus when this hunt was put into place. Yeah, it started in a different spot, started on the Kenai. One of the previous board chairs implemented it, and really it was intended to protect that middle-aged breeding bull age class. In Southeast, it's a little bit different. We certainly capture a lot of those breeding age bulls in that antler restriction, but it also prolongs the season. And I think that's a very valuable tool. And in this case, it prolongs the season and provides an immense amount of harvest opportunity. It is very conceivable that if this were to go to an any bull hunt, the opportunity would be reduced significantly. We can't control it. That's just, and so, again, I can't answer the subsistence question, but if there's any question that we're not providing that now, it's going to get worse if we go backwards and go to an any bull hunt, because we'll have to open the hunt and essentially issue an EO and then pick up the pieces when we get to the end.
Member Loring.
Thank you. Thank you for the discussion, Director Scott. That was going to be my question to staff. Have you done interviews with hunters and asking them what their preference is to have that longer time frame to hunt? Over a month time to get out, say they're weekend hunters, they have jobs, whatever, give them that opportunity over a period of time versus a short, gold rush type hunt that Director Scott's, I know what the answers are for other parts of the state. I just wonder if you have the same answer for down here.
To the chair, Member Loring, I've spoken to many hunters, and they all prefer the month-long season. And case in point, this last season, we had some pretty rough weather the first 2 weeks of the season. A lot of the moose hunters in Petersburg didn't bother to go. They couldn't go. They couldn't get to where they wanted to go. And they knew they had at least 2 more weeks to hunt. And so that's when a lot of the harvest occurred. So I can't say I've spoken with many of the local hunters that would prefer any bull hunt.
Thank you, and that ties in with other areas that have had this same type of proposal, interior and other places. Hunters generally want that longer opportunity to hunt, and whether they have that restriction, they can live with that restriction to get that time in the field. So thank you.
Other board members? Yes, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess just to continue along that vein, on the island systems where we've seen an eruption of moose over the years, and, frankly, they, no pun intended, Frank, they continue to expand westward, and we've heard public testimony, and Frank could help us with the numbers, but the number of moose that are being taken on the more western islands, QU Island, things like that, just continues to improve. They just continue to build to the west. But there are some other places that we have some fairly significant conservation concerns. That'd be the Stikine River. There's Thomas Bay, which is another popular area here. A small sliver of Unit 1C, which is kind of incidental, but the hunts are, aggregated at this point where if we were to, not only would we need to close it because we can't control it, frankly, we could probably get away with it for a few years in the islands. Because at least what appears to be a robust moose population. But it would be an immediate conservation concern for those other sections. I would suggest the Stikine and Thomas Bay, just based on the animals that are there.
Thanks for that. Any other board members? I guess in an effort to fill some empty airspace here, I'm just going to give you my kind of thoughts on it right now. I think this is a successful moose hunt. We've had a lot of written comment, we've had a lot of AC comment, and we've had tremendous public testimony from people that I believe spend a tremendous amount of time in the field, and their knowledge and the totality of that population is immense. I think if we were to adopt this, on the short term, we might get more animals in freezers, but in the long term, we're going to damage the resource. And this is a highly successful hunt. Any other board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the trend on this moose hunt is really good, and it talks to the population expansion and the number of animals on there and the way that it's being managed. And the public support is just not there to go to this any bull.
That being said, any more further comments, questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, you know, this hunt is going good. My references to subsistence was out of curiosity because I follow a lot of subsistence. I try to educate myself the best I can in that subject. But to provide an opportunity during the rut with any bull would be just a biological disaster, and I don't see how anybody would want to support something like that.
Thanks for those comments. Board members' comments, intent? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons that this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Art, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 65. Batesville.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Loring.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Muller.
No.
Garner.
No.
Motion fails 0-7. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 66, change the bag limit for hunting brown bear in Unit 3 to 1 bear every regulatory year.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 66 would change the bag limit for brown bear in Unit 3. It's a public proposal. The department recommendation is to oppose. The current Unit 3 brown bear seasons are open to residents only. There's a fall brown bear season, the RB 065 registration hunt, with a season of September 15th to December 31st, and a spring season, the RB 075, with a season of March 15th to May 31st. The proposed hunt structure calls for changing the current bag limit of 1 brown bear every 4 regulatory years to 1 brown bear every regulatory year. Units 1B and 3 combined have a positive customary traditional finding with an ANS of 1. This slide describes the Unit 3 brown bear harvest from 2015 to 2024. Over this 10-year period, registration hunters harvested 7 brown bears, all but 1 in the spring, and 4 bears were killed under the Defense of Life and Property provision, and 2 brown bears were illegally harvested. The fall of 2004, the board authorized a resident-only spring season for brown bear in Unit 3. Since the establishment of the Unit 3 RB 075 spring brown bear registration hunt in 2004, a total of 11 brown bears have been harvested, 7 males and 4 females, over this 20-year period. 2019, the board authorized a resident-only fall season, RB 065 for brown bears in Unit 3. Since 2019, only a single female brown bear has been harvested during the fall brown bear registration hunt. Unit 3 brown bear season is open only to Alaska residents. The current Unit 3 harvest management objective is an annual harvest of no more than 3 bears. Adoption of this proposal could result in an increase in brown bear harvest, leading to a conservation concern. 2023 Board of Game Conservation Harvest and Management Policy in part states, in some areas such as Kodiak Archipelago, portions of southeast Alaska, and the Alaska Peninsula, brown bears would generally be managed for mature adult bears for hunting and for viewing opportunities. Again, Proposal 66 would change the bag limit for brown bear in Unit 3. It's a public proposal. The department is opposed to this proposal due to the negative impacts it could have on the Unit 3 brown bear population.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Frank, if this was limited to residents, would it still be a not sustainable hunt?
Through the chair, Member Brett, as I understand it, the registration hunts were established as resident only to limit the harvest.
Frank, can you give me any sort of indication? I know the take is incredibly low. Is the participation low as well? Is there not much interest in this?
We have some interest in the fall brown bear hunt. That's where we issue most of the permits, and it's largely moose hunters that just get one in case they bump into a brown bear. Wouldn't say we have very many dedicated spring brown bear hunters. Some, but not many.
Thanks for that. Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Barrett, Member Barrett, I can share that statistics because I was just looking at it. So RB 65, is that right? Am I right on that? RB 65?
Are you talking about the registration hunt
Yes.
number? I believe that's what we're talking about, aren't we?
7.5. So for 7.5, we had 31 permits, 9 hunters, and only 1 successful. And then for 65, we had 59 permits, 5 hunters, and 0 success.
Other board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Frank, could you help me with the defense of life and property? It's almost, if you included the one illegal harvest, 50% of the harvest is DLP and illegal, and the rest is, lawful harvest. How do we explain that?
To the chair, Member Barrett, see how I can approach this. The DLPs were all in Wrangell, I think, except for one in Petersburg. And as I understand, they were legitimate defense of life and property. They fell under that provision. The 2 illegals, one was a brown bear that was shot and left on Edlin Island, and the other, I believe, was a hunter that mistook a brown bear for a black bear and shot it without a permit.
Well, I was just wondering if there was some more room for harvest, if, you could potentially keep these bears from being DLPs, and have them come under the harvest. Yeah, that's why I was asking, were they just bears that came into garbage in town, or was it a tough winter or breakup and they came in, or no berries or fish?
To the chair, Member Brett, yes, that the typical situation, yes.
Commissioner.
Yeah, so I'm just working my way through these brown bear proposals and just trying to figure out what level we become concerned with for conservation concerns. So, we have a exploitation rate that we seem to be settling on in southeast Alaska of about 4%. We want to keep your female harvest. We don't have any idea what the population is here, but we also really don't have any clear idea of what it means in terms of resident hunt opportunity for somebody changing from one bear every 4 years to one bear every 2 years or one bear every year. Can you just give me a general idea as to if the board were to go to one bear every 2 years, one bear every year, what you think that would do for harvest, and especially female bear harvest?
To the chair, Commissioner, it depends. The highly visible bears, which we do get on Mickoff Island, generally get shot. They just do. Of course, the harvest we have is so low. I did go back and look at the individuals that had harvested brown bears over the last 10 years, and there were no repeats. No one had harvested two brown bears over that period. I would anticipate that harvest would increase by much, but that may largely be a factor of the fact that there aren't that many brown bears.
I know the take is incredibly low, but why the, you know, if the bar, I mean, like, in year 2022, that, you know, that black bar is clearly higher than the rest. You know, there's 4 animals taken, almost as much as the totality of the rest of the data on there. What was that due to? Is it just like a group of hunters that are like, hey, we're gonna go shoot brown bear this year? Or was it an exceptional year where bears were easily accessible? What was that due to? Do you know?
To the chair, I don't know, but and the 2025 harvest isn't reflected in those tables, but this last fall we had high harvest too, and it was related to bears that were very visible. And so there was a female and then 2 2-year-olds that were harvested that everybody was seeing. And you know, they didn't last through the season. So I suspect it might be something similar to that.
I didn't know if it was like a group of dedicated hunters that came down here. They all took brown bears because they're good bear hunters and diligent and spent time there. And if they could the next year participate in the same hunt again, they would. I just didn't know that. Other board members, Member Batesville.
Yeah, thank you, Frank. So you had cameras spread out. How does that give you an idea of, is there an expanding population, or are these more incidentals that are moving onto the island and opportunistically these are being shot? Does the harvest that's out here now affect that expanding population, or is it pretty much whatever shows up finds its way into the harvest?
To the chair, Member Batesville, very interesting question. I was unsure of the brown bear distribution across Mickoff Island until we put cameras out. And what I discovered is it's a widespread distribution, but I might just get, on a camera, I might just get one picture of a brown bear in an entire year. And that's often what happens. I'll have a few cameras in places that might be frequented by a brown bear, and I might just get one photo of that bear a year. And so what I tell folks in Petersburg is to be aware of the fact that brown bears, you could literally bump into a brown bear anywhere on Metcalf Island, but based on the total number of photos I get, there's probably not that many bears.
Thank you.
Other board members, questions? Intent? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the hunter effort? I realize that some are just picking up tags just in case, and but do you have a kind of an idea what hunter effort is? Seems like we still got 2 bears to play with here. On average, annually, only 1 bear is being taken.
So RB075, which is our spring bear, we issued 32 permits and 10 permittees reported hunting, so about a third. And
Was there any harvest out of them 10?
it was 10%. So
1.
Any other board members? Questions, comments, anything, intent? What? Oh, Frank.
I could add that of the 62 permits that it's the fall permits that we issue more of. As I mentioned, moose hunters like to have a permit. And of the 62 permits that were issued for the fall hunt, only 6 reported hunting.
Any other questions, comments, intent from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, just to maybe speed things up, I'll make an amendment here. I want to move to make an amendment to Proposal 66 to allow the harvest of a brown bear in Unit 3 to 1 bear every 2 years.
Second.
Discussion on the amendment?
I think it's splitting the baby from 4 to 2. We'll get some more data. We still have 2 bears to play with in this area. You know, considering that we don't know what the estimated population is right now, but it seems to be low. I think it's, you know, worth a try. In 3 years, we can see what, if it was a good idea or not.
Are there any other areas down here, 1 through 5, that are 1 bear every 2 years?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, there isn't. I mean, this would be unique unique to the state. I'd also add that Unit 3 is not going to be a popular spot to come brown bear hunting. You're not very far from Unit 4. And you can, I mean, we've talked about the density of bears there, the size of the bears there. And, you know, Member Brett also mentioned, we don't know how many are here, you know, and so that's largely why we've been conservative over time. The board, I forget the year, Frank, I'm sure it was in your presentation, we added the fall hunt, correct, fairly recently? Yeah. So incrementally, you have provided opportunity. But you know, again, I just highlight that we don't know how many are here.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Oh, we're on the amendment. I'll wait till later.
Further discussion on the amendment? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Member Brett, I understand what you're trying to do here, and I know we talked about 1 bear every 2 years in a prior proposal at this meeting, and the complexity that it would provide, especially if somebody is hunting other parts where there's 1 bear a year, 1 bear every 4 years, and how that would all fit into, are you eligible and here, or would you be eligible in the next place where it's a different bag limit? I don't think the department is very comfortable with that complexity in regulations. So I see what you're trying to do, but I don't think I can support it for the other reasons. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? If not, we might be ready for the question on the amendment. And just to clarify, the amendment was to change this to 1 every 2 years. So, ready for the question on the amendment?
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment. Art, will you pull the board, please?
On the amendment, Hoffman.
Yes.
Barrett. Yes. Loring.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Garner.
No.
Batchel.
No.
Muller.
No.
Motion fails, 2 in favor, 5 against.
All right, so we got the original proposal in front of us. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Frank, on those DLPs, were they in the fall or the spring? Or is it a mixed batch?
To Chair Member Brett, I'm not sure, to be honest. I would guess it would be late summer, early fall, you know, during.
Thank you.
Member Batchel.
Frank, do you allow bear baiting in these units?
To Chair Member Batesville, yes. For black bear, yes.
Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just a little clarification. I was in opposition to the amendment of 1 to 2. I'd be in support of the 1 to 1 as proposed, seeing that there is a little bit of surplus there, maybe some opportunity, but there's a lot of public support for it. I know that there were public, you know, maybe not as much participation, but that might be because of the 1 every 4. But I am seeing multiple ACs and a lot of public support for the proposal, so I was leaning towards the 1 to 1.
Any other board members on this? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I tend to agree with Member Gardner. I think I could support a 1 bear every year. And we have some harvestable surplus, and with the interest and, well, with the harvest that low as it is, and potentially it might help with some of the DLP issues that we have in this area also.
Any other board members I'm kind of inclined to believe that the bear population here, brown bear population, is sparse at best, and I think we've expanded some opportunity with opening up a fall hunt. And I know the take is really, really low, but I'm not comfortable with liberalizing it. Member Loring. Any other further discussion from board members? If not, I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Art, will you pull the board?
Final action on Proposal 66. Barrett.
Yes.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Garner.
Yes.
Fletcher.
No.
Batchel.
Yes.
Muller.
No.
Loring.
No.
Motion carries 4 in favor, 3 against. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 67 to repeal the Petersburg Road System Closed Area in Unit 3 and add the area to the Petersburg Management Area to allow for big game hunting by archery only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 67, the effective proposal would eliminate the Petersburg Road System Closed Area. It's a public proposal. Department recommendation is neutral. This map represents Unit 3, shaded in light orange, and the area outlined in red on the north end of Metcalf Island represents the Petersburg Management Area, which encompasses the old Petersburg city limits. Again, the area outlined in yellow represents the Petersburg Management Area, which is an area of about 10 square miles and only open to the hunting of game by bow and arrow and small game by falconry. This map adds the Petersburg Road System Closed Area outlined in pink, which is a strip 1/4 mile wide on each side of Metcalf Highway, about 8.5 miles long, which is closed to big game hunting except for wolves. This proposal would remove the Petersburg Road System Closed Area and add it to the Petersburg Management Area. Petersburg Management Area has a longer deer season and greater bag limit than the remainder of Metcalf Island, with the season dates of August 1st to December 15th and a bag limit of 2 bucks. Again, the Petersburg Road System Closed Area is a strip 1/4 mile wide on each side of the Metcalf Highway from mile marker 8.75 to mile marker 17.22, and is closed to the taking of big game except for wolves. The closed area, the Petersburg Road System Closed Area was created in 1962 and encompasses commercial businesses, multiple private homes, and recreation areas, including the Blind River Rapids Trailhead, the Trumpeter Swan Observatory, and the Blind Slough Picnic Area. The Petersburg Management Area on Metcalf Island was originally established as an archery-only hunt area in 2002, primarily in response to complaints about high deer numbers in residential Petersburg. The city prohibition on the discharge of firearms prohibited deer hunting within the Petersburg city limits. High deer density in residential areas, bolstered by artificial food sources and intentional feeding, gave rise to frequent complaints about nuisance deer problems and public safety concerns associated with vehicle deer collisions. While the PMA was created to reduce deer numbers in residential Petersburg, it is also open to the archery hunting of all big game. The average Petersburg Management Area reported deer harvest over the last 5 seasons was 6. Hunters that reported hunting in the Petersburg Management Area averaged 12.6 over the same period. Because of the proximity to Petersburg and ease of access to the Blind River Rapids and Blind Slough picnic areas are very popular with sport fishermen, hikers, and wildlife viewers. Other major communities in southeast Alaska have similar closed areas: Juneau, Ketchikan, Sitka, Wrangell, and Haines. Adoption of this proposal would open archery hunting for all big game in an area that has been closed to big game hunting except wolves, since 1962. Archery hunting in the area where sport fishing and wildlife viewing activities are high could result in user conflicts and public safety concerns. In 2004, the Board of Game reviewed all closed and controlled use areas to assess the continued need for each one. On completion of the review, the status of the Petersburg Road System closed area did not change. Again, Proposal 67 eliminates the Petersburg Road System closed area. It's a public proposal. The department is neutral on this proposal as there's no biological concern for additional harvest on Maycock Island. There is an allocative issue between user groups. Hunting whether the prevalence of owned and private land is high could result in user conflicts and public safety concerns. To meet the board's statutory responsibilities to the subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses of wolves if the proposal is adopted.
Hey, thank you for that. And I guess to start this off, I'm not saying that we're going to vote this up or vote this down, but I guess it's the Department of Law. In this proposal here, it talks about the Petersburg Road closed system, but you can harvest wolves there, or the only species. Could we somehow incorporate wolves and cougar at this point as well?
Mr. Chair, I believe you could, to clarify how and what species would then be able to be harvested with what means in the closed area if you do change that.
Thanks for that. Board members. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Frank, have there been any wolves harvested in the off-the-road system?
To the chair, Member Brett, no.
And if there was, could they have used a firearm?
To the chair, Member Brett, yes.
And then just one more follow-up. Why would people be concerned about, proximity to houses and parks and sloughs and still have the opportunity to use a firearm to harvest a wolf versus a bow and arrow?
Through the chair, Member Brett, I don't know. I just assume this was an artifact of a time when the folks were after the wolves.
All right, thank you.
Other board members' questions on this? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's quite a bit of public comment back and forth on this, and this is an area that's been in effect for what, since '62, you said, which is 7 decades almost, or 6 decades, a long time. And I guess I don't really have a question for you, but just a comment that most of these areas like this, the user groups have changed their habits and they work around what's happening at the time, the hunters know where else to hunt, where to go, and they're successful. They have lots of other opportunities. Being close to town, the dog walkers and the fishermen and the bird watchers and everything else, other than the wolf issue, which I think probably had to do with maybe, wolves killing dogs or something like that, and that had that opportunity to. They're used to going out there, not having to expect something different. They kind of know what to expect. And I don't see a reason to change something that's been in effect, been working, everybody's used to, everybody's changed their habits, their lifestyles around what's been there for probably longer than most of them have been alive. And so I kind of like the way it's set up right now.
Thank you for that. Other board members. Member Bachtel.
Yeah, is there state, federal lands within this besides the residential properties along this road?
The chair, Member Bachel, out to about 10 Mile, it's all private land. From 10 Mile to 17.22 Mile, it's mixed. It's private land. It's largely Forest Service land with some state land.
Other board members. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like providing opportunity for people. I think the compelling argument is they're allowed to archery hunt in the Petersburg's management area, which has all the same issues that if we allowed it on the road system, are the same issue. There's landowners of private property, there's dog walkers, and I don't know if there's fishermen in there, I'm not familiar with the area, but, people deal with it. We have a Fairbanks management area, which is much more congested than this road system area is. And it works out, occasionally, there's a moose that ends up in somebody's yard that shouldn't have been there, or a moose has an arrow in it and gets put all over the news. But we all live through it. It's providing an opportunity. We already allow the use of hunting wolves within there with firearms, and nobody seems to care about that. And so I think, the archers could benefit from this additional opportunity.
Thanks for that. Other board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. And I'd just like to, let's look at another controlled use area. And I know it's a different set of circumstances, but it still kind of has the same issues. And the Wood River controlled use area, it's south of Fairbanks. It's the longest controlled use area in the state, been there forever. Has a certain set of restrictions. That's mostly prevents motorized vehicles and sector aircraft. But all the users in that area have learned over the years how to take advantage of it or go someplace else or whatever. And everybody gets along, everybody knows the rules, everybody knows the boundaries. Everything's happening, and there's been some attempts to change it over multiple cycles, and they've all failed. Or if they were changed, people said, it's not working, want the way back it was, and it was returned back to the original controlled use area. So I see the same thing here, is that everything is status quo, all the users know about it, they know what to expect, they know how to work around it, they go other areas if they have to, and there's lots of opportunity without interfering with something that's not broke. Thank you.
I guess a question maybe for Captain Johnson. Do you have any sort of people arguing over the proximity from the road right now, like, no, I was over a quarter mile from the road? And could you speak to that a little bit? Is it pretty prevalent? Got to get you on the microphone.
To the chair, this is Sergeant Cody Litzer with the Wildlife Troopers. There are periodically one, maybe two events a year where animals are taken too close to a roadway or to a house in this area.
Thank you for that. Other board members? Oh, Kendra.
So, through the chair, I just wanted to mention that this closed area is actually in federal regs as well. So if the board does adopt this, it would still be closed on federal lands.
Ross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just one point of clarification. Adoption of this proposal would also result in creating an archery-only area for black bear, brown bear, moose, and it would restrict harvest of wolves to archery only.
What do board members think about that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's an excellent point, and I totally agree with it. I wouldn't want rifle hunters and all that proximity of housing and everything else, and I think the harvest speaks for itself.
Other board members? Comments? Member Garner.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the quarter-mile corridor, kind of to the point that I looked at it the reverse with the Petersburg management area. You have that open management area that the archers can go and then participate in the hunt there after a quarter mile off of the road. So not looking to change something that's been in place and working for quite a while.
And could you remind me again of the potential user conflicts here? I know you mentioned a couple different, sanctuaries or viewing areas.
To the chair, yes, so it starts at 8.75 mile, and between there and about 10 miles, it's just house after house after house. a little bit further down the road, we have the Blind Ripper Rapids Trailhead, which is super popular. People walk their dogs there, people exercise, there's a boardwalk there, there's fishing opportunities there. Further out, we get to the Trumpeter Swan Observatory. It's a little hide built on this side of the road where people can, I know photographers that go there and photograph waterfowl or other wildlife there. And then close to the end or at the very end is the Blind Slough picnic area, which is very popular. Families go there to have picnics. It's where I take friends of mine that have never caught coastal cutthroat trout. It's very popular. In fairness, if it was adopted, though, you wouldn't be able to hunt within 100 yards of the road, so there'd be a 100-yard buffer there, a little bit of a 100-yard buffer. But all those areas are very popular, particularly the Blind Slough picnic area and the Blind River Rapids trailhead.
So what you're saying is those facilities would be encompassed inside the barrier?
To the chair, some of the facilities, because of that 100-yard buffer, there'd be a little bit that wouldn't be, but the Blind Slough picnic area is a big area, so much of that would be encompassed. Almost all of the Blind River Rapids would be encompassed in it. So, yeah.
Well, I know we talked about this a lot. I'm still undecided. I'd like to hear more conversation from board members. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, to the department. I am on the fence as well, but what I'm looking at here is if I can't find anything where none of the ACs took a position on this, but also the public that supports this far outweighs the opposition. And given that this is a long-standing closed area, you'd think if someone threatened to close it, that it would generate a lot of opposition because it's been in effect so long. So I'm a little confused of kind of the dynamics of this as far as public weighing in. So I'm still on the fence and willing to listen to everyone, but I am leaning on supporting it at this point, but that could change depending on what transpires here.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Frank. All those concerns that you just told Member Fletcher, are those the same concerns that are the same issues that exist already in the Petersburg management area?
Through the chair, Member Brett, I guess the answer is yes.
And it seems to be working in there?
Yes.
Thank you.
Other board members on this? Member Batesville.
Yeah, I'm looking at land ownership above all of the places that you mentioned and stuff, and the fact that it wouldn't be on the federal lands. It's almost all Alaska Mental Health Trust along that road corridor that's not private. I'm looking at that on here right now. So that it is state lands for the most part, especially on the uphill side of the road. You had mentioned that when this went into effect, there would still be a 100 yards both sides of the road closure?
Through the chair, Member Batesville, that's part of the regulation of so if it's included in the Petersburg management area, that's part of the Petersburg management area regulation. So not within 100 yards of a road, 100 yards of a dwelling.
Thank you.
Member Gardner.
Yeah, maybe we're splitting hairs here. If you're saying that there's already 100-yard being 300 feet and the current corridor is a quarter mile, which a quarter mile is 1,300 feet, we're talking about 1,000 feet. And I think with it in place as it is, if they wanted to utilize the space, a hunter wanted to utilize it, they can walk the extra 1,000 feet.
Do you have any idea why, like, the advisory committees didn't weigh in on this proposal? I mean, and all my stuff, I haven't seen them take it up.
To the chair, the Petersburg Advisory Committee did vote on it.
I gotta look that up, give me a minute.
Mr. Chair, I was looking as well, and it looks like there are probably a couple different meetings, so you have to scroll down through their AC comments.
Thank you, bear with me. Feel free, anybody wants to talk while I'm looking at this up. Member Loring.
Yeah, thanks while you're looking that up. Do we know, I know that Mental Health Trust and a lot of places around Fairbanks, it's closed to hunting. What's the status? I think that's not open to hunting in mental health trust lands, as far as I know. Am I wrong on that? Do we know?
To Chairmember Loring, I know that there's signs in places that say closed to trapping. I haven't seen one that said closed to hunting.
Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Loring, I believe hunting is allowed on mental health land. I get confused at times because it's not on university land.
And just to follow up on that a little bit, lately, mental health trust, or mental health property has been giving people the option, or charging a trespass fee to use their lands for hunting and access and trapping, guiding.
Member Loring.
So would that be the case down here? Would they have to actually pay a trespass fee to bow hunt on mental health trust lands?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that is correct.
Well, I just got a lot of help. The vote was 4, 4, and 4. 4, 4, 4 abstain, and 4 against. A lot of direction there. Any other board members on this? I still am undecided. A little bit more discussion I'd appreciate. It's been Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to vote for this. I think, the concerns that were raised are the same issues that potentially could have happened in the Petersburg management area. We haven't seen that. You would spread out some of the archery effort from the Petersburg management area out to the road system. And you're going to provide this additional opportunity for people that want to participate in archery.
Member Loring.
Thank you. Another question to staff. Is this area inside the Petersburg city limits? Or do we know?
To the chair, Member Loring, the Petersburg management area is essentially the boundary of the city limits. So the corridor would be outside the city limits.
Thank you.
Other board members? Any questions? Intent? If not, we might be ready for the question on this.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 67. Loring.
No.
Bechtel.
No.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Barrett.
Yes.
Mueller.
Yes.
Garner.
No.
Fletcher.
Yes.
Motion carries 4 in favor, 3 against. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 68, repeal the Blind Slough closed area in Unit 3 and add the area to the Petersburg management area to allow for big game hunting by archery only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 68 would eliminate the Blind Slough closed area. It's a public proposal. Department recommendation is neutral. Again, this map represents Unit 3, shaded in light orange. The area outlined in red on the north end of Makeoff Island is the Petersburg management area. Again, outlined in yellow represents the Petersburg management area, which is about 10 square miles. It's open to the hunting of game by bow and arrow and small game by falconry. This map adds the Blind Slough closed area outlined in red, which is a strip 1/4 mile wide on each side of Blind Slough, a little over 3 miles long and about 2 square miles in area, which is closed to hunting. The Petersburg Management Area has a longer deer season and greater bag limit than the remainder of Metcalf Island, with the season dates of August 1st to December 15th, and a bag limit of 2 bucks. Blind Slough closed area is stripped 1/4 mile wide on each side of Blind Slough from mile 15.1 to mile 18.4, the Metcalf Highway, and is closed to hunting. Blind Slough closed area was created in 1976 and encompasses multiple recreation areas, including the U.S. Forest Service administered Swan Observatory Wildlife Viewing Site and Blind Slough picnic area. Again, the PMA on Metcalf Island was established as archery-only area in 2002, primarily in response to high deer numbers. City prohibition on the discharge of firearms prohibited deer hunting within the Petersburg city limits. High deer density in residential areas bolstered by artificial food sources and intentional feeding gave rise to frequent complaints about nuisance deer. And while the PMA was created to reduce deer numbers, it is open to archery hunting of all big game. The average PMA reported deer harvest over the last 5 seasons was 6, ranging from 3 to 11. And the hunters that reported hunting in the Petersburg Management Area averaged 12.6 over the same period. Because of proximity to Petersburg and ease of access, the Trumpeter Swan Observatory and Blind Slough picnic area are very popular for family outings, sport fishing, and wildlife viewing. Adoption of this proposal would open archery hunting for big game in an area that has been closed to hunting since 1976. And archery hunting in an area where outdoor recreation activities are high could result in user conflicts and public safety concerns. 2004, the board again reviewed all closed and controlled use areas to assess the continued need for each area. On completion of this review, the status of the Blind Slough closed area was unchanged. Again, proposal 68 would eliminate the Blind Slough closed area. It's a public proposal. The department is neutral on this proposal because it's primarily an allocative issue between user groups. While some additional harvest for deer in the area would not create a biological concern, the proposal would open this relatively small area to the take of black bear, brown bear, moose, and wolves, and harvest of those species is closely monitored to prevent overharvest.
Thank you for that. Questions for board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Frank, in relationship to the proposal we just passed on the road system, where's this Blind Slough? Is that part of what we just passed?
To the chair, Member Brett, yes. So the south end of the Petersburg road system closed area overlaps with the north end of the Blind Slough closed area. So the road system closed area had a 1/4 mile width each side of the road, whereas the blind slough closed area is a 1/4 mile either side of the slough.
On the north end?
That's where they overlap, yeah.
Member Loring.
So just so I understand that, the closed area closes a 1/4 mile of the slough and has nothing to do with where the road's at. Is that correct?
So Chair Member Loring, yes.
Member Loring.
And does this area also have an open hunting season for wolves or is that just part of the road closed area?
To the Chair Member Loring, it's closed to hunting.
Other board members' questions? Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment here. We're almost in the same situation we were before. No ACs weighed in except for one. But on this, it was split, but now we have one vote higher in opposition than supported. The vote was 6-5, one abstained.
Other board members' comments on this? Questions? Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I could just comment, I think we're kind of splitting hairs again. The, providing this specific area, which there's plenty of other area for archers to go participate in game hunting in and around that area, rather than designating this specific spot, which has multiple other uses that'll create conflict. Why create the conflict when there's so much more abundance surrounding the same area?
Thanks for that. Member Lori.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we just opened the former area in the last proposal, the additional opportunity for archers, and I think that should be okay to leave it at that and keep this closed for the same reasons I talked about earlier. It's been in effect for a lot of years, since '76, and there is a lot of non-hunting activity, a lot of other user groups that use it. And I think it'd be good to just leave that in place the way it currently is. And as the department said, it was looked at earlier on a statewide overview of closed areas, and it stayed in place at that time also. So my intent is to leave it the way it is. Thank you.
And a question for the department. This area encompasses a lot of those facilities you were talking about, right? The picnic area?
To the chair, yeah, it would encompass the Swan Observatory and the Blind Slough picnic area.
Thank you. Other board members, questions? Oh, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Frank, so I'm reading in this there, in the proposal, and right on the front page there with B, it says the area is closed to hunting, except game may be taken with a bow and arrow. Only an area south of Hugon Drive, outside of 100 yards of any airport, dwelling, business, highway, road, etc., and may be taken by falconry. Is that any game, big game and small game? And
Through the chair, Member Brad, it's a good question. As I understand it, it's all big game in the Petersburg management area. The question that I'm not sure about is small game, because it says small game by falconry.
Blind Slough drainage.
Any other questions? Member Batesville.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at this with the Swan Observatory and the amount of facilities and stuff that's in there associated with the Blind Slough picnic ground and picnic site, and the Crystal Lake hatchery and the Crystal Lake trail that goes up there, and the fact that it's closed now, and I'm not lending to support opening this up.
Thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, due to the actions we took on the prior proposal, and now we're taking approximately a quarter mile off the north end on the road system. That law enforcement, I guess that would start complicating things out there, wouldn't it?
Through the chair, Member Brett, yes, extremely.
Let me think.
Do you want to take a brief at ease?
Unless there's some more people.
Everybody, Member Batesville gave us what he was kind of leaning on toward this. Anybody else have any thoughts where we're giving Member Beretta a shot here? Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not intend to support this. I believe that the various user groups and the way that it's been described, I appreciate the perspectives. I know I haven't been there, but I believe that the user groups, I would like to make sure that we honor that for locals and family members going to attend.
Yeah, there's a lot of facilities here, and I'd really like to clear it up to help law enforcement out on this thing. Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we made a big move just on the previous proposal. I'd like to see how that shakes out, and given the dynamics that Member Moeller just shared with us, I probably won't be supporting this proposal.
Kendra.
So, Mr. Chair, just because we know there is Forest Service land in this area, our regulations do have all close to all hunting on federal public lands within this corridor. So I'm not sure how much of it, what that percentage is, or exactly what it is, but just for your awareness.
Thanks to, does the department know what percentage of that would be entailed here, or how big of a chunk are we talking about here?
To the chair, I don't know.
If Onex is right, everything to the north of the highway, upslope of that highway is Tongass National Forest, and there's a little bit of state land between Crystal Lake and the Blind Slough picnic site. So the majority of it is the Tongass National Forest, according to land ownership designation here.
Member Brett.
This is my off-the-hand, quick amendment. I move to adopt a new language for proposal 68, that the Petersburg road system shall end at the northern end of Blind Slough closed area.
Second.
Moved and seconded. There's discussion on that amendment. I guess my first one would be, does enforcement believe what clears this up at all?
My intent is to stop it at the boundary of the current Blind Slough closed area.
So retain the entirety of the former area. That's kind of what the intent of this is, and whether that language is correct or not, we can clear that up. I mean, that is our intent. Does that suffice, Department of Law?
To clarify how this would work with the board action on proposal 67, I believe, yes.
Okay, so is everybody clear, all these board members deciding what the spirit of Al's amendment was, even if it isn't quite perfect? Looking up and down?
Can you, Member Barrett, could you repeat it again for me?
The amendment would be that the Petersburg road system shall end at the northern end of Blind Slough closed area. So my intent is to keep the Blind Slough closed area closed, but everybody can, with our current past action, they'll be able to use the road system all the way up to the start of the Blind Slough closed area, which should be, definitely defined.
Member Batesville.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at land ownership there, and I totally understand what Member Barrett is trying to do. The Blind Slough closed area does not line up perfectly with the boundary of the Petersburg road closed area. So there is a spot, right, you would have to extend that line of the Petersburg, or of the Blind Slough closed area up to intersect that road closed area to encompass that. There's a little bit, it doesn't perfectly line up, Al.
Member Loring.
Thank you. I think, in past areas with this same kind of problem, the board intent on the record is what we need, and then I know that between Fish and Game and law, they can then craft the language to meet our intent. And I think we can go ahead and move forward with that intent.
Yeah, my intent was not to reduce the size of the Blind Slough closed area, and to, keep regulations keep regulations simple and understandable.
So we're on the amendment still. Any more discussion on that, on Member Brett's amendment? If none, no other discussion, we'll call the question on the amendment.
Call the question on the amendment.
The question's been called on the amendment. And do you think you have the amendment down? Oh, Member Loring.
Just clarify the amendment. The amendment would be the Petersburg road system closed area. And then shall end at. Just that first part, is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, that's my belief, that we're retaining this Blind Slough closed area.
Yep.
I don't know the exact perfect language for it, but we're keeping that section of this.
Yeah, Member Brett wasn't quite clear on, he just said the Petersburg road system, but I wanted to make sure that he meant that road system closed area.
Yeah. Is the board, want to look up and down here, everybody's clear that that's what we're doing here? Okay. Then call the question on the amendment.
I'll call the question again.
The question's been called on the amendment.
Okay, on the amendment. Garner.
Yes.
Loring.
Yes.
Fletcher.
Yes.
Mueller.
Yes.
Barrett.
Yes.
Bechtel.
Yes.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, amendment carries 7-0.
All right, we have the amended proposal in front of us. Board members? We had a pretty good discussion about it. Member Brett?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I won't be supporting repealing the blind slew area. I think we did a pretty good job of providing more opportunity for archers, and we'll see how that goes.
Member Loring?
Thank you. I will not be supporting it either. Yeah, I think in the prior proposal, we just gave the archers a pretty big chunk of real estate to hunt on, and this, based on the amount of public use, non-hunting public use and facilities, et cetera, I think it's best just to leave it the way it is. Thank you.
I'd like to echo those two comments and Vice Chairman Hoffman's comments about we've made a big change and this is be a huge change. So, other board members? If not, Member Bechtel.
Yeah, I don't intend to support that either, so I will be voting.
And the language is pretty tricky here, so but everybody, I think everybody understands what we're doing here. So, with that being said, I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that. Art, will you pull the board?
Final action on proposal 68 as amended. Bechtel.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Loring.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Mueller.
No.
Garner.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 69, extend the grouse hunting season in Unit 3 to close June 15th instead of May 15th.
Second.
And if you don't mind, if you could refresh us our action that we took previously and how that plays into this proposal on 17 and 18, the region-wide. Thank you, Cameron. Whenever.
So, Mr. Chair, did you want me to refresh your memory on what you?
Yeah, if you don't mind, just to
no problem.
help me build the record here.
I believe Proposal 17, which was to eliminate a female season after March 14th, failed. And so that was Proposal 17. So the current season bag limits remain the same. And then Proposal 18 was to extend the grouse season in Units 1 through 5 through May 31st, and that proposal failed.
Thanks for that reminder.
For the record, my name is Cameron Carroll. I'm the small game coordinator for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm here to present information on Proposal 69. You can find information on this proposal under RC4 tab 6.2. So Proposal 69 is to change the grouse hunting season in Unit 3 to August 1st through June 15th. This is a public proposal, and the department is opposed. Much of the information in the next few slides you've already seen. I am going to go through them rather quickly. So Proposal 69 is, as written originally, was specifically for Unit 3. And you can see within Unit 3, we've got sooty grouse and a subspecies of spruce grouse on Zarumbo. But those are the only two grouse species that we have there. Current season dates for Unit 3 are August 1st through May 15th with a bag and possession limit of 5 per day, 10 in possession. During this meeting, you, as a board, did have a customary and traditional use finding. but you have not yet determined an ANS. So proposed regulations for Unit 3 would be August 1st to June 15th, but the bag limit and possession limit would remain the same. Again, the following 8 slides are ones that you've seen previously. So here we have grouse season dates and bag limits have remained the same for a number of years. And the season remains unique compared to the rest of the state where grouse seasons generally end March 31st or April 30th. This next slide shows our survey results from throughout Southeast Alaska for sooty grouse. And again, just a reminder that populations appear to remain pretty stable throughout the region for sooty grouse. The department collects information from hunters on the age and sex ratio of the harvest. Again, this is a voluntary sample, and there is limited participation, but it is the data that we have. Basically, that data shows that there is harvest throughout the year or throughout the season, but the majority of the harvest does appear to take place in April and May, at least according to our samples. This next slide shows the male to female ratio of the harvest, and you can see that in April and May is when we're getting the majority of the harvest, and there is also some female harvest taking place. Okay, so the next 3 slides show information again that I've shown before, and I just want to direct your attention primarily to hatch dates because this proposal differs from Proposal 18 in that it's looking to extend the season through June 15th. So not only would the season extend into the nesting season for both sooty grouse and spruce grouse, it would also potentially extend into the early brood rearing period for these grouse species, which hatch dates are generally June 8th through June 28th. This data is from BC, but is likely similar to Southeast Alaska. And here's the information for spruce grouse, which we do have some information from Southeast Alaska. Again, hatch dates mid-June through the end of June. Nesting activity at least mid-May through July 1st. And this slide really isn't appropriate for this particular unit. So with current regulations, there is some harvest of females taking place in the spring. However, from survey data, it appears as though sooty grouse numbers are relatively stable in areas that likely receive relatively high hunting pressure. Therefore, some spring harvest of females is likely sustainable. However, extending the season to June 15th will overlap not just the nesting, but very likely the early brood rearing period for females. Additional harvest of females, especially incubating females or females with young chicks, is of concern. And again, this is because grouse have relatively low survival rates compared to many larger species, and for populations to persist, there needs to be decent juvenile production each year. And especially during the early brood rearing period, young chicks are entirely reliant upon the hen to stay warm during cold and wet weather because they cannot thermoregulate on their own for the first few weeks of life. So again, Proposal 69 changed the grouse hunting season in Unit 3 to August 1st to June 15th. This is a public proposal. The department recommendation is opposed.
Thank you for that. Board member questions. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Cam. When do the sooty grouse stop hooting?
Through the chair, Member Brett, we tend to see the peak in hooting around the 15th or so of May, but it does extend through the end of May as well. and some hoot even after, but we do see a decline after probably about May 15th. That is somewhat dependent on snow cover conditions and the extent and how long snow sticks around, because sometimes the breeding period is slightly delayed if you have a lot of snow that remains.
So all the advantages that we talked about earlier this week of, you know, harvesting sooty grouse was based on the males being up in the trees and hooting. That advantage would go away, and then you're gonna potentially, you know, messed up the nesting season and have, I guess, what it's very hard opportunity if they stop hooting.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Barrett, like as I've said, our data indicates that hooting does drop off towards the end of May. There is still some males hooting, but if you are targeting males specifically through that behavior, the chances of success is also going to drop off.
All right, thank you.
Other board members, I'm kind of leaning along the same line of Member Brett's rationale there. Other board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. Cam, you know, as we get into June and we through the end of this this June 15th period, how much opportunity is going to be lost if or how much opportunity do you think, how many people are going to be taking advantage of this additional opportunity? Because you're going to start getting into fishing and other things. So I can't imagine that there's going to be a lot of folks that are going to take advantage of this longer season, especially if the hooting behavior slows down or almost stops. Do you have any indication of, you know, what kind of pressure there's going to be if it is lengthened to the 15th of June?
Through the chair, Member Loring, I don't have a good sense of what kind of participation there would be after May 15th. I mean, we've heard from the proponent, and we've also heard from a few other community members that there are, especially younger folks, they really want to be able to give more opportunity to. You know, you can only trust that there will be some people that would take advantage of it. But, you know, in terms of speculating what kind of participation, I don't really know. But it does sound like there's a fair amount of interest within Unit 3 for sure.
And thanks for mentioning that, Cameron. We do have a RC 29 from the author that had several proposed amendments to this. And they were kind of if, you know, a couple suggestions would be amended to like a youth-only season. I don't know if anybody needs any time to get those in front of them. Other board members? I know you mentioned, I know we have sooty grouse here, but what was the other species of grouse, and do they have similar habits?
Mr. Chair, so I'll just back up to the map. We've got sooty grouse. It's primarily sooty grouse. I think most people would be hunting sooty grouse, but we do have that subspecies of spruce grouse on Zarembo within Unit 3. It's known to inhabit Zarembo. So habitat's pretty similar. And not sure why there isn't sooty grouse on Zarembo and there's spruce grouse, but I suspect there's limited hunting of spruce grouse on Zarembo, and it's probably opportunistic when they're out for other hunts.
Thank you for that. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the youth hunts, I can ask the department, what would be the definition of a youth hunter? And I know in big game, they have to be accompanied by an adult, and, you know, tags have to be punched and that type of thing. So how would this fit into the current definitions? Thank you.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lots of stuff comes with designating a youth hunt, and Ms. Weber is on her way and will walk you through those requirements.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so there are differences between youth hunts for small game hunts and differences for youth hunts for big game hunts. When the board has created hunts for, when the board has created youth hunts for small game, they have said that, bear with me, that small game may be taken by a hunter 17 years old or younger, accompanied by a licensed hunter 21 years old or older, who has successfully completed a certified hunter education course if the youth hunter has not completed one themselves. That's what the board has typically had for these small game youth hunts.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Cameron, is there a positive finding of C&T on the grouse in this area?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, yes, you guys just found one earlier this meeting.
I'm in the zone.
Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm thinking, I'm going to support this proposal. The reason being is we had good testimony from the public, from someone who spent, I think it was 40 years hunting these grouse, and he said he's only seen one female once, and that the hooting, or the calling these birds make is almost going to be gone. I think tank is going to be very low. There's no conservation concern, and then again, that no one's going to intentionally take a hen anyway.
Thanks for that. Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I refer back to page 133, with the background of regulations, the grouse season in Unit 3 has been the same since 1987-88. Bag possession's been the same, and most grouse seasons actually go till about April 30th, is what it states here. The proposal that we voted on earlier, with Proposal 18, let me confirm. Proposal 18, there was a proposal for the shift of the season for grouse in units 1 to 5, August 10th to May 31st, and we voted no on that. So I'm actually going to be sticking with our original dates, I believe on this one to the 15th. So I do not intend to vote for this one.
With most of our youth hunts, it's to designate like an advantage, like it's a special early season for sheep or whatever. With this one, it sounds like it would almost be a disadvantage to have a season open when the males are less likely to hoot. But that's just a couple of things I'm thinking. But I guess there's the other variety of grouse there too that I was only thinking about the city grouse. There's the other spruce grouse there. Other board members? Member Loring.
Just to follow up on your last comments, Mr. Chairman, I think with youth, it's good to keep them engaged and, taking fishing someplace where they're going to catch fish, or give them an opportunity to hunt sheep or something earlier when the chances of success are better. And it seems to me that with the behavior of the grouse later on this season, that chance of success is decreased, and I'm not sure we could keep them engaged like we would in an earlier season or something else. So I kind of agree with what you're saying there, that it would be a disadvantage to send them up the side of the mountain and, hike around all day with no success.
Can anybody think of a reason like why just like the dates would be, it's like school for a break that time of year where they're not having to go to school, or is there like, Member Gardner, anybody? Oh, I didn't know if you're raising your hand, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not specifically to that question on the dates of schools. I was just going to make a comment on the overall proposal. I'd be in opposition to this as it pushes the harvest into the nesting period further, and also that we had a robust discussion during Proposal 18, of which we chose not to extend the season. The existing season, being that it's nine months plus long, has been in place since the early 1980s, and there've been successful dates, successful bag limits. My mindset is if it's not broken, don't try fix it.
Is it beautiful weather this time of year? Like, is that like all of a sudden it's great weather outside? Like you don't got to wear a raincoat anymore or anything? Like, yeah, anybody on that who lives down here? Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, from what I read, Mr. Chair, that the proponent, the author, was saying that during most of this open period that it was, the area he wanted to go is inaccessible due to road conditions and so forth, and that if you push it on further, he can get out there via road.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to be able to support this proposal. I think it was made clear to us that it's well past identifying a male by hooting, and so it'd make it difficult to find grouse again. It also would allow the same opportunities for all the other grouse. And, through public testimony and written comments, that passing on the traditional knowledge to youth hunters is already happening. So I don't think I even need a youth hunt.
Member Loring.
Thank you. In addition to Member Brett's comments, we're also getting into, affecting brooding and chick survival also. And just one more thing to consider, going later on in the season.
Other board members, Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the only thing that I could add to it is for the month of June, we'll take the kids fishing instead.
Other board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, as we voted on Proposal 18, I'm really concerned about extending this into the nesting and the brooding and chick survival, and will not be supporting this.
Board members, any further discussion? Intent? If not, ready for the question?
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please?
Final action on Proposal 69. Mueller.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Garner.
No.
Batesville.
No.
Loring.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, and this is probably a pretty good time to take a break, and we'll come back with another proposal. And then whenever the board members get seated, if you don't mind taking it away, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 272, remove conflicting and redundant methods and means for taking beavers during trapping season across the state.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and just a reminder to the public out there that this was an ACR we accepted. So whenever you're ready, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Natalie Weber with the Division of Wildlife Conservation. And with me today is also Tara Moskowitz, who we are very, very lucky to have in our regulations section. A copy of this presentation can be found in RC4, tab 7. As you just heard, this proposal was submitted as an agenda change request, and it's asking to remove some conflicting and redundant methods and means for taking beavers during trapping seasons. The department did submit the agenda change request, and we do support it. And we are neutral on methods and means, so we'll get into that later. All right, just some background for the board. It looks like there was an error that was introduced in 2022 that allowed firearms for all trapping seasons statewide. And before that, there were some areas that should have retained, that had a restriction where firearms were not allowed to be used in the open trapping season, and we think that those should have been retained. So what you see on the board, on the screen in front of you is those restrictions. So 11, 13, and 16 firearms were not allowed in that fall season. Remainder of 20B and 20D had a restriction in the fall and the spring also. And then units 7 and 15 also had restrictions on the fall and in the spring as well. And I do want to point out that it was a member of the public that brought this error to our attention. He's been a longtime trapper in the remainder of 20B, and he discovered that error for us. And the way he found out is that trappers were harvesting in the area where he had typically been trapping by firearm in the fall. So he noticed, and he got a hold of us, did some research, and we appreciate him bringing it to our attention. So in 2022, where this error came from originally, the board allowed the take of bow and arrow statewide under all trapping seasons, which sounds fine, right? And I also want to point out that firearms had not been allowed during the dates below, which is what you saw previously. So again, those dates, that's really the ones that we're talking about here. And then we're getting into some more issues here. So we did say that there were some other conflicting and redundant regulations that needed cleaned up that came to our attention as a result of this also. So in units 11, 13, and 16, we don't have an issue on the trapping season. That was fine when there were no firearms allowed in September and October. But unit 16 does pose a little bit of an issue because we have an open hunting season. So typically the board likes to align the methods of take when the trapping season and the hunting season are both open at the same time. So with that season, that means that hunters could shoot beavers during September and October, but trappers couldn't if they saw them. So just 1 point for the board to consider aligning there. We don't have any issues with the remainder of 20B and 20 Delta. And units 17 and 15, though, we do have a restriction for firearms at a time when there is no open season anyway. So that's one of the things we would be looking to remove here and clarify. And I mentioned Unit 22. It's on this screen for the board to consider because prior to this, there was a firearm-only season. So that one should probably be firearms and bow and arrow if the board is looking for some consistency. And I do also want to take a second to point out that we don't have any conservation concerns in any of these areas, so that is not what this is about. We are only looking to clarify and remove any confusing regulations, and also that nothing that the board does here with this will impact sealing requirements in any way. It's specifically only to method of take, nothing to do with bag limits, no sealing requirements, no nothing. So hopefully pretty simple. So to fix this, the board does have a lot of options in front of them, all of which will require some action on your part. So you can confirm that you do want to keep the firearm restrictions in those units that you saw earlier. and you can remove the conflicting and redundant regulations. That's no problem at all. You could also choose to retain the use of firearms and bow and arrows in all the units statewide, and again, remove those conflicting and redundant regulations. Or you could do something entirely different. So we're here to help you with that. Whatever you decide, we are very happy to put together some amended language for you to look at before you do your final vote, if you're interested. And Mr. Chair, that's pretty much it. I know it's not simple, but we're trying to get to simple. So any questions you have, please.
Questions from board members? Comments from board member, Member Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the second option covers both the firearms and the bow and arrow in all units statewide, and they would remove all the conflicting and redundant languages. So I think that covers firearms and archery versus the first option, and I haven't thought of a third option.
Any other board members' thoughts on that? Any ideas, any more ideas? Or is Member Brett the only one?
Natalie's got her hand.
Oh, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to point out that the person who brought this to our attention did submit a comment, and I believe it was PC 87, I could have that wrong. He actually wants to retain the restriction on firearms in the area. So if that'll help the board weigh in on this, I know that's not the easiest route, but I do want to point out that he's the one who brought it up, and he wants to keep that restriction. He wants trapping only. So that might be a third option for Member Barrett.
And hypothetically, we could keep the restriction in the area that this trapper traps and have the rest of the statewide be open, right? We could do that. Other board members, thoughts? Member Brett.
So the person that brought it wants the restriction of firearms, but currently there's not a restriction of firearms where he's at, and the board passed a firearms use in his area.
Natalie.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, that's where it gets a little confusing. We think that the allowance of the use of firearms statewide was an error in regulation, and we're not exactly sure where the error came from, if it was on our part, when the regulations were produced, those kinds of things. However, the public has been hunting, believing that, and being informed by the department through our materials, that use of firearms has been allowed in that area since 2022. So we do have a right good mess that we would like some help sorting out.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, the person that found this error, I would give him deference that, I would go against the restrictions. And I know our law enforcement people will be generous on, if we were to pass, the first option, be generous with people out there using firearms, harvesting beavers, where they were traditionally doing it for the last few years. But yeah, I like option one then.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Natalie, or staff, right now we've been allowing firearms since 2022, statewide, and that's been just kind of marching on, day by day, no problem at all, and no enforcement issues, and is that kind of what I'm understanding?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that is correct, yes.
Other board members, Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just for clarification on the way I'm looking at it, the error was created in 2022, allowing firearms for all trapping statewide, and then the option to get back to status quo. I understand that we have multiple options, but if we were to choose option number one, that returns us back to status quo prior to the error in 2022?
Through the chair, Member Garner, what I intended with option one would be to keep the use of bow and arrow, which is what the board passed in 2022. So basically it would be the 2022 intent of the board and remove those errors. So keep the use of bow and arrow statewide and go back to those restrictions on firearms, which does present a little bit of its own uniqueness, if you will, because trappers will be able to use bow and arrow in those places, but they will not be able to use firearms. That's why I said that this is pretty complicated.
What do board members think of, oh, Member Loring?
So if we do this, it's just like, I'm not sure that the trapping public or the trapping users realize that if we go with option one, that, you know, without any kind of input into a board process or proposals or anything like that, that all of a sudden they just be, I'm not sure how many people are using firearms, but there probably are some, if they'd be disenfranchised in the process of moving forward in that direction without, you know, bringing either a proposal to a statewide meeting or a region meeting that would then close it back the way it was prior to 2022.
Other board members' thoughts? Member Batesville?
In the areas that firearms are not allowed or were not allowed, what was the rationale for that, not being here whenever that decision was made?
Through the chair, Member Batesville, I really can't speak to all of those. Many of them have been in place quite a while.
Okay.
Typically, actually, I can't speak to some of them. It had to do with not wanting people to shoot beavers and then not be able to retrieve them. But in some of these places, we do have open hunting season, so obviously that's not an issue that plays into it, which again gets at, let's help us out, clean these up if you can, please.
Board members? Member Brett?
Yeah, this isn't gonna be anything clean. There's gonna be some, you know, people are very upset about this. But we gotta start over. We gotta just start clean, take the hit, and, you know, make it so we don't have this issue. You know, it's not going away. We gotta fix it.
Other board members' thoughts or ideas on the best way to fix it? Member Loring?
Thank you. So if we do go back and restrict firearm take as an option one, is enforcement going to be able to give them a grace period for a year or so to, you know, to give them some relief?
Sit over there.
Sure. Anyway, that's what would be my concern is, it's like when they went to an antler restriction in 20A from any bull, and all of a sudden they went to Spike Fork 50. There was a grace period there. They didn't enforce it super hard that first year. There was a lot of slipping and sliding going on the enforcement side.
Director Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as always, Natalie can correct me if I'm wrong. These changes won't go into effect until July 1st. We have a lot of time I mean, there will be a spring beaver season, but these things won't be changed by then, and we'll have ample time to at least make the public aware.
Member Brett?
Yeah, and generally I don't like speaking for the captain, but I'm pretty sure he would be telling us that, you know, they're very flexible with newer or changing regulations to work with the public on the first year or so.
Other board members' thoughts on this? The best way to tackle it? I'm kind of leaning toward the option one that everybody else is leaning toward. So maybe an amendment to adopt the language in option one.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt the language in proposal 272 would be the first option. It would be to affirm firearm restrictions in units 7, 11, 13, 15, 16, 20B, remainder, and 20D, and remove conflicting and redundant regulations.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We have material here in front of us. Any discussions on that amendment? Member Brett?
Yeah, like I said, I'll support this amendment to start with, and it's you know, unfortunate that some of these things get overlooked or it's not perfect. You know, we're humans, we made a mistake, and we're willing to fix it.
Thanks for that. Any further discussion? Member Loring?
Yeah, thank you. And And I'll support it also, especially with the department saying that, you know, we have a spring season going now, but this wouldn't go into effect until July 1st, and they plan on having some, you know, contact with the public, the trapping public, to let them know, either through the Trappers Association or through, you know, different forms of contact, emails, et cetera, to let the trapping public know that these changes are in place. And they'll go into effect in the, you know, come trapping season in end of 26, 27.
And I'm going to support it just because we need something in front of us that we can deliberate on. So any further from the, if not, call the question on the amendment.
Call the question.
The question's been called on the amendment. Will you poll the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. On the option, or on the amendment to select option 1, Barrett,
Yes.
Hoffman,
Yes.
Garner,
Yes.
Fletcher,
Yes.
Batesville,
Yes.
Muller,
Yes.
Loring.
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, we have an amended proposal in front of us. What are board members thinking about it? Any board members' thoughts on this? Member Loring.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we need to go back to what the board intent was originally, and, you know, not knowing where the mistake was made back in 2022, and just, you know, deal with the fallout. I think we can handle that, you know, in a real good way, and like I say, through outreach from the department and different organizations. I think we should go in this route, and I'd be like, you know, be supporting returning back to the prior mistake, the language prior to the change. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Other board members' thoughts on that, intent on that? Member Batesville.
So for a point of clarification, we would not be allowing firearms for trapping seasons, et cetera?
Natalie, you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Batesville, we would be going back to the restricted dates for firearms. So they would not be allowed in those typically fall seasons and spring seasons that you see there. The rest of the season, they are open. Firearms are an allowable use during those other seasons. But I thought I heard the board say was they want to keep those restrictions that were formerly in place.
Thank you.
Member Loring.
And thank you. You know, historically, firearms weren't allowed for hunting beaver except in Unit 8, and then it's expanded to those units except the ones that are shown here in option 1. And the boards, in prior boards, deliberated on that and looked at all the issues back and forth and with public comment, and allowed firearms in those units that aren't part of option 1 and kept these units closed. So I think there was quite a bit of work done to get to where we were at in 2022, and that's basically where I want to stay.
Yeah, I do value having uniform statewide regulations whenever we can, because it simplifies things and makes things easy for the person that's on the landscape. And I just don't know a lot about why these were implemented in the first place in the specific uses. And anyway, I'm struggling with that. Any other board members? Any thoughts from board members? Can anybody hear a cricket? Yeah. So which way do we want to go? Let's have some discussion on it. We need to build a record here. We had an ACR. We have an awesome process. Member of the public brung this up, caught this for us. We passed it in the ACR process, right? So it was definitely worth bringing to this part here. So what do board members think about it? Member Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think the proposal, the action being taken by the board recognizes the error. returns us to that starting point and gives us a platform that we can move forward from. So I would be in support of this proposal.
I think so too. I think we need to peel it back. We need to start from the beginning again and work our way through that process. I know it complicates things for the person on the countryside, but yeah. Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you. And we do have a process. If some of those units that we're going to eliminate firearms from, if there's reasons and valid reasons to put firearm use back in those units, we have the process through our proposal process and, through the regional and statewide meetings to do that. And we can, have a proposal submitted to reinstate firearm use for taking beavers and say, Unit 7, whichever unit might be, through a normal process. So we do have that way about doing things.
Natalie, could you remind me what unit this trapper specifically trapped?
Mr. Chair, this user is in the remainder of 20 Bravo.
Could we possibly just retain this restriction in 20 Bravo and wipe all the rest of it away which was the original intent of the board?
Mr. Chair, if the board is interested in keeping a firearms restriction in 20B remainder only and not in those other units listed, you can absolutely do that here. And again, I'd like to point out that we had very little in terms of public opposition or support of this at all. We haven't heard any other users having issues with it either. Like I said, this is the one person that appears to be the one area in question, and it's up to you.
What does the board believe about that? Member Barrett.
Yeah, potentially, I think that's a good idea, and Plan B is there's an interior meeting scheduled for next year.
I appreciate that. Any other thoughts on that idea or an amendment perhaps on that? Member Loring.
Yeah, I know we don't have it, but I'd like to have, I'd like to know what the board intent was back in 2022 or prior to 2022 to keep the restrictions in those units that are in option 1. There obviously was a reason to keep those employees because they eliminated the rest of the state, to allow firearms. So, I don't really have a problem with just, going along with what you said, but if there's some real pressing reasons to eliminate the use of firearms, I'd kind of like to know what those were, but that might not be available at this time.
I appreciate that. Other board members? Member Batestel.
Yeah, I guess I would agree with Member Loring that since we don't know the background behind the other closures in those areas, I don't feel good about removing those at this time. I understand where you're going and don't necessarily disagree with it, but we don't have the background on those other things to just inadvertently remove them.
Member Brett.
I don't have my trapping book in front of me, but for some reason, isn't Unit 20 itself have a firearm restriction? No?
To the chair, I believe these are the only two that used to exist, which was remainder of 20B and 20D for that.
Seems weird. 20 is more of the urban area, and 20B is the outside the urban area.
Other board members?
20B remainder.
Any more ideas? Any thought? Any member Loring?
Yeah, just for some more record, I just think, we talked about going back to starting from scratch, and I think starting from scratch is what option 1 does. And that might just be a good place to start. And so we have an interior meeting. We're going to go through the meeting cycles again, and we can bring those up at that point to eliminate the firearms restrictions in those units if there's enough reason to do it.
Member Brett.
Yeah, just for clarity, Mr. Chairman, you were wanting to carve out 20B, but doesn't this, it says it affirm the firearm restrictions in 20B remainder. That means we would affirm that there's a restriction there.
And that's what the proponent was asking for.
He wanted the restriction.
He did, yeah. So that would be the only restriction that we would keep, and the other ones would be stricken. it's kind of, I don't know, that's,
Affirm the firearm restrictions in all these units.
I can't make an amendment anyway. Member Loring.
Just for clarity, right now, we have on the table option one, right? And that's different from what your thoughts were here this west, which was just, leave 20B.
I didn't catch the first part of that, I'm sorry.
Right now, we have on the table, option one.
Correct.
And your last thoughts were that you wanted to just have 20B exempted, keep firearms from 20B, but allow the open firearm season and everything else, which is not on the table. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Member Brett.
So another way of saying, or stating number one, our first option is keep firearm restrictions in all these units.
Are you asking if I were to suggest an amendment, which I can't suggest?
No, that's what I'm asking Natalie. That's what this statement says, doesn't it? Affirm or keep firearm restrictions in units 7, 13, 16, 20B remainder.
To the chair, Member Brett, yes, that's what option one does, but that's not what the chairman was discussing earlier. He was talking, if I understood correctly, about only keeping the firearms restriction in 20B remainder and not in the other unit. So that was another option.
The other one's out, gotcha.
Member Garner?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still leaning towards the reset the clock back where it was, an error was made. While a trapper may have brought the firearm issue error to us on just 20B, it's obviously exposed that the error was made across multiple units. So I think by executing option one, that resets us back where we were.
Director Scott.
I'll just add that for units 11, 13, and 16, you won't have a meeting next year, but you'll have a meeting the following year for that region.
Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My thought is for Unit 20B and 20D that the firearms are not allowed. 7 and 15 are coming up in 6 weeks. So if we made any changes now, we'd still be able to have the public comment during that time. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes. Well, which way you want to move here? We gotta do something. Member Barrett.
Yeah, I'm still just going with the first option, and it's gonna hurt some people. It's a little cleaner, a little clearer, and in agreement with Member Gardner, it's just gonna set the clock back so we can, get the proposals back in, take action on them and start over.
And as far as we know, since 2022, the users in all the other units were operating as if they could shoot a beaver with firearm without those restrictions.
Mr. Chair, that is correct, yes. The users in all those other units thought that they could use a firearm to take beaver.
Member Brett.
And I will add, there still will be reasonable opportunity for subsistence.
Board members, we've had a discussion in front of us. We have, we decided take the language up in option one. We've had a healthy discussion about this. If there's no further comments, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Art, will you pull the board, please?
Final action on proposal 272 as amended. Loring.
Yes.
Batesville.
Yes.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Barrett.
Yes.
Muller.
Yes.
Garner.
Yes.
Fletcher.
No.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 against.
All right, thank you for that. And that concludes our last proposal. We got some new information here. During the course of deliberations on proposals 34 and 35, there was a CBJ ordinance 67.01.030 that might have been presented wrong. And the author of this, or one of the testifiers, notified me, of this. And with that being said,
Member Chairman, I move that we reconsider proposal 34.
Second.
so it's been moved and seconded that we can reconsider 34 because of some new information. Any discussion on that? And can I ask for unanimous consent to reconsider, or do we need to have a roll call vote? I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to bring it up for reconsideration. Member Loring.
Yeah, are you going to present the new information now, or is it after we decide to reconsider?
What's the best Department of Law?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to, I guess, maybe just give a preview, the ordinance that was cited does appear to only apply in parks and recreational areas within the city and borough of Juneau. So that's where its influence on the deliberations may have extended beyond where an archery prohibition was. So just as a little bit of a preview for Member Loring and the other board members to consider on the reconsideration issue.
Is that satisfactory?
That's fine with me, yes, thanks.
Okay. So I'll ask for unanimous consent to reconsider 34. All right, we got unanimous consent. Whenever you guys are ready. Thank you. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few comments before we get going, and I'll explain the images that you have up on the screen as well. Again, we appreciate the notification from the resident in Juneau concerning the Juneau Coast area. After digging into the CBJ ordinances a little bit further, we did establish that the use of archery, if we need to go back through the discussion of missiles and projectiles and all that, we can. But it appears that the use of archery within Juneau parklands is prohibited. Archery is not mentioned in the other public safety ordinances or sections of the ordinance. I also wanted to point out, though, there is a prohibition on the discharge of firearms on any public street. Let me just get it here. Unlawful discharge firearm within 1/4 mile of any public road, highway, or street, as well as specific trails, yada, yada, yada. I understand that we're talking about archery here. I just wanted to, just point out that there are some variable ordinances that we had to consider. So from here, I'll let Hannah take the reins and explain this is the parcel view application available from the city and borough of Juneau. And Hannah will walk you through what you're looking at.
Thank you, Hannah.
Yeah, for the record, this is Hannah Mananen, Assistant Area Biologist out of Douglas. So this is the CBJ parcel viewer. This shows, if you remember that map from yesterday, we had that one from the inland to from the coast to 1/4 mile inland. And then, so this shows these yellow boxes, that is properties. And then the green is what shows parks and recreation land. So when I originally talked about that ordinance yesterday, I misspoke, and I apologize for that. So archery is not allowed in those green boxes. Everywhere else, CBJ does not have that ordinance. So they do have the firearm restriction still, but that should hopefully clarify that, and I'm happy to take any further questions if you have questions about the parcel viewer specifically.
I guess I have a quick question. All the yellow boxes, is that private land?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, a lot of that is private land, not necessarily all of it, but most of it is private land, and again, it's that 1/4 mile.
And I know everybody probably knows this. I mean, you need to get permission from a private landowner before you go on. Any questions on this, guys? Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you. Not so much on the borough code, but what are the regulations on the Mendenhall Flat State Game Refuge as far as what type of methods are taken to use out there? Is it shotguns only, or, because I know it's a big chunk of property that's a lot of contention in the past.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Member Loring. The Mendenhall Wetlands has an exemption during waterfowl season only for the use of shotguns to take waterfowl. So instead of, the prohibition is within 1/4 mile of a road during the duck season on the wetlands, that's exempted within the refuge boundary.
So how would that affect the archery hunt? It would be closed during waterfowl, or except for that exemption, or would this still be allowed in that area if we pass this?
Through the chair, Member Loring, big game hunting is closed on the Mendenhall Refuge. Waterfowl hunting and small game only is available.
Other questions from board members? Does this new information affect how a board member would have voted? Oh, anything? Any questions, comments for Hannah here? I guess in an effort to move it along, I do realize how there are a few of these nuances in these sections of land that this reconsideration was important to come back and address, but as of right now, it still would not change my mind because of not so much the land status, but the whole, social aspects of this proposal. Any other board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my vote originally to oppose this was not based on the general ordinance at all. It had to do with everything else that member or chairman just mentioned, all the social aspects, social issues, the private property, trespass type stuff. So I don't think my mind would be changed either. Thank you.
Other board members, Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to pull up the information, but they did, I just remembered that they mentioned that they amended out the downtown portion and had different restrictions than what this entire map is shown. So it was more of a northern portion, I believe it was Glacier Highway, and north from there. So that was the amendment that they made to their original proposal.
Board members? Member Batesville.
Yeah, if I remember right, they were talking about the area from the ferry terminal north. Some creek, she mentions it here in her proposal, right at the very last part of that proposal.
Hannah?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, to all the members. So they were talking north. So up here you can see Auk Bay. So they were talking about north of Auk Bay is where they had their amendment. But as you can see, that's all those yellows are still land ownership parcels. So, but that, to clarify, that is where they were amending it to.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, my vote on voting no was primarily due to the ordinances that I thought were in place. But Hannah, and maybe even the director, interacting with people in the area, in the community, what's their sentiment about bears walking around town and in their yards and doing bear things?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Brett. There's a lot of different sentiments, so it really depends on what area of Juneau you are in. I think we also, like, for example, downtown, we have a lot of bears. Tourists love seeing the bears. That's a huge thing. I think they can be considered more of a nuisance in other places, but like I said, I referred to that study yesterday that a lot of Juneau residents didn't mind living with bears and didn't want to necessarily see population reductions due to hunting. And to further that, we are still able to respond, like I said, as an agency or as a department with AWT as well if people call us and let us know about any bear issues they may be having.
Just to follow up on that, what's the frequency of that where the department has to go out and consider a situation with bears?
Through the chair, Member Brett, that really depends on the year. It can vary. So I can speak, I haven't been in my position that long, just over a year. I can speak to this year. We did trap about 5 bears this year. Yeah, it really varies by the year, how many people are coming downtown. Some require a different response. Some we do, recommending electric fences. Some we actually do go out and take care of the bear.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, Member Barrett. We get all kinds of bear calls, everything from, hey, there's a bear walking down my street, to there's a bear, in my garage, things like that. And so we assess those, and the level of public safety and respond appropriately. We also work very closely with homeowners, the city, the waste management company, all the campgrounds, the Mendenhall Glacier Visitor Center, to identify the problems and to try to help rectify it. 90% of the issues are attractants. It might be garbage, it might be bird feeders, it might be something else. Oftentimes we can identify what the oddly enough, it might be a beehive in the side of a house, which has happened. Oftentimes we can identify the issue and help the individual address that. Sometimes it does mean removing the bear. If the bear demonstrates certain behavior, we're going to remove it. If we remedy the problem and we still continue to have issues, then pretty good chance we're going to remove it. Juneau, we grow bears a lot. We live in a place that does very good with that. I also want to point out that the closed area does end. Especially out the, quote unquote, out the road. It ends at Peterson Creek on the north end. We have a lot of people who take advantage of the opportunity to go out and harvest bears literally off the side of the road. A few deer hunters as well. So it's not it's not an eternal closed area, but it does, it does provide some buffer between wildlife situations and residents. And we have lots of examples where we had to go deal with bears that have been shot with arrows, have been shot with rubber bullets, have been shot, period, don't die and end up in somebody's backyard.
Commissioner.
Yeah, so I got a question. So this would open up archery hunting for bears. So an archer shoots a bear and doesn't dispatch the bear, kill it. So, but you can't discharge a firearm then to kill the bear. Do you see that as an issue?
I do see it as an issue. I also see, thank you, Ms. Commissioner, I see that as an issue. I also see it as an issue, where does it end up? We've also have plenty of examples of that where we've had to go, and lots of people say, call the troopers, call JPD. That's not always possible. And so we're left to mitigate that issue. We have examples of deer. We have examples of bear in those. And we have great staff. We're highly trained in those things. We can address it, but do we want to create more of those issues than the few that we have now?
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so I exhaust all my options, what if we would open this area and keep it to a targeted hunt? So when you had a bear come into, a situation in town and there was opportunity for somebody to go harvest it and put it in the freezer, how does that look in your mind? You're a Juneau resident.
To the chair, Mr. Barrett, I think it complicates something that we can handle already. Frankly, in part of this area that we're looking at, there is an area that greens up relatively early and attracts a lot of bears. On the side of the road, it's a huge draw. We have bear jams and, all kinds of other stuff. But they're not doing anything negative. Actually, it's the people that are the problem, not so much the bears.
Thank you for that, Director. I was just making sure all my options were.
And just to be clear, if, you can shoot a bear in defense of life and property here. It's not, you're definitely allowed to defend yourself here. If you think, the core issue here is actually public safety, and, you're allowed to do that. Other board members' thoughts? Concerns? If not, we might be, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to support this proposal. did lay some different options out there that potentially could have worked. But I don't think the residents of Juneau are wanting this down there, or the vast majority of them. I think there's some problematic issues with wounding loss, and even, wounding loss. So, with that, I'm not going to support this proposal.
Thanks for that. Any further discussion from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Would you pull the board, please?
Final action on proposal 34. Garner.
No.
Loring.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Muller.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Baechtel.
No.
Hoffman.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
And are we fine that we took no action before on the next one? I'm going to ask for unanimous consent from my lawyer.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I may have missed it. If the motion to reconsideration included 35, then I would readdress and take no action on 35 again. If it was not included in the motion for reconsideration, then I think prior board action can stand.
Okay, it wasn't included in the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to reconsider proposal 35.
Second.
It's been moved and second on the table.
So, Mr. Chairman, with the action that we took on proposal 34, with that added new information that we did have on there, and with the discussion that was fairly, debated, I don't think we need to take any action, or I don't support proposal 35.
Okay, so right now we're in a motion to reconsider 35. Anybody's intent to reconsider 35? And we better have a roll call vote? We'll have a roll call vote on that, if you don't mind, Art, to reconsider 35.
On the motion to reconsider proposal 35. So if this passes, it basically reopens 35, you took no action on it, but anyway.
So basically, if you're voting in the affirmative here, you believe that the new information presented here would have adjust your thoughts on proposal 35. Everybody got that? Oh, Member Loring.
And then if we vote negative, what would that mean?
That we will not readdress 35.
Okay.
That our action taken before on 35 would suffice.
Okay. Ready for the vote? Yep. Okay. Mr. Chair. Baechtel.
No.
Fletcher.
No.
Barrett.
No.
Loring.
Nope.
Hoffman.
No.
Muller.
No.
Garner.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Awesome. If everybody just give me a 5-minute break to get my ducks in a row for miscellaneous business. Thank you. Board members have had a chance to review the approval of the AO 360 call for proposals. Any questions or actually, we should probably, I get, it's a proposal, so we need to bring it up, do we?
A motion to approve the draft call for proposals that was in your work session materials.
Okay.
I move to adopt the AO 360 proposal.
Second.
And just for the record, that's RC 26. We discussed this a little bit in our work session at the,
No, Mr. Chair, technically, the draft AO 360 call for proposals was in the work session materials. What's in RC 26, the reason we held off was that I believe Member Mueller was curious about examples that were mentioned, and that's why I included this proposal form that we've put together for it, because it does in the instructions have an example of what an AO 360 type proposal could be, so.
thank you for that. So the RC 26 is the example, but our call for proposal is in our workbook that we reviewed at the work session.
Yes.
Any guys have any further questions or comments on this? You know, this is something that we've been directed to do, and I think this is a good way to go about trying to do it. I know the Board of Fish has adopted this same type of proposal, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of these and giving Al a Sharpie so he can just start Xing stuff out. What do board members, can I ask for unanimous consent to approve? The call for, okay, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to approve. I'm going to look up and down the line here, and I'm getting that, so we'll approve that. The next one, Member Brett, you want to talk about the soliciting public input?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I gather not all the board members got my original draft. Did anybody else? I didn't send it, but to. How can I get that to everybody? The draft that I gave Kimberly and Natalie and the director, so the other board members would have a draft.
Do we need to RC it?
I think that would be best to RC.
Did you email it to us or just give it to those three?
I'll RC it.
While Member Brett's thinking on that, we can skip on down to our next item. We have RC 23 ahead of us. That is the House Bill 23. It was helped draft by, I think it was the Cloak and Craig AC, talking to a lot of public members here, and there was very strong support for it, and I believe that the board should send a letter. I don't know if it will do any good or not, but, you know, it could help speed things along. I know it was kind of moving through. It'll help solve a few problems, not just perceived problems, real problems. Mr. Chair. Yeah.
If members aren't familiar with the legislation, we did RC the sponsor statement, and we do have Joe Felkel, who was the department's legislative liaison online, and he could give a really quick rundown of what the legislation would do, if that would be of any benefit. But if you're familiar with it, then that's not necessary, so.
Yeah, I would love the overview. That'd be great to hear from another person that's intimately familiar with it if they're available. Joe, do you got a copy?
No, this is Joe Felkel here. I've got a copy available of RC 23. And I can briefly speak to the bill if that pleases the board.
That'd absolutely be wonderful. Thank you. It's nice hearing from you again.
Yeah, of course. So the short version is House Bill 93 is sponsored by Representative Himshoot out of Sitka. This bill would change fishing game residency requirements for sport fishing, hunting, and trapping licenses to be in line with the permanent fund dividend requirements. It essentially just in our residency definition cites the residency requirements for the PFD. And so that would essentially limit the number of days a person can be absent from the state and still qualify as a resident for fish and game purposes to be in accordance with PFD allowable absence statutes. So that's essentially 180 days unless there's an additional qualifying absence. For the PFD has a number of qualifying absences ranging from attending a post-secondary education school or medical absences. I'm not an expert on all of the PFD allowable absences, but could certainly do my best to answer questions on those. As far as the department's implementation of this bill and our position on it, the department has no concerns with the legislation. The only real change is, as I described, to fish and game residency requirements in essentially a limitation of the number of days a person could be absent from the state in accordance with PFD statutes. In our view, these changes would affect a small percentage of ADF&G customers, and it doesn't have any impact on how the department would procedurally issue a license. We don't anticipate much, if any, change in licensing revenues, and so our fiscal note on this bill is 0, and we don't anticipate much of any programmatic impact. The way fish and game licenses are currently issued is an individual self-certifies that they meet the residency requirements. In my talks with the bill sponsor, there's no intent to change that way we issue our licenses. And I can say, based on the commissioner's prior comments in committees, that for the department, the question comes down to what is residency? Fish and Game has a lot of regulations in place that benefit residents, such as resident bag limits and personal use fisheries that are only open to Alaska residents. So because of this, we often get the question, what does it take to obtain a resident license? And from an enforcement standpoint, a clearer statutory standard would allow for better enforcement. But that question is for the legislature to answer. So overall, the department is neutral on the bill, and it's the board's call whether or not they'd like to submit a letter to the legislature in support.
Thanks for that. Questions for Joe, Member Loring?
Thank you, Member Loring here. Thank you for your explanation. How does the department plan on handling the permanent licenses for seniors as far as the residency part? I understand, but as far as, renewing them or checking them, or is that part of the bill, or is that something the department's going to decide in-house? Can you help me with that?
Yes, through the chair, Member Loring, that is not addressed really through this bill. So the way the permanent ID licenses work is the license holder is required to continue to meet all residency requirements, but the department does not have a mechanism to renew or require renewal for those licenses once issued. So this bill doesn't change anything related to that. The person in theory who has a permanent identification card would still need to meet these new residency requirements, but it's essentially up to them to report to us if they no longer meet the requirements. We don't really have a mechanism to check that or require renewal.
Yeah, this is Doug. So Joe's right. The interpretation we got from law is that it's a permanent card. So once we issue a card, it's a permanent card. We have no legislative guidance that tells us that we need to renew that card or review that card to meet the it's up to that individual to continue to comply with the conditions upon issuance of that card. So places the burden on public safety then to, find somebody, they present an out-of-state fishing hunt and license ID with their with their permanent card that raises flags. So, but we have no way to do that without doing it, and this bill does not address that issue.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. This Member Brett, also, when it's pertaining to the permanent license, the department doesn't have any control over it. It's a statutory legislative thing.
That's correct. It's a legislative.
Yeah.
Any other questions from board members for Joe while he's on the line? Any board members' thoughts on whether the board should support this? It's my opinion that we should. I think, Member Brett.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, no, I'm not in support of this at all. There's lots of complications to this. we've had testimony at the Fairbanks Advisory Committee and other meetings I've been to that situations like, you know, the husband has to go outside for work because he has a specialized deal or there's more money opportunity to go outside. They're gone outside the required time that the permanent fund has for collecting a permanent fund, but when they get back home and it's moose hunting season, now they have to buy a non-resident hunting license to provide for their nutritional needs. And then, you know, the complications like the commissioner said, you know, what is residential bag limits? Are you going to be able to go personal use fishing so you can feed your family again? It's not a good idea. I think it's way overcomplicated. You know, in my opinion, some of this came out of Southeast down here by people just seeing fish boxes of meat being loaded on a plane and people assuming that they were non-residents leaving here or snowbirds. And that's what basically generated this, this bill in the legislature.
Any other board members' thoughts on that? Member Loring.
Yeah, I'm in support of this bill and this board writing order in favor of it. I really think that people are used to the permanent fund now, and unless that person that Mr. Barrett's talking about actually takes, you know, well, anyway, everybody's used to what the permanent fund is. Most people want to get it, and if they don't get it because they don't qualify, they don't get it. And I don't think that the few people that might be affected by this bill far outweighs the benefit that the bill provides to the rest of the state.
Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to that, actually, I know several people who intentionally do not get the PFD so that they do not have to do court jury duty. And I know a lot of people, just myself, because I was thinking about doing that as well.
Other board members, Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd be in support of the board writing a letter of support for House Bill 93. I think it brings alignment with the PFD residency requirements. As we heard, it shows no fiscal impact to the department's enforcement. And House Bill 9 helps guarantee that individuals who qualify for residential hunting, trapping, or fishing licenses are in fact year-round residents of Alaska.
Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize what my fellow members are stating. However, I have a family history here in Alaska for over 75 years, and my parents that have retired and went outside the state, they choose, because of the decrease in the PFD, they don't want to be limited based on what their residency is. My stepfather was grew up in Kodiak, was a longshoreman and commercial fisherman, and we go fishing and hunting with him still. So I would like to protect that for Alaskans.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess if the state's wanting to go this way, or even fellow board members, you know, we should just tie in the driver's license to it.
Other comments from board members?
I just think this is a bad idea. You know, the permanent fund, if there will be one in the future, as, you know, the legislature's divvying that up amongst themselves already, it's not going to be as important if we even get a dividend fund next year. You know, this is just going to be, you know, it's not going to be effective. I don't see how tying the permanent fund to residency for hunting, fishing, and trapping has anything to do remotely close together.
Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Barrett, for your comments. I really want to support the enforcement side of this, too. I know right now, currently, residency issues with enforcement are pretty tough a lot of times, and they're hard to deal with, and I think this really cleans that up for them. And, you know, I've always been a big supporter of enforcement and making better tools in their toolbox, so I think that's an important part of this support. Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that's been much of an issue for however long we had residency as we have it today, but is that liaison guy online yet?
Jody, still got a copy?
Joe is here. I'm sorry, what are we referencing? RC 23?
Yeah, I'm curious, Joe, if the permanent fund goes away, what happens then? Does this all become mute and we have to go back to the old way?
So technically speaking, the permanent fund statutes would have to be repealed for it then to be moot. So the bill doesn't really have anything to do with the amount of the permanent fund dividend. It has to do with the requirements for residency. So as long as those statutes are on the books and are, if this bill were to pass, it cites to those statutes, the requirements for obtaining a hunting or fishing license would continue to be tied to those requirements. It would not be affected if for some reason there is a $0 PFD in a given year.
Okay,
Does
thanks,
that
Joe.
help?
I just want to make sure the board understands. We're not going to be, when we get an application, we're not going to check the permanent fund, rolls to find out whether somebody does. We're going to say, did you qualify for a permanent fund dividend? And if they check yes, then we're going to issue them that license appropriately. So we're not going to be doing checks. We're going to be the same system we're currently doing. If you check these things, you're attesting that you've met those qualifications.
How would this affect the special license fees that we have for non-resident military as far as hunting license go?
To the chair, or I'm sorry, I wasn't sure who's speaking. It's difficult being online, but and it doesn't impact license fees at all. Those are a separate statute, and so all of our fees for our fish and game licenses remain the same. It is just the definition of residency for fish and game licenses that would change.
Captain Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I probably not my place, but I'm hearing some confusion, and I'm quickly looking at this, and I want to maybe piggyback what the commissioner said, that the reading of this, I'm seeing it, and it actually says very clearly in here, there is no requirement that you receive the dividend. So I think there might be some confusion with the board of thinking it's tied to actually receiving a dividend, and what I'm reading in here is it's essentially changing, or meant to change the qualifications or the definition of a residency, because again, as is stated in here right now, and we do have an issue with that, where once somebody establishes residency, they can darn near spend 360 days a year outside the state. And as long as they do not take a benefit of residency in another state, there's nothing we can do to say, hey, you're no longer qualified as a resident. My understanding is, and anybody on the line could correct me, is that the intent of this is to change those standards down a little bit to be similar to what is already written into statute for PFD, but it's not directly tied to the PFD, if that helps.
So just to clarify that, you don't need to get the PFD to get a hunting license. You just need to meet the criteria that the PFD has to define.
And that is currently the way it is. We deal with a lot of folks who we do what we call residency investigations on. That's one of the questions we ask, and there's quite a few who don't get the PFD, and that in and of itself is not a determination.
Member Brett.
Yeah, the other thing I just thought of, I don't think the legislature ought to legislate or restrict my travel opportunities based on, why I want to live in Alaska.
Any other questions from board members? In the past, it's been my experience, whenever we write a letter like this, we have pretty much unanimous consent across the line here that everybody agrees that a letter should be drafted. And for some reason, I sense that we do not right now. I would like to hear from board members if you think it's appropriate that we have a vote on this, or if, since we have a couple dissenting votes already, just to not draft a letter at this time. I'd like to hear from other board members what they think is appropriate course of action. Member Garner.
As I stated before, I would be in support of this board supporting House Bill 93, bringing alignment with I understand completely that it is in no way fiscally attached to you receiving a PFD. It is strictly the qualifications of that you are verifying. And again, it kind of guarantees individuals who qualify for hunting license, trapping, sport fishing, that they are indeed year-round residents. The legislative body is not determining where you can or cannot travel to. So I'd be in support of the letter.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be in support of it as well, since for the reasons stated by Member Garner.
Member Brett.
Yeah, I won't be in support of it. I don't think, I think the current checks and balances that we have on residency it works fine. There is some complications. No doubt the same thing the permanent fund people deal with on people claiming their residence here and collecting the PFD. There'll always be loopholes or people that are disingenuous, but I think the current system is fine.
Member Loring.
Yeah, as I stated earlier, I'll be in support of this letter also.
Member Bachtel.
Yeah, I'd be in support of this. I feel really good about where this House bill is headed. And I'm already hearing some of those that we was questioning their residency complaining. So I think it's going in the right direction.
Well, I think maybe what we should do is we need to have go ahead, Member Loring.
Have we heard from everybody yet so far on what their intent is, or are we still waiting for another member or two to talk?
Member Mueller, I think.
Thank you. Actually, Member Gardner and wait, hold on. Captain Johnson, thank you. They just helped with some clarification, so I would be in support.
Commissioner.
I think if you write a letter on a mixed vote, it's important to say that the board didn't have consensus on it and it was a split vote moving forward, just so that the legislature understands that it was unanimous support going forward, so.
Thank you for that guidance. Board members, any more, questions here? As I said before, my only experience with the board writing a letter of support was it was pretty cut and dry. Everybody agreed on it as a board in a whole. So, out of respect for all of us, all the members here that I respect, very much, I think we probably can't write a letter of support, but if any other board members have something else, I don't know if it's if it sends a mixed bag by, saying, hey, listen, we had a vote on it and it wasn't unanimous. We didn't have consensus on it. I don't know if that's helpful or not. It's kind of like whenever we looked at that 4-4 and 4 vote from Petersburg, AC. But Member Loring.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Chairman. If we did write a letter, we definitely have to say that there's one dissenting member. But it might be best, since we don't have unanimous support, all the ones I've been involved with, and there's been several over the years that I've either been in the audience or at the table with, there was unanimous support. It was a no-brainer, so maybe the direction you're going is the right way.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you for that. Do we know what the Board of Fish did with this, or is it yet to be in front of them?
The Board of Fish has not discussed this in any context, so.
Other board members, any further discussion about it? And I know it isn't a motion yet, but I still am kind of conflicted. Are you guys leaving it up to my call, my discretion, whether it's appropriate to write a letter with a vote that wouldn't be in consensus? Member Loring.
Yes, I think I would respect your decision on that, and whichever way you go, I'm good with it.
Well, I think it'll be a little appropriate if we do have a vote. I'm kind of thinking, we haven't had a straw poll here, but I think that it's probably going to get support from the board. Typically what happens is I would work with Art to draft a said letter, but Kimberly, is there anything that says that I could not work with Al to have his concerns addressed in the letter? So a full picture, a full idea of what this looks like can be, read by people that are going to be voting on this bill.
Mr. Chair, there's nothing, I can't think of any law that would dictate the content of the letter in that way. And it would be appropriate if it's this board's intention to include the dissent, that it briefly address that there was a dissenting member and summarize just briefly what the concern was.
Don't know how the vote's going to go, but Member Brett, would you agree to help me with that if that is the case?
Oh, yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
All right, that being said, I'd entertain a motion for the board to write a letter of support for House Bill 93 that's found in our RC 23.
RC what?
23.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt a letter of support found in RC 23, which was dealing with licensing, or residency, I'm sorry.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the board writing a letter in support of House Bill 93. Is that, everybody caught with that?
That's my understanding, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify that RC 23 was just the bill's sponsor statement. It's not a draft of a letter, so.
Cool. All right, that being said, and I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
On the, to draft a letter to support HB 93.
Yep.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Barrett.
No.
Loring.
Yes.
Fletcher.
Yes.
Garner.
Yes.
Batestel.
Yes.
Mueller.
Yes.
That carries 6-1, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, and now we're back. Member Brett, if you want to speak from this RC we have in front of us. And that's made available to the public as well. Maybe we'll take another 5 minutes here because I haven't had time to thoroughly review it yet just because I was caught up in the last thing. If that's okay, so we'll break for another 5. We don't even need to leave the table if we don't want to. information in front of us, and Member Brett, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we discussed at the beginning of the meeting, you know, I was asking if we potentially wanted to ask the ACs and the publics for guidance on what regulations potentially we could make to implement the statute that the legislature had passed here a year or so ago. Because the legislature has gave us 3 criteria to examine a potential guide use area, and the first one is supports the conservation and management of the state's land and big game resources. So, as I said before, you know, that could mean 3 different things to 5 people. And the second criterion is aid in the enforcement of the statutes and regulations related to guided hunts for big game. Yeah, I have questions about that. I think that's more of a law enforcement criterion, but, you know, that's in there. That's what the legislature gave us. And the third one is in the public interest, you know, which is broad and subjective in itself. So those were those 3 that potentially we can make regulations to the statute that clarify those 3 criteria. And there's one other one where the legislature had given in a statute that you know, someone could potentially, after the initial guide use area and after 3 years of its use, a person could submit to the board another guide use area, and I was curious if, you know, the public or the ACs or the board would want to limit that to a regional meeting instead of being able to just propose one. The statute doesn't give us guidance on when they can propose it or when they can't propose it. So those are basically the 4 items in this. What I've done is just pointed out the statute, and then, as in my opening comments, you know, we were looking for guidance on that.
Thanks for that. Comments from board members.
Oh, did I give you guys the right one?
Other board members? Yeah, Member Loring.
Thank you. So Al, how do you foresee this moving on from right now forward?
So I'm going to resubmit another RC. I gave you the statute RC that I was working off of. What I had submitted to, you know, for approval was my draft. And ask me again.
How do you foresee moving forward from right now forward?
Okay.
Based on your
So
studying this?
my plan was, because we have lots of time, because we haven't even initiated the initial guide use area, that the next 2 scheduled meetings that we have in out west and the interior, that we would solicit from the public and the ACs. For both of those meetings, it would be on the call for proposals to give us your thoughts on potential regulations to implementing the statute. And it would be that we would take no action at either meeting on them. We would just use this as a scoping collection. So we would collect all their thoughts and ideas. We may have to put some sideboards on it. And then that information, as a board, we could look at, you know, read it, you know, assemble, you know, absorb it, and then potentially, because it's the most efficient way, the board then could potentially create a board-generated proposal, and then we could resubmit that board-generated proposal timely for the statewide meeting. So then all the public and ACs again will have a crack at an actual regulation to make comments on.
Member Loring.
Yeah, thank you for that. A quick question to Art, or whoever knows the answer. When would be the proposal deadline for the statewide meeting approximately? I mean, how much time do we have to have a board-generated proposal, and when will we produce that board-generated proposal for that meeting?
you're asking me about the Board of Games long-term cycle.
What are you asking?
Please, Natalie, throw me a lifeline here.
Through the chair, I believe we're looking at May 1, 2027 as the proposal deadline for the next statewide board meeting. May 1, 2027, yes.
Any other board members' thoughts on this? Oh, Member Batchel.
Yeah, I like that proposal. I like reaching out and having enough time to go through a couple of these where we can gather public information or comments and stuff like that to synthesize that data with enough time to do it. I think Al's on the right track.
I guess I'm going to suggest something else. You know, the first time Department of Law caught that we didn't consult DNR. So I think maybe we should try to check that box first and consult DNR. I bet you we can arrange something at this next meeting to consult DNR. I think it definitely meets the first criteria and the second criteria in the joint board of games and fisheries for a board-generated proposal. The board generates a proposal, and then it gives a chance for the public to comment on it instead of the other way around. I think it could help focus comments and not have comments all over the board. We already, you know, and also we could, you know, be mindful of the AO 360 in that process as well. Member Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The consultation doesn't have to happen on this portion. The consultation, one, you're going to need consultation for the initial guide use area. This section of regulation belongs to the Board of Game, and then if we decide or not decide a guide use area, if we just use the statute, then we consult with DNR.
Department of Law.
I just wanted to clarify that the factors that Member Barrett is drawing everyone's attention to is about the selection of an area to establish a big game guide concession area, and that does require prior consultation and taking of public comment before the board addresses those. So that way you can have that input when you are analyzing those factors. So there is a consultation component to that.
Member Loring.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Kimberly, does this consultation need to be at a board meeting on record, or is this something that we do before with these departments, natural resources and commerce, and then tell on record that we had that consultation? Because that was the problem, was we didn't have it on record before. So how does that work?
Through the chair, Member Loring, the consultation the results of that consultation, what the input is from those other agencies, needs to be in the record in some form for the board. If that's oral, a report that's given, so there could be a back and forth with the board on the record, I think that would be ideal. But at a bare minimum, some form of written input needs to be provided, so that way it's encompassed in the record for the board's consideration.
Member Brett.
So you're saying if we made regulations to implement our part of this statute, we're not going to do all this stuff I'm talking about right now. The board generates a proposal, makes some regulations to clarify what the statute has given us, that we would have to consult with the DNR. No, I didn't think so.
Member Loring.
Thank you. So just to clarify, we can come up with a board-generated proposal first and then have the consultations after that, if we're dealing with trying to meet the requirements that you invalidated the prior proposal, the prior results.
Through the chair, Member Loring, I want to be clear what we're talking about, because I think we're getting two different types of regulations conflated. The selection of a specific area, the consideration of a proposal for a specific area does require the consultation. A regulation regarding the implementation of other parts of the statute, you're not precluded from consultation. You can still get that if you would like, but it's not required by the statute. So for your, if you can you restate your question, just making sure we're on the same page?
Yeah, thank you. So if we want to establish the initial area, whether it be 19C or 20A, it was 19C before, what do we have to do before we have a board generated proposal to establish that initial first area as far as consultation with Commerce and DNR and Fish and Game?
If the board wants to do a board-generated proposal to propose an area, to create that proposal, you don't need the consultation. Before you consider adopting that proposal, you would need the consultation.
Well, that answers my question. So we can have a board generated proposal prior to consultation, and then we would have to, at whatever board meeting that comes up, we'd have to have those consultations and then put that on record that that happened.
Through the chair, Member Loring, correct.
Commissioner.
I just want to remind the board that we, as the department, we remain committed to this guide concession program idea, but when this bill got passed by the legislature, they failed to provide any meaningful funding to us. They provided DNR program receipt authority, and there's no program receipts yet from this program, so I understand they're funding it through their general program receipt authority. We don't have that capability at Fish and Game yet, so we're still struggling with how we're going to fund our participation in this process, especially when it comes down to our involvement in the design of a guide concession program in an area. Having these initial discussions, we don't see as a problem, but it's more in that second stage when DNR would get engaged, and we'd have to figure that out.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Commissioner. We can have a proposal and then go through all the consultation and then pass that proposal for the initial area. But then obviously nothing will happen until there's funding involved. So we can get the boilerplate language in place, and correct me if I'm wrong, and then when the funding does come, if it ever does, through a fiscal note from the legislature to fund you and everybody else, then we can move forward. Is that correct? Okay.
Member Loring.
I might make a suggestion that we look at maybe putting this process time certain to maybe a miscellaneous business agenda item at the Kodiak meeting, and come up with language for board generated proposal at that time give us some input, and then we can have that board generated proposal set for the next statewide meeting, just to move this along, because we can't really go any place from here other than kind of look at the criteria.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what you're asking us to do is produce a board-generated proposal and maybe not have any public input till we put it on the street as a proposal.
Yeah, that's correct. I think we need to use the same process we do for every other proposal that we look at, whether it be a board generator or a public proposal, that proposal is made and then it gets put on the street and then everybody then has a chance to comment on it.
Yeah, so though we do have precedents with working groups that come together with language, working with the public and stakeholders, and they bring that information to the board, then they produce a board-generated proposal. This is not much different than the same that we've done with working groups or advisory committees.
Yeah, Member Loring.
Thank you. I just think that if we kind of agree on what the process is going to be here today, and then, like I say, have a time certain for a miscellaneous business or some other process at the Kodiak meeting to flesh all this out, whether we come up with a board-generated language for a board-generated proposal then, and decide if we're going to, have a working group that looks at it. I just don't want to push this thing down, 2 cycles, 2 statewide cycles. I'd like to have something in place for the next statewide meeting. If we can do that. I think the Big Game Commercial Services Board, which I'm part of, would like to see it happen also.
Any other board members? Yeah, the authors of this, didn't help us out a lot. It's very complicated. It's a hard issue, but I'm all for making the process as simple as possible. We're directed to follow this, and in my idea, having the easiest process would be to start checking off boxes, because it's incredibly frustrating when we have a healthy, robust decision, debates over days, and something gets adopted, and then Department of Law says, oh, you can't do that. That's incredibly frustrating. So we need to work hand in hand with law every single step of this to make sure that everything is done in the correct way, in the right way. And I know we want to move forward on this, but sometimes the best way to move forward is with like a lot of caution. And I think Member Loring's idea about addressing this again at Kodiak is right. It'll give all the board members a little bit more time here to scratch our head about it. 3 more, a couple months or, 6 weeks is not going to make or break this. We'll get to see if the legislature maybe funds this. That we don't, who knows, that could happen. So I think that taking it up in Kodiak is probably the appropriate course of action. I love, Ally, that you're working on this, and we all decided in the working group that we should try to come up with something, but I'm not so sure that we would come up with the best course to follow this evening. Commissioner.
Yeah, I just remind the board this is a 2-step process. One is the board deciding that this needs to happen in an area of the state, and that you're going to have the criteria what you're going to use to decide which area you're going to do. Then there's a whole regulatory process involved in designing the regulatory package associated with the guide concession program, and there's going to be a lot of work that has to go into that, and that's going to be cooperative with you guys, with the Board of Game, Big Game Guide Services Board, DNR, and us. And that's where the money isn't available yet. I think you guys could do your work in identifying what it is that you think is an area that needs this, but the actual work to establish it's going to be arduous.
Member Brett.
Yeah, and just to be a little clearer one with the commissioners, is we really don't have a choice in what the initial area is. It's the proposal that comes before us first. And so we're stuck with whatever that proposal comes in first, and then we meet all our consultation and all that stuff. You read, people should read that, the non-codified language, and get familiar with this statute, because that's going to be, we're going to have to use it. And there's, people are taking pieces and parts of that statute and trying to, use them in different parts of there. There's separate sections of that statute, and then there's separate things that can be done and not can be done. And there's times when it tells you, you need consultation for this. And so it's a pretty easy document to read, and it's pretty clear, but there's a lot of questions on why some of the stuff is in there the way it is, but you should become familiar with it, and then you won't be so confused.
I've been trying to become familiar with it for quite some time, and I still am confused. Okay. Member Loring.
Yeah, just one last comment. I agree with the commissioner 100% that we have a job to do here that we can get done, and then the hard work's going to happen after the funding is put in place. But if we get our job done, that's one big time frame that doesn't have to be repeated. And we can get that first initial location, guide, 19C, 20A, whatever it might be, in place through our process, get it done, and then we're set. And then when the funding comes down and the whole rest of the process gets put in place, the hard work of this whole thing to get it implemented off the ground. So I agree with the commissioner 100%. But I think we should move forward.
What's the board wanting to do here? We want to try to take action in this meeting, or do we want to, Member Brett?
Again, we have lots of time. If you want to push it down to Kodiak, we got plenty of time. I don't know if board support, I actually found my original draft. I apologize. I haven't got my award, Pocket Protector Award yet, so I made a mistake when I submitted the RC. So there's another RC following this one that actually has my draft language. So, but Kodiak is great, you know, it's a great place to have it. We're not underneath any time constraints. We haven't even picked an initial guide use area, so we have time.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to say, we're printing that RC right now, so whether, whether you guys act in Kodiak or here, but at least it would be food for thought for everybody now.
Board members' thoughts on taking it up again at Kodiak and miscellaneous business? Like Member Loring suggested, time certain for miscellaneous business Kodiak? Do we need a vote on it or anything, or we can do? Okay, we'll just do it. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.